Yeah, yeah. So, like I said, I'm trying to wait for ID. I don't know if ID will turn up or not. And he said he was the one who wanted another one. I tried us adding him as a. Tried adding him as what? Let me see first if everything is okay. Where's this? Where's this? Where's this? Where's this now? I want to see. Yes, Scamchan. Scamchan. I hope everything is okay. I'm trying to confirm if I'm audible or not. And yeah, if I'm audible, if this live is okay. And I'm trying to wait for Scamchan. Scamchan I was supposed to add him in as. No, it's not. This one is from before. This one was from before. This one was from before. Like I just converted the other one into this. You can even see that the thumbnail is the same. I just changed the name of the, what do we call it? Name of the name of the group. Man, I had a table there. I have this one here. This one is what do we call this thing? Spirit level, man. I usually do construction. I'd gone to do some construction jobs a few days ago, and I came back. I got sick. I was unable to speak yesterday and the other day, so we were supposed to do Lloyd the other day. I think it felt like I was running away. So today we agreed with him because I'm feeling a lot of pain and I had to take some painkillers. I told him that my plan is not to go live. I'll just give it to him so that he can go live and do the stream. But when he came on, the first minutes was like he was waiting for people. He wanted to have some sort of a communication. So that's why I decided and said, let me try to jump on it. But yeah, like you said, I doubt if, what is the name of the guy? If ID is here. But ID had added him as a collaborator, and I see he has not even accepted my request. That way, you can have more control where you can add people and do more. But I think what turns him more or what makes him more excited is having a conversation with Lloyd. And Lloyd has gone now. He said that he's going to try to answer people on WhatsApp and all that. So before maybe he comes in later to reply people on WhatsApp. But Scamchan, one day you can join, man. Feel free to join today. But if what is the name of the guy? If ID is not going to turn up, then I will go away. I will go away. And that guy, what was the name of the guy? Lovell. I wish I could get more from Lovell. Like if he can be able to share more about the voltage as well. I mean the current as if you can be able to share the current as well, I think it would be interesting. Because when you talk only about voltage, there's somebody who reached out to me and was educating me about these things. He was saying that if you're only talking about current voltage, I mean 1 unit, then you might not be able to use it like how it's supposed to be. Let me post the link on WhatsApp and see. But even on WhatsApp, I see Lovell shared another video. That one I've already seen it. Lovell, you can share another one, but I know Lovell is not here even. And right now we only have 4 people. Arivram, Arivram, man, thanks a lot for being here. I think this is the first time that we're having you here. So we are waiting for a guy called ID. He's usually fire, but ID wanted to be in the other one, and we were not able to host him. I was saying that Lovell not making the old device back end. I wish like he could share more about it and show us like what is going on from what he puts in. Although we know what he puts in is 5 volts and 1 ampere. So now, like, can we see what is coming out? How many volts? How many amperes? And somebody said micro. It could be micro. If it's micro, then you're not using it for anything. But I wish he could share more in regards to that. Let me send to him a link and see if he can be able to join. I don't know if he's afraid or not. That is too. I hope he clicks by accident and finds himself joining without knowing. Because ID was supposed to host this one, and it looks like ID has gone away. I don't know what time is it where he is. He said use the Eastern Standard Time. I'm not sure. But where I am right now is like 4 a.m. I feel nice if I go to. The idea is that there's no current, there's no real current. Which, if there's no real current coming out, then it means there's nothing you can use it to do. Man, I have mosquitoes coming for me. If there's like no current coming out, it means there's nothing you can do with it. I don't know if you saw any invitation, any email in your mailbox, because it shows me that it's still pending for approval. There's something that has had sent to you so that you can be a collaborator. That way you have more control on who can join in. You can remove people, you can add a comment. You can add a comment, you can remove a comment. You can do like way more. You can do like way more as a collaborator. I don't know if you saw it, but you're saying that your time is 9:45 p.m. where you are, 8:45 where you are. That's Eastern Standard Time. Eastern. Is it Eastern or East? Eastern Standard Time. But yeah, ID feel free, feel free. And Scamchen is saying 8:45. Scamchen, I know yours is EST. I don't know which time he uses. But like I said, I see yours ID saying that is still waiting for approval. In your Gmail, in your inbox, do you see any strange email from something called EVMAX? EVMAX. If you do, then that is it. But also, I can share this one here. But this one doesn't give you more control like the way. Yes, Lloyd was around, but I think he's replying some messages. If you accepted, then why is it still showing me pending? I don't know. I don't know how to use this one because it's still showing me that you're pending. Oh, it's showing me that you're okay now. So now how can I add you now? I think invite collaborator. Gee, I don't know how to invite you on, or you just choose the. I need to learn more how to use this thing. Yes, I see you accepted. I'd actually not seen. Just so you accepted. I think I need to learn more. I need to learn more how to use this thing. Hope it's not erasing. L- Just come on through this link. Then I don't know if it will be helpful. Then I can see if I can play around with it. Maybe if it sees your email, it will know that you are. I don't know how to go from that. I just see that it accepted. I've not used this software a lot, so I've not used it a lot. I'm trying to set it up. Yeah, but just click on it and come on, then we shall see. So the name of the guy was Lovell. I don't know where he's from, but yeah, he showed us something interesting, that it is possible to increase. I mean, it's possible to power up the solar panels and to get more from it. And because it was very a tiny unit and he was able to get 20, he showed us the biggest units he was getting 40 volts, which is something close to what there's this guy called Gerald. Gerald said that he had a similar system, but for him it was a cube where you have six panels and you have the source of the light in the middle. And he said he's able to get, I don't know how many voltage. The issue with Gerald now is I'm not sure how I can be able to get him to come on the show. Uh, if he tells me on Wednesday, then Wednesday comes, I email him like on Tuesday and I tell him that we want to do this on Wednesday. He says it's okay. Then on Wednesday, somewhere before like 3 hours before the live stream, he says that he's too busy and he cannot make it. Then later on, I come and see people texting, "Yo, I saw Gerald somewhere doing this and this on this other live. He was doing this." So I feel like maybe I'm just being too much with him. They want us to use mysterious. They want to use mysterious words for the same thing. You mean you mean for on what the guy was showing Lovell? And I think you are the one who made Lovell to share. You were having a discussion with him in the chat, and it seemed like you are not agreeing with what he was saying. I mean, you are not accepting what he was telling you. So he said he had to share, and he showed us that it can be done. Now, the only issue now is that we have to find out is in terms of power, whether indeed you can increase power or not, because that's the main issue. The main issue is power now. Data storage, you can be able to play with voltage, but now how about power? I would like to find out more about that. And I hope we can be able to get, uh, I hope we can be able to get him to explain more. Maybe another day or, yeah, maybe another day. He says that so far what you see is are coils and MOSFETs. Yeah, on Gerald's side, it was more of a coil. Yeah, on this other side, it's more of MOSFETs. But they're saying that it works. So, I see I don't have enough storage. Total storage is just. So, I'm trying to confirm the storage. Usually, I record some of these things, then it becomes easier to post them. And I'm seeing I only have like 500 MBs. And ID, you're going to come on or you've lost interest. If you've lost interest, please tell me so that I see what to do. ID, are you using the same email?
Yes.
But it doesn't give you any more powers, right? Or it gives you more.
Looks like there's something extra here. I can see.
You can see these things at the bottom.
Yes,
Does it give you the option to add on the screen?
I think so. Open
If
chat. I can see you. I can see me. I see Lloyd and someone else. No,
if you
you have two. You have two.
if you go to any of it, like does it say add to scene or remove to scene? Remove from scene.
Open chat. Let me see. Yeah, this is a little different than StreamYard. Oh wait, it went away.
It went away.
I don't know what happened. Yeah, I don't see it now.
It went away. You clicked something like, but
Oh
you
wait,
see,
wait, wait, wait. There it is. There it is. There it is. I'm sorry. I did click something.
like go to like if you go to let me say like or let
Like
me
see if I can bring like drop Lloyd or bring Lloyd up for
yeah, yeah, yeah. If you over to him at the bottom, you'll
uh-huh.
see it either shows you remove from screen or add to.
No, they're grayed out. I can't click on anything.
Or it just shows you them, but it doesn't give you the option to add them on the screen or remove.
Right, right, right. You don't have to add me. I'm okay with like
No,
going on your schedule.
No, like I wanted to leave you on, so maybe you can add people and all that.
Oh, like if the discussion goes on.
Yeah, but I think many people went away when we dropped off because the highest I got was 9. Then,
Mm-hmm.
but now it's 5. I think it also shows you the number of people. It shows you more,
Let me see what YouTube is telling me.
not
5.
YouTube. Yeah, even here it's 5. Are you able to see from the studio here?
I don't see how many. No,
Or does it? And do you see the comments on
I
the
see the
left?
comments on the left, and then there's
Uh
a private chat. I can see the private chat.
yeah, private chat is for if somebody sends a message, then you can see it also shows how to end the live stream at the top, end broadcast.
Say that again.
Does it show you where you can end the live stream, like end broadcast at the top?
It doesn't give me the option to end it now.
Oh, I see. But it gives you the option now. You can see the comments, which I think is better. I think you can go on. You want me to play the video from the guy or uh but we have
Actually, I know you. I know you have. You're tired. I know you want to go, and that's okay. We can do like a full show on your next live. I'm okay with that. We don't have to spend hours up here.
uh
You know,
yeah that
I really wanted to like kind of walk through these statements that were made throughout the show. That I was in the comments messing around. I was playing around. I'll admit I was poking fun at Lloyd. I was, but at the same time, he was still saying some things that were like fundamentally incorrect, and that's what I wanted to just kind of him walk me through. How is he getting to his point of discussion when he's talking about so what about current? Doesn't matter about the current. It matters tremendously about the current. And my last comment was, if you add something to the solar panel to increase current, that
yeah.
has to come from somewhere. So you're creating an external system of some input power that you're throwing into your system. That means I mean, clearly free energy is off the table. We're not even going to discuss this being free energy. It can't be if you're adding to it. So, with that said, where's that power coming from that you're adding to the MOSFET to get this current? Where is that coming from if it's not from the solar panels? Where's that power coming from? Did you plug another charger up?
Yeah, I think you meant you have now to connect another system, which is more like plugging another charger up.
Yes, that's my point. You just created another energy drain. Like I don't see how that's you can just remove that and say I'm allowed to do that. Yeah, you're allowed to add anything you want. But once you do that, understand that energy's coming from somewhere that you're adding. So you got to subtract that too. This is not free energy. This is not more power out than power in. It can't be because you're putting more power in externally from the solar panels. So where is that being plugged into? Another wall outlet? You're throwing a lot of energy into this system. Calculate how much you're getting out. You're only getting out what? 36 volts at zero point 0.3 amps. That's nothing. That's like a watt. 1 watt. You're getting 1 watt, but you're putting 5 watts into the the LED lights. You're putting, I don't know how much energy you're putting into your so called MOSFET to spin a motor, to spin the magnetic field, and da 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 da. You're putting all this energy in, but at the end of the day, you're getting 1 watt. Please explain why this is important. And if you're getting more than 1 watt, show me where.
So network Metatron is saying that it's from back EMF or kickback.
No, you don't get back EMF 1 watt from that back EMF. Again, This is a misunderstanding. Back EMF is not free energy. Back EMF is energy from a changing magnetic field in an inductor that's tied to the MOSFET. The MOSFET itself doesn't do this. You have to hook up either an inductor and a capacitor and potentially a diode to protect that MOSFET. You can't just have a MOSFET switching on and off and expecting to get high current. Where's the high current coming from? You got to feed the MOSFET current in order to get current out. You have to feed it first. How do you feed it? You put a bias on that drain to create a high current through the device. That's power. So if you're taking the current from the MOSFET, how'd the current get in there in the first place? You put it in there. That is not free energy. Back EMF is not free energy. It's when you, how do I say this? Any inductor, when you change that magnetic field so swiftly, as he says, switching on and off, when you change the channel from on to off, you're changing the magnetic field on that inductor. By way of physics of that inductor, it immediately reverses polarity to try and refuse that change. That's back EMF. That's the inductor trying to stop that magnetic change. It doesn't like it, so it flips polarity. That's where the spike comes from in current or voltage, actually, because it's actually reversing polarity on the so if you don't give that back EMF current, or at least somewhere to go, that's why they put diodes on the inductor in parallel, because it gives it a path to discharge that damaging spike to the MOSFET, because the MOSFETs aren't designed to be handling that high polarity. Now again, the polarity's high, but calculate that power. It's nothing. It's a high voltage, but it's nothing compared to power out. That's just power in the inductor. That's it. But you put that power in there. That didn't show up by magic. That you put that there by powering up the MOSFET. So it's not free. So again, these are things that when he says this is free, anybody can do it. Yeah, anybody can do it. But don't tell them that this is energy that they need to, the government's hiding this energy from them. No, they're not. We know about that energy. It's low. It's a high voltage, but without the current, it's really not a big a deal. Like, you put way more power in that inductor than you're getting from that back EMF. You put way more power in that inductor. So if
So
he knows something that I don't know, I would like to see it.
so network Metatron is saying that he has done it by charging supercapacitors with a kickback.
You can charge, you can trickle charge. It's not that you can't use it for charge, but again, once you start talking how long it takes to charge those capacitors, because you're not going to charge a capacitor immediately faster than you would if you just powered up the MOSFET. You would power it up a lot faster if you just put a bias on the drain. Like, what are we talking about? That spike, it's nothing relative to power. Current or voltage, a voltage, yeah, it spikes the voltage. Okay. Well, with check that current. See how much current there's in that high voltage, because you're not going to get more power than what you already put in. So if it's a high voltage, that means the current drastically dropped. So the power is going to maintain. You're not going to get more out than you put in. So a high voltage means a very low current. That's what that means. If you want to tell me I'm wrong, put an ammeter on there and show me the current when that back EMF happens.
I
Put them
wish
on the same plot. Show me the voltage and the current at the same time and calculate that power.
Lovell is the guy who shared that video. Is here, but I wish he can also be able to share to show the current. I saw his meter; it can be able to measure the current, but it's only showing voltage. And for this supersonic saying that he has already shown you, it means Lloyd has already shown you, but you choose to ignore it. Do you think
Yes.
that's the case?
Yes, Lloyd showed me what he got. He got on one of his panels when he uses LEDs with two solar panels. He puts them in series. He gets 34 volts. He mistakenly showed how much current he was getting out of them things. 0.03 amps. Now, if anybody can do the math for me, you could tell me what that power out is. It's about a watt.
Yeah.
It's about a watt, point 0.9 watts. But what he put into those LEDs was 5 volts, 1 amp. He put 5 watts into LEDs and he got 1 watt out of those solar panels. Why am I talking about this as being useful? It's not. It's a drain. You would charge the battery faster if you took those 5 watts you gave to the LEDs, put it directly on the battery. Don't put it through that solar panel mess.
And Metatron is saying that the trick is to pulse the caps in series in the LV side, and he's saying that Joy Legas has done it. There's a YouTuber by the name of Joy Legas. He does these types of things.
What has
And
he done?
there's a time he showed in a video. Let me see if I can be able to get it.
Yeah,
He was
what has he
showing us.
done?
I think he was showing a system where he gets more power out.
I would love to see an actual demo of more power out than power in. I would love to see that.
He's saying that I can post link if you give me temp mode access. What do you mean? You have access. You share the link, or I'll see if I can play the video and show it. But also, you can join with that access. You have access, and he said that he did it from the HV side and he got more power than the input. There's a video showing. Let me see if I can get him. You can continue talking if you see.
Yeah, if
If you,
if if he's claiming he's getting more power out than in, I mean it's easy to show that, really, to be honest. But again, if he's using a MOSFET, you got to show me what you're putting on that MOSFET because the MOSFET doesn't turn on with just a gate bias. A MOSFET only turns the channel on for the current to flow. There is no current flow without voltage on that drain. So that means if you're putting a voltage on that drain and you turn that MOSFET on, that's current flow. That's power. That's what you're putting into the MOSFET. So I need to know that number too. It ain't just a bias on the gate. No, it's not that simple. That's not how MOSFETs work. You got to actually put power in it to get power out of it.
I see. Network Metatron is asking for. You was asking for moderation permission. If I give you moderation permission, you can be able to share the links. Then Lovell is saying that power. Lovell is saying that power supply is beta. I don't know.
What
You're
does
saying
that mean?
that you can be able to show the power supply. I'm not. Let me give access to this guy. See if he can. You say that you posted the link. No, no, no. No link, no link, no link is visible. But we have people coming in. If you're just coming in, make sure to like the stream. And the guy in the middle is called Identity with Health. Then on the other side, we have Lloyd. But I
I don't
think
know if Lloyd's talking to me. Is he talking to me?
no, his mic is on mute. But I think he wanted to talk to you. Metatron, I don't see the link though. Does anyone see Metatron's link? But I can try to get the video. You can continue talking. If you see a comment, can you be able to put it on the screen
I
on your side?
can't. I
You
can't put anything on the screen.
just click on the comment.
Yeah, I'm doing it. It's not.
Like let me do like this. If you click on any,
Yeah, I'm clicking on it.
it doesn't pop up.
No.
But you can read it.
Yeah, I can read it. I just can't. I don't think I have the controls, but that's yeah. It's all
Okay,
right if.
let me try to see if I can play the video. You can continue talking though.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, Lloyd, are you there, Lloyd?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, yeah. Were you listening? I don't. If I don't have to repeat, I don't have to repeat.
No, I'm listening because you're proving my points.
Okay. Could you give me one point so we don't go down a rabbit hole? Just one point that you want to talk about?
You're taking the whole system, you're trying to bring it, take it apart instead of using it all as one. It's like trying to say that you got 12 solar panels, but you're only talking about one solar panel, and then you're trying to ignore all the other stuff that's hooked to it. So, yeah, you said did I use a source? Yeah, I use another DC source. It was 5 watts of power. So you're trying to say that 5 watts, even 10 watts, even 20 watts is going to drain a 12-volt, 100 amp battery because we're taking it from an a actual source. Okay. Then when we add in all the other circuitry, because I was explaining this on people who don't understand circuitry, that we can actually cut that down drastically, so that 5 watts, because you can do step ups. Okay. So again, because
Hold on,
I
real
take
quick, Lloyd.
5 watts and turn it into 12 watts.
Real quick, Lloyd. I think that it's getting muddied again. So, I think we were talking about the solar panels and the MOSFET. So, other things coming in is a different
No, no,
conversation.
no, no. Okay. I just answered that. If we're using MOSFET for current, and we're using solar panels for voltage. And I told you the voltage that I had and the amperage that came off of it, because I wasn't trying to hide it. I put it in my books, I put it in. So I never tried to hide that.
How many volts
But
you putting on that MOSFET?
the 17, which was too much, we had to cut it down.
17 volts on the MOSFET. Is there an inductor in the circuit?
No, it's
Just the
a
MOSFET.
capacitor. No, it's a capacitor. You're answering my questions.
No, no. I'm see. This is the piece that you got to be clear on. Are you talking about a shunt capacitance, a parallel capacitance, a series capacitance? What are you talking about?
No, we're just talking about a capacitor with a MOSFET.
Parallel with the MOSFET.
I don't know if it's parallel or not.
That makes a big difference. Well, actually, no, because if it's in series, nothing works.
Okay.
So it
So
has to
the
be
whole
in
point.
parallel.
Okay. All we know is that it gives a higher voltage. Matter of fact, with the capacitor, depending on the size of the capacitor, the MOSFET uh, could get destroyed because of the size of the uh, capacitor. So we had to make sure that the capacitor wasn't oversized, because it can actually put out those spikes at such a rate that it does actually go past the diodes and destroy the MOSFET.
Well, just because I know how capacitors work, it's actually in opposite of inductors. Capacitance actually rejects the change. It actually reduces the spike. So if
And
you put a capacitor in parallel with a FET, any spike will be suppressed depending on the size of that
we're not
capacitor.
using it as a filter. We're using it as a storage unit.
You
See,
have
you're
it in a position to be as a filter. That's a filter, bro.
okay, but it's not. It's not used as a filter. It's used as a
Whether you
storage.
say it is or not, it's in that circuit. It's a filter.
Okay, so a voltage doubler is two filters, and therefore the 1.5 volts when you use a filter and you can get 12 volts out is just wrong.
What are we talking about doublers for? I thought we were talking about
Be,
MOSFET and capacitance.
I asked the question. See, I asked the question this time. I said, in a voltage doubler, if you got 1.5 volts and you doubling the volts, okay, that it should suppress it, not give you higher voltage. Correct?
Depends on configuration, Lloyd, and that's why
Thank
I
you.
said
So that's
if
my
you
point.
hold on. If you can't put that capacitor in series because it wouldn't even turn on the MOSFET. So it has to be in parallel. If it's in parallel, it's filtering. It's
It,
filtering, and what it's filtering is any low frequency spikes or rumble or tremble in your signal. It's filtering, whether you want it to be or not.
but I'm telling you that we didn't design it to filter. We designed it for storage.
You do understand it doesn't matter what you want. It's gonna do what it's gonna do.
Well, that's no, it does matter because that's the way the circuit was designed. You're trying to say it can't be designed, but then you're saying, oh, it does when it's designed the other way. So it's just me who designed it and saying, oh, because you don't know the technical names, therefore it must do this. So you're
We're
telling
not
me
getting
what it
into the
does.
names. We're not getting into the names yet. I said
All,
if you
all
put
I'm
a
saying,
shunt capacitor on that FET in
no,
parallel, you are
I didn't put
filtering.
a,
You can use it as a capacitor bank for charge, but it's still filtering. But that's
and I'm
that's that's another story because that's RF. That's RF. So we're only talking DC. So in DC, you can use it as storage. So if you're storing energy into that capacitor, where's that energy coming from?
the MOSFET.
Can't be because you're providing power to the MOSFET to turn it on. So where's that power coming from?
I just told you. The
It
power
can't
is
be.
coming.
Go ahead. I'm
No.
sorry.
Okay. So the power that's going through the MOSFET comes from the solar.
It
Maybe you
can't
should.
be. It
What I
can't be,
just
Lloyd,
told.
because you.
Wait a minute.
This is why it
Do you
can't be.
want?
Well, hold on, hold
Wait a
on.
minute.
This
Wait.
is
Wait.
why
Wait.
it can't be.
Wait.
Wait a minute,
Wait.
Lloyd. Lloyd, I'm going to use what you
Hold
just
on.
told
Do
me.
you want me
This
to
is why it can't
describe the
be.
circuit, or are you going to tell me what the circuit
I'm
is?
going to tell you what you just told me. I'm
No,
not
you're
making this
not
up,
saying
Lloyd.
what I said.
Did I
I'm
not
telling
ask
you.
you? Did I not ask you how many volts you're putting on the drain? You said we're not putting the solar panel 17 volts on the drain because it was too high. Did you not say that?
No.
You said you took the 17 volts off because it damages the MOSFET.
Okay. You want me to tell you what I said?
That's what you said. You want me to go
No,
back?
it's not what I said.
Oh
So
my
how
God.
about get wait a minute. How about getting that paper and pencil and write down
I already
what I
did. I put
said?
it on your channel in a comment and you ignored it.
Okay. No. No. If you get a paper and pencil and write down, I'll tell you how the circuit works. And then that way we
Lloyd,
can't
I
go
can
back
go
and
back and
forth.
get the audio, bro.
But
Do
not,
you want me to embarrass you
and
like that?
you can do whatever you want to do. That I'm
I
trying
don't,
to
that's
tell
not
you
what I'm
that
here
ain't what I
for,
said.
bro.
But see, again, that's what you're doing. You're there to try to destroy and and take everything
No, no,
apart.
no. You can
But I
stop
know
taking
how it
shots at
works.
me and tell me what you want to tell me, Lloyd.
Okay. First of all, there are two solars. Did I not say this? Did I not say that I have two solars sandwiched and LEDs are sandwiched in between the two?
I said you said that. Yes, I said that. Yeah.
Okay, so I can have one solar on the drain and source, and I can have another solar on the gate, controlling the gate. Is this true or not?
100% true. That's what I said. Yeah.
Okay, so then I said that the 17 volts on the gate is too much, that it had to be cut down.
Okay.
Okay, so now we know where we're getting our power from, the
So
solar
you
panels.
so you're putting 17 volts at point 0.3 amps through the MOSFET.
Yes.
How many watts is that?
Out of the solar,
17 volts, 0.03 amps. How many
yeah,
watts is that?
out of the solar, not through the MOSFET, right? Because
Yeah,
that's what you're trying to do.
this is what you're providing the MOSFET. Yes.
Okay, so again, this is why I say people in the book that you're not getting voltage because I count it as zero, even though it's you still get some amps. I only count it as voltage. Now, what you're trying to not say is that MOSFETs at low voltage, no amps. If you trigger it at high frequency, that it does not make transit energy high current spikes out. Is that what you're trying to say?
We're not there yet, Lloyd. Keep going with your system. We're not there
Exactly.
yet.
But see that,
No, it's not
but
exactly because you're jumping. This is what I said. You're jumping and leaping, but you're not explaining why you're leaping the way you're leaping.
but can you answer that question though?
We're not there yet. I'm still trying to figure out how you're
You,
powering this MOSFET. So
I
now I
just
got 17
wait,
volts. I got
whoa,
17 volts. Oh, wait a minute.
whoa,
I'm not
whoa,
jumping,
whoa.
Lloyd. Lloyd, I'm not
You just
jumping. I'm not
no.
jumping, Lloyd.
The whole point is you just said you don't know where the power comes from. So we're
No, no,
back at the
no.
solar.
I said I didn't know. I know now. You're putting 17 volts at 0.03 amps. That's
Is
about what?
so
How much
since
power
you're
is
not
that?
jumping, wait a minute. Is if we're not jumping, answer the question. Is that enough to drive the MOSFET?
No.
Okay, then it's no nothing to
N-
talk
n-
about there. It's
not
nothing to
not
talk about. Wait,
hold on.
you just
Hold
said that
on.
17
I can
volts
yo, don't cut
at
me
the
off in the
thing.
middle of me answering, bro. Don't cut me
You
off.
just said no. Why are we arguing if you just
No,
say no? I just
because
asked a simple question. You said it's not enough to drive a MOSFET.
hey Chris, are you there? Chris? Chris? I think I see you. I just don't hear you. Okay. Can you do me a
Okay.
favor?
Yeah.
Can you share my screen, please? Tell me when you see it.
Exploded.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I think you've shared this before.
Yes. This is a very important slide. And I don't know why Lloyd keeps avoiding this one, but this is a very important slide. This is why I said, no, you're not driving it. So when I ask you, Lloyd, what is the quiescent point that you're setting this MOSFET to? Do you know what I mean when I'm asking that? I'll ask again, Mr. Lloyd, Mr. Stovall. When I ask you, when you have a MOSFET, what are you setting its quiescent point to when you're driving it? Do you understand what I'm asking you? Did he leave? Does he not want to answer? Lloyd, can you come back on the line, please? This is useless if you just bail out on the convo, bro. Now I've been respectful, right? I'm not yelling, I'm not screaming, right? I'm doing right, right, Chris? I'm not coming out here crazy, like screaming and
Yeah, 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 yeah. You're cool. You're cool. You're cool. I think he muted it. I think he muted his mic. He used the opportunity to go away, but he's back. He's back. He's back.
Chris, is
Mr.
is
Lloyd,
is no use to arguing over a point. If a person comes to a disagreement, if he's saying that 17 votes by itself cannot run a MOSFET, there is nothing else to even talk about.
it
Soon
is.
as as soon as he says no, it
Why are you
cannot
trying to
drive.
suppress the information?
You the one who's suppressing the
I'm
information
not
because
telling
we
you. No,
know
why are you
it
stopping me from talking, bro?
said 17.
Let
I
me
was
explain
talking.
what I let me
I
explain
was
my
telling you,
point.
17. The 17 votes is more than enough without any amperage at all
Thank you
to
for
drive
saying
a
that.
MOSFET.
Ooh, thank you for saying that, brother.
Okay.
Woo.
Yes.
All right. Now here's my point. On the screen, I showed you this before, but those who don't know, this is what's called an IV curve for every MOSFET in production. This is a characteristic of its electrical function when you properly bias the MOSFET. So before I hit this chart, Mr. Stovall, can you tell me what your MOSFET's quiescent point is set to for your device? If you don't know what that means, it's okay. Do you know what that means?
I think he muted. He did mute
Why?
again.
Why is he doing that? Like, what? I thought he said he wanted information out there. Now he wants to run from it. I don't understand, Chris. What are we doing here? I thought he said I was trying to suppress his information, but he's running from information. This is not my experiment. This is not my thought theory or breakdown. This is fundamental of the physics for a MOSFET. So if this man is saying the MOSFET is the holy grail of all of this stuff, yet he won't even listen to the information about how it works, what the hell are we doing? I only asked him, do you know what quiescent point is? Do you know what that means? Since he won't, excuse me, since he won't answer, I'm assuming he doesn't know. So again, anybody listening to this guy who's telling you what a MOSFET can do, but he doesn't know what a quiescent point is for a MOSFET, something's wrong. He doesn't know MOSFETs the way he claims he does. So I'll tell you what a quiescent point is. A quiescent point is a bias point that you put the MOSFET in before you even put an input to it. You have to bias the MOSFET properly in order for it to operate. And in this chart, when you look at the bottom axis, 0 to 10, it's the drain to source voltage. That's the bias that Lloyd said he's putting on this MOSFET. I'm putting 17 volts on that MOSFET, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of volts. That is a lot of volts on the MOSFET. I agree with that. It's also a lot to put on the gate as well. So I don't know why he's tying these panels to the MOSFET. That's why he's blowing them up if he's actually doing this. But the point is, to properly bias the MOSFET, you either bias to the point where the drain to source is in its saturation, right? That's where this region on the far right. You have to bias it as high up as you can, right? Or at least 6-7 volts for this plot here to be in saturation. Then you apply a gate bias to turn on the channel. Now the current that goes through that channel is predetermined by the bias that you put on the gate. These 1 volt, 2 volt, 3 volt, 4 volt, 5 volt, all these on the far right, that is your drain. That is your gate bias. That's what you got to put on the gate. So he's saying he's putting 17 volts on the gate, 17 volts on the drain, right? If you're going to use the solar panels as a source, where's the current coming from? He only has 30 milliamps coming out of those solar panels at best. That's all he's going to get. So you're putting 30 milliamps on the MOSFET. Where's the amperage that he's claiming you can just pulse and get more? Where is it? I
And the
just
one,
want to know.
yeah, the one was talking about pulsing. I think it was Network Metatron. There's a video of this that he wants me to play. Let me see if I can play it. But we have Anuki. Anuki is back. Anuki Rise. Let me see if I can play the video from. There's a video that from the guy called Joel Legas that we were talking about. Saying that energy recycling. Let me see if I can play it.
And give you the example of capacitor A into capacitor B here. So by this example, folks, this is not the complete circuit. This is just like one part of it to show it to you. Now, optimally, what would be nice here is eventually to have an additional switch, which I don't have here, to feed back this additional energy back into the input at some point. Or else what's going to happen here is in this state, I'm eventually going to have to manually start flipping capacitors around. But for the sake of showing the effect, it's good enough for now, and even for anyone to experiment with on their own. So to start here, this is capacitor A over here. It's 500 F, and it can handle 2.7 volts. Same capacitor here. So I charged this one at 1.96 beginning. This one was discharged, okay? So what I decided to do is I just found a random power supply transformer I had around the house. This is an AC to AC, 110 to 2 volt AC. So what I've done is I've connected it in reverse, so the low voltage side is completing the path. So I'm doing a switch here. So right now I'm switching it at Hertz, which was the optimal. And what happens is I start off at 1.96 volts here, and impulses, it's charging it here. So we're not actually wasting the energy, we're transferring it from this capacitor into this capacitor. So sure enough, because these are very high farads, after about an hour, this one dropped to like 0.01 of a volt, while this one went up around the same time at 0. of a volt or so, you see? So what I'm getting at is whatever percentage dropped out of this one, I saw back in this one. So of course maybe minus 10% losses or so, but all in all, what I'm getting at is we're just transferring, with the help of the switch, the charge from here to there. And the displacement current is what's actually rectifying this full bridge rectifier here. And this is charging a set of 10,000 farads, okay? So there's a big difference here between 500 and 10,000, okay? So this has been running now, and these were set to 0, you see? So now we're already at 2.51 volts. So there's definitely more here than there was when I started, okay? And this is very efficient because these are very high farad capacitors, it takes a while to what I'm getting at, folks, is if you use too high farads, if you're not discharging it into a load or a short, the capacitor is limited by its own inherent internal resistance, so how fast it could accept the charge. So it's like how you charge a supercapacitor and it could take 10 minutes on a power supply, because it takes more than 1 joule of energy in one shot to recharge these. So the same thing applies if you were to take a fully charged one and try and charge it direct. You'd still have to wait a few minutes for it to successfully transfer over. It's not instantaneous like we normally would expect out of capacitors, because these are just so powerful capacitors. So what happens is the dynamics are a little bit different with supercapacitors. It simulates through the transformer basically a steady state. So what happens if it's a steady state, you need a time varying effect in the field to be able to induce a voltage on the primary, right? So in order to create this effect, we need to use a switch to chop it up so that it simulates basically an AC effect with the displacement current. All this does is actually slow down the charge from here to here. It doesn't actually eat it up or anymore, but it allows us a compatible signal to hit. This happens continuously, and as you see, there's a massive gain here. Now obviously at high voltages, things change here. You can squeeze a lot more joules with a lot less capacitance. So you increase the high voltage like Don Smith does, shrink the capacitors down massively, and if you calculate it right, you could figure out an area where one inherently directly discharged to the other will last much less than a second and distribute that full energy. Now what happens is, let's say your discharges are 50 milliseconds or less at high voltage. Well, if you pass that through a transformer that's suitable for it, then you're simulating the same AC-like effect without having to control the switching discharge slowly like we're doing here. But ultimately you end up with the same effect, and some would arguably say that high voltage dynamics offers more efficient transfer of energy. So in part that's why Don Smith decided to use high voltage, but there's no specific rule that tells you it has to be high voltage interaction. You can see it going up there even more. Now Don Smith even hinted that, you could do it with 5 volts and a supercap without getting into the details and still get a high output. Well, here's the demonstration. So this is just running the switch here. Now I know what you're going to say, folks. It's being powered by the switch. The switch is leaking. It's not free energy, blah, blah, blah. Well, you know what, folks? Before I put the switch, I did it manually by doing this to it for 5 minutes. And then I observed until the charge started coming up. Then when I confirmed it was working, I said, I'm getting tired with my hand here. So I'm just going to automate it for a switch for now just to observe the effect. And obviously, the next step here would be anyone who wants to do this to scale it up to what they need. Obviously, build the proper transformer to match the capacitors you're using with. And obviously, that would run the switch, folks. You can see there's a massive gain here. But I just want to tell you that it's not coming from the switch. You can do this experiment yourself, and please do tap it manually, no switching, through a transformer. Rectify that, and that'll charge a bigger capacitor. So I just wanted to show you the example. There's nothing connected there. That's why I wanted to show you in case someone says, oh, it's his magic box. It's all disconnected. So the switch here is only pulsing this.
So I'm sure you've seen it. I hope it was audible.
So what exactly was the driving point there? That he's charging capacitors?
Yeah. Like Network Metatron wanted you to know the issue to do with supercapacitors. He was talking that you can induce, was it current, more current, by trying the back EMF. When we started the conversation, when we were talking about Lovell's what Lovell showed, where he was able to increase voltage, but he wasn't showing the current, and you said the current might be in microamperes, which won't help with anything. So then Network Metatron came in and said that it has been proven that by using the supercapacitors, there was this comment somewhere here. Let me try to get it. And he said that he can prove it to you. He can show you a video. So he shared the link of that video. He
All right.
said,
So again, I'm only interested in what's being biased and where's the power coming from. That tells me the whole story. So you can pass it to capacitors all you want. I can tell you that whatever charge you put in that capacitor came from a power supply somewhere, so a source of energy somewhere. That back EMF came from a source somewhere. You can't have back EMF unless that inductor is charged. And if that inductor is charged and you turn that thing off, it's going to reject that turning off and it's going to flip polarity. That's where the spike comes from. But it doesn't do it if there's no energy in the coil. That's where it comes from. Energy you already put there. I don't know why this is like really hard to explain more than that. So, I mean, Lloyd's telling me he's doing back EMF without even a coil. I don't know how he's doing that, but switching your MOSFET on and off, that's it. Because you know back EMF is stored in the magnetic field, right? That's where that comes from. So if you don't have a magnetic field, i.e., a coil, an inductor, if you don't have a magnetic field for that energy to be stored, and when you hit that off switch for it to create that spike, then you're telling me there's a spike in the system? Show me. Without that inductor, show me. I have yet to see a Lloyd video with a switching MOSFET with solar panels and voltmeters on the input and output. I have yet to see it. I had to piece together his videos to even see what I saw because he doesn't show everything. He says, I don't talk about all of the system. We can, if you actually showed it. I don't want to watch 10 videos. I watch like as much as I can to know you're not doing what you said you think it's doing. You don't even realize your capacitors are filtering. You literally said that. I don't want it to filter. It doesn't matter what you want it to do. The way you have it configured, it's a filter, buddy. So it's going to reject your change in those spikes that you keep, your transient spikes. That capacitor is actually suppressing it, whether you want it to or not. That's how a capacitor works in a shunt configuration with a FET. That's how that works. Same thing as if it were a diode. If you put a diode in parallel with that FET, that's usually what you do to actually give that spike a path to actually go to ground, like to not damage your FET. That back EMF, it actually gives it a path so it doesn't damage your FET. But if you put a capacitor in that place of a diode, it just suppresses the spike. So it's actually hurting you for what you think you want it to do, whether you like it or not.
Uh, we had a guy joining. His name is Anuki. Anuki, you want to say something? Anuki was here. He was the guy who was covering his face, and you say that. I
Oh,
think,
this the guy with the mask.
yeah, yeah.
That was
I
a
think
cool
you had.
mask, by the way. I actually did like that mask. That was pretty cool.
You should change your scene to be like his now. For switching with the no call does what? I think Scamchan and 40 Supersonic are having something, are discussing something in the chat. But yeah, but I think Lloyd most likely went away. I think he saw
Yeah.
like you two are not
He said I
great.
was arguing. Was I arguing, Chris? I was very, very like into the conversation. I didn't want it to go into whatever else he was trying to talk about. He was trying to take it somewhere else. It's like, dude, we're just talking about MOSFETs and solar panels and capacitors and inductors. At least I thought we were talking about inductors. He doesn't have one. So yeah, I didn't want to go deviate. And that's usually what Lloyd does. He goes into these tangents of conversations that has nothing to do with what you're talking about, and then he acts like someone wants to suppress his information. No, I'm questioning the validity of your information. It doesn't make sense from someone who works in this space. You're confusing me. One, you don't speak the language, and two, you don't even understand the words that I'm using to describe what's going on. So I don't know what to do with that. I'm not trying to sell a book here. I don't make money off of this. This is just me realizing somebody's grifting. Somebody's making stuff up to people that don't know this stuff. Everybody's not going to know this stuff. And he knows that. So he can sell his books for whatever way he wants to sell them. I'm going to call a scam when I see a scam. It is what it is.
For this person, he said that he's having technical issues and Lovell, you care to share more or to come on and share more about your device? We really want to see what is your current thing that spend less and enjoy your grace. In terms of suppression, do you believe you are trying to suppress this type of technology, Mr. ID? I saw there's a video I posted where you and Lloyd are having a conversation. Even the very first video, I said that Lloyd Stovall. I think there's a way I phrased that title, but some titles we just phrase them to bring in views.
I understand. I understand.
Yeah, the one which was just audio between you and Lloyd and some other guys, and
Hmm.
a lot of people came in and say that you guys are trying to suppress this type of technology, and also it will say that you work for an electric company, so you're trying to suppress this type of energy. Do you believe like it's true? Although I know
I,
you won't accept if it's true or false.
I only said I work for an electric company for fun. I knew he was going to get triggered on that. I don't work for an electric company, but I do know that Lloyd pays for electricity. I know that 100% for a fact he pays for electricity. So if he's telling people that there's free energy out here, but yet he's still paying for electricity, something's wrong. Something is wrong. There's a lie being told here. So, and secondly, so I'm on a channel. It's a channel called Ziax Institute. It's ran by a man named Q Butter. He's out of New York City, here in the States, and I frequent there, and we talk a lot about science. It's a channel that actually supports teaching science, technology, engineering, and mathematics to
Yeah.
young black boys and girls, whoever actually signs up to be in the online school. So we do science over there. We have a chemist that comes through. We have a nuclear engineer that comes through. We have engineers that come through. We have a lot of different professions in there that come through that know they know their stuff, and I happen to be the one in this side of things with all the MOSFETs and all of that. So again, I'm not speaking from just I didn't try this out. I did. I've been doing this stuff for decades. And I'm not going to sit here and have a guy tell me what he thinks is going on when he can't even write a book without ChatGPT telling him what to write. I understand ChatGPT can give you answers, but the knowledge should come from the user.
Huh?
If you don't have the knowledge, stop teaching. Stop coming up here telling people what they can do with your book and the knowledge that you got from Chat GPT. Why don't you just give them the Chat GPT links then? They don't need you. You don't offer anything. So, that's the frustration for me. I'm not arguing with Lloyd. I'm arguing with Lloyd's answer he got from Chat GPT because he doesn't know how Chat GPT came up with those answers. He doesn't know. And to come up here as a guru in the space, as a man who knows he knows nothing about what he's talking about. And he's calling me part of the government. Yeah, that's you want people to not listen to what I'm saying. I'm telling you, I don't need a book to sell. I'm telling people to read a physics book. Read how we actually understand this as a society. This isn't government controlled information. No, the world is using the physics, not just the US. Everybody who is in this space and building products and designing machines and even creating ChatGPT, they're
And
using the sciences.
there's a time I was trying to read more on suppression of free energy. There's a day we did it and they talk on the channel on a live. That day when I was trying to research more, I came across there's a type of science they are calling it, but I don't remember the exact word. But the thing is, most of the people who come up with free energy devices or things to do with that, they are mostly not from the scientific community. And
Correct.
they were saying that from what I was reading, they were saying that sometimes it seems like people from now the scientific community they are quick to they're quick to tell them off or to disregard what they're saying because they say that because you're not from science background, you don't know anything
Right.
in science. I don't want to hear anything that you have to say. Like they just disregard it quickly without considering a lot. Just say what you're saying is nonsense. And
And I'm saying I have nothing to gain from this. I'm not selling a book. I don't have a YouTube channel that generates views to make money. I'm not trying to get people to subscribe to my channel just cuz I want to make money. I have no incentive to do anything to destroy Lloyd because I don't like him. No, I just don't like the information he's putting out cuz a lot of it's garbage. But then when you tell him it's garbage and you try to show him, he doesn't want to hear it.
but
I'm only offering what the sciences are breaking down. It's not my opinion. Science does not give a damn about my opinion.
So
but
when
you
you gonna stop lying?
The day you actually put a book together without ChatGPT is the day I
You
stop lying.
that's is that what you the day I stop using ChatGPT, you come out there behind that cartoon.
Okay, will do. You write a book
Okay.
on your own with no
I've
ChatGPT,
already
I'll come
wrote the
up.
books on my own. That's the whole
Bro,
point of it.
bro,
Those books,
bro. Do you
can
see
I
the
finish?
author that you put on there, bro? You put
Can
ChatGPT as an
you
author though.
can you let me finish?
Enough said, bro. Enough said.
Okay. So all I'm saying is this. The books have been wrote for years. Okay. The only reason why they've been sitting in my computer is because I never had enough money for an editor. The only reason why I use ChatGPT is to edit my books to make sure all the punctuations and all of it is correct. I have over 1,000 books over 31 years in my computer. Okay. So the whole point was is that you're trying to say that Chatty wrote the book, but I'm the author. It's the only one is the co-author is the person who edits the book and says, okay, you need a punctuation here, or you don't need a punctuation here. That's it. It's called edit, and
Now,
everybody
now,
has
now,
an
watch how
editor.
this works, Lloyd. Watch how this works, Lloyd. How many crystal radios do you need to run your house?
What the heck did you
No, no,
come up
no, no.
with
Just
that?
tell me. Just tell me. How many crystal radios do you need to run your house? You said it many times.
100,000? Why?
Where'd you get that number?
Where did I get that number?
Say ChatGPT, sir.
No.
Okay, if you didn't get it from ChatGPT, can you show me how you calculated it?
Yeah.
Let's go. Share your
So how do
screen.
you
Let's
want me?
go.
Wait a minute. So how do you want to do the number? You want me to actually come on there and do like pencil and paper math?
Of course. That's you said you didn't use ChatGPT. How'd you do it?
But that's crazy, man.
No, it's not crazy, bro. I can do it in my head right now.
Okay, so do it in your head.
I can. I want to know where you got the number. I didn't
Okay,
claim
so
the
hold on.
number.
What?
You did.
Let's break this down simpler. How much power actually comes out of a crystal radio if you can do the math in your head?
You tell me. That's what I'm trying to find out, Lord.
Exactly. So now you
What do you
just
wait,
said
wait, wait. What do you mean
another lie.
exactly? What do you mean
Th-
exactly?
Wait a minute. You said you can do if you can just tell me what the power that comes out of a crystal radio, you can actually do the math. So
Tell
do
me
you want
what's
me to
coming
do
out
the
of
math?
your
Wait a
crystal
minute.
radio.
Do
You
you
got to
want
tell
me
me
to
what's
do the
coming out of your.
math? Answer the question.
Yes, I want you to do. You said you didn't get ChatGPT to do it.
Wait a
You
minute.
said you
Answer
did
the
it.
question. How much power comes out of the crystal radio? Because wouldn't I have to know that? So how
Well, it
come you can't just
depends. It
answer that
depends because
question?
it's not one number, Lloyd. It's not one number. It depends on
It's
the
one.
setup. It depends on the configuration. It depends on the components. It depends on a lot of things. I don't know how you built your so-called radio. I don't think you did, but if you did, I don't know what's coming out of it. You would have to tell
Exactly.
me that.
You're
So
this is
tell me
the
what it
thi-
is.
so this is why I say that you're saying things you do not know.
So,
And
bro,
you're
just
telling
tell me
me,
what it
wait a minute,
is.
you're actually making up stuff to drive a narrative
Hey,
because you
Chris.
work for the
Hey, Chris.
energy company.
I don't.
You
I don't
work.
actually. I don't. So you can stop repeating that. I don't. So,
Wait a minute.
Chris,
You
Chris,
didn't tell me you
Chris,
work
I
because
did
we can
tell
go
you
back.
that,
I
and
got the
I did.
recording.
I did tell you that. Yes, I did.
Thank you.
And
You said you
I'm
did.
telling you now, I don't.
Okay. Maybe they fired you.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yes.
I never
But the
worked
whole
there. I
point
wouldn't
is,
know.
you got to understand when you're on here, and the reason why I stopped talking is to let you talk. Because now all I have to do is use your
Okay,
words
okay,
against you.
bro. Are you gonna calculate or not? Are we gonna do this or
No,
not?
I'm not
Because
going
this
to
is goofy.
calculate because that's just
Because you
crazy,
never
man.
did, bro. That number
It
came from
it doesn't
ChatGPT.
matter.
Hold
People
on,
are
hold on,
doing
hold on, hold on.
people are doing my experiment and they're
ChatGPT
getting it to
told
work.
you that number, bro.
Okay, you can say
And
whatever
that
you
was
want to
my
say.
so that
Okay,
was
so
my whole
the whole point was
that you
Trump
use
did the same thing.
ChatGPT.
You just make up what you want to make up.
Wait, what does this got to do
It's
with
okay
Trump? I'm not even talking politics.
because
What are you
that's what you're
talking about?
doing. You're doing the same tactics. You
Bro,
got to
that
be a
doesn't work for
Republican.
me, bro.
You just make things up as
Okay,
you go.
okay. I said you used GPT for that number. You said you didn't. I asked you to show me the numbers you did, and you said no.
Yes, I said no.
I
You know
said,
why?
tell me. So then I don't need to know why. I said, tell me what
Of
is
course
the
you don't.
output power from your crystal radio. I'll do the numbers myself in my
Okay,
head.
we'll do the numbers.
Tell me what your output power is.
Th- You said you can do it. Do the numbers. I'm
Tell me
proving
what
a
your
point.
output power is, and I can give you the number.
It exactly. You don't know
I can't know, Lloyd, because it depends on who built it and
exactly,
how they built it. So you
and
got to
that's
tell
how.
me what your
And
number is.
and I'm going to use those words right there. You can't, and you never did. The whole simple fact you try to
What
tell
the
people I don't even
what
know
are you
what
trying to
bias
do here?
is on a thing that you try to act like I
Why
didn't
don't
put a
you just
circuit
yo,
on the
all this
MOSFET,
means is he
which
can't
even though
calculate it.
when I
He
show
didn't
pictures
calculate it.
of the MOSFET,
He didn't
it had
calculate it.
it had not only
He
diodes, it
didn't
had
calculate it.
resistors. that actually create the bias between the solar
Chris.
panel.
Hey,
So the
Chris.
whole point
Are you there?
was is that you keep trying to say
Are you there,
things
Chris?
that you know that was
Are you there,
100%
Chris?
not true, and you're caught.
Are you
And
there,
guess
Chris?
what? You
Yeah.
help me sell books.
Okay. Okay.
Do
Yeah.
you
I'm trying.
understand
Yeah.
that? Do you
Yeah.
understand
You
that you're
need it,
helping
Lloyd.
me sell
You need it.
books?
You need it. I'm okay with it.
Okay.
You need it. I'm helping the
Okay.
brother
Good.
out. I'm good with.
Good.
I'm good with
Okay.
that. But I'm not gonna let you
Okay.
die.
Guess what? The whole point is that you are lying
Wait a
because you're
minute.
making it up,
Hey,
and you just
you,
admitted
you,
that you
you,
made
you,
all this stuff
you
up,
no,
man.
I didn't admit to
You
that.
said you
Yo,
couldn't know unless you know
yo,
what I think. You
yo,
don't
your
know.
buddy Supernova said I was all about money because I said I don't do this for money. But you just admitted that you do this for money. So, Supernova, make sure you get on
No, I
Lloyd
didn't
about
say I
that,
do
bro.
this for money. I
You
didn't say
selling
I
books?
do this for
You
money.
selling books?
If
I don't sell books.
it doesn't matter, so
So
you're
you are
making
doing this
stuff
for
up
money.
again.
So you are doing
The
this for
whole
money.
point is that why would I give it out free then?
Why would you bring up selling
Well, whoa,
books?
whoa, 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 whoa. Answer the question. Why would I give it out free if it's just about money?
I don't know.
Why
You
am I
selling a
on
$400 book, bro.
WhatsApp giving the stuff out free? Even the books I give out free. So why do you keep saying that? Because you're
Bro,
making it up.
you said you set the price. I didn't set the price.
It don't matter. The price of one of my books is 99 cents. Oh,
You're
I'm
selling
making a
books.
whole lot of money.
You're selling books.
Yeah, for 99 cents.
You're selling books, bro.
Yeah, I'm selling books and you're
And
mad about that.
no. Again, this was Supersonic, your fanboy. So Supersonic, your boy is selling books. So he's doing this for
Yes,
money, bro. So don't come at me about making money for my family by working a career when he's selling books to make money. I don't know what the
yes.
I don't know what the
It's
problem
called a
is.
it's called a writer.
Okay, well, you're not a writer because you have ChatGPT as an author, bro.
No,
You're
that's an
not a writer.
editor. That's an
That's not an
editor,
editor,
not a
bro.
writer.
Okay,
That's
well,
not the person who wrote the
is
book.
ChatGPT an author?
No, what?
Is ChatGPT listed as an author?
Yeah,
Mic dropped.
yeah. Mike, nothing.
Mic dropped. You
But
just
the
admitted ChatGPT is an author to your book, bro.
and guess what? The whole point is if you
God
have two
darn,
authors,
yo.
wait a minute, hold on. If you have two humans that are both authors, do one need to write one word of that book to be an author?
ChatGPT is listed as an author,
Yeah.
bro.
So mic drop on you.
Yeah, you can. I already dropped it, bro.
Yeah, the mic drop on you because
You
guess what?
selling ChatGPT answers,
You
bro.
know what? Like I said, you can say that it's an author because it changed
All right.
punctuations and
So
corrected
okay, we got that.
grammar.
We got that bull crap. All right, so look. So
Okay?
Lloyd on
Grammar. Now,
many live streams, Lloyd came up here and
guess
said
what?
out of his
Guess
mouth
what?
that he
Guess
asked
what?
ChatGPT. Now
Guess
hold on,
what?
Lloyd. Hold on, Lloyd. I don't want to guess
Guess
anything.
what?
Hold on, Lloyd.
You're
You
going
came
to
up on
sound
these panels.
crazy when
You're
other people
going
hear this.
on these panels and you're saying
Okay?
you asked ChatGPT a
Okay?
question and then you get an answer and then you ask it another question and you get an answer. You base all of your arguments on those questions you ask ChatGPT. That's
But
why
that's
it's
not
wrong.
true. That's not true.
You
And yeah,
asked
I
on this
do ask
panel.
questions, but what you're doing is you're saying because I asked a question, okay, that now all I'm doing is basing it on the questions that it's giving me, but that's just not true because I just told you the books had already wrote. So again, what questions did I ask?
Hey, Supersonic, I can actually educate you without selling a book. It's called the physics book. I didn't make no money off of it, but I'm telling
And
you,
guess what?
it can change your life,
Guess
bro.
what?
It can
Guess what?
change your life.
Guess
And I'm
guess
not up
what?
here selling
I
a book
got a
to make
physics
money
book.
off of it, bro.
I
I'm
got a
already
physics
in the
book.
space, bro, and I'm
But
telling
get
you
but
firsthand,
guess what?
Lloyd has no idea what it is to go to college. He has no
You
idea what it is
are
to work in
here
industry. He
to
has no
trick
idea how to
people
even design
to
these
keep
circuits.
this
And he's
away
up
from
there trying
people.
to sell people on this
And guess
idea
what?
that he only had or that God gave him because
Guess what?
Maxwell's doing it wrong. He's grifting off a grifter, bro.
Guess what? The other people who are doing this and they say it works, it just makes you look silly. And it makes you know
Lloyd, you're
because you're
just not
hiding
making
behind a
sense anymore,
cartoon.
bro. You're just not
You're
making
hiding
sense
behind
anymore.
a cartoon and it just makes you look silly.
Did you
Because
say that to
all
the
I'm
guy
going to
earlier?
do is use
Say
every
that guy
word
earlier?
you say,
Oh,
write
oh,
it in a new book. Write
By
it
the
in a
way,
new book.
yo, anybody who wants to check out my little
And
parodies on
guess
Lloyd,
what?
go to my channel, Identity Withheld. I did a
Get,
couple on
guess
Lloyd.
what?
Check out my
It's just
YouTube
gonna make you
shorts,
look
yo.
silly.
This dude
It
is
just
I
makes you
got a
look
ton
silly.
of them coming, bro. I got a
And
ton. I
that's
got
the
a ton.
reason why I
Keep
muted out,
saying stuff.
because I needed you
Keep
to say
saying
all
stuff.
that
Yeah.
nonsense
Why don't you stop talking?
uninterrupted.
Why don't you get the sound bites? Why don't you stop talking?
Okay?
Get the sound bites.
Look, all that
Why don't
listen.
you stop talking so
I'm
you
gonna
can get
I'm
the
gonna
sound
I'm gonna
bites,
stop
bro?
talking period in a minute.
Why
But I'm
not?
just letting you
Why don't
know
you start now? I don't need you to let me know
I'm
anything, bro. I cannot learn
all I'm
anything from
going to
Lloyd
do
Stovall in
is
life.
use this
I
video.
cannot learn anything from Lloyd
Look,
Stovall in life. I cannot
good.
learn
Yes.
anything from
We
Lloyd
don't want you to
Stovall
learn
in
anything.
life
It's not about
because
you.
he
It's
lives in
about them.
ChatGPT.
It's about them learning something. And they just learned that you used to work for the electric
I
company
never.
and you're trying to
Hey,
stop it.
I said you can tell me I work for the electric company. That's fine. I work for the gas company too. Does that help?
No, you
I work
said
for the
it.
automotive company.
Yes, you said
I
it.
work for supermarkets. I work for. I mean,
You
what does
guess
it
what?
matter? Like,
It's on the podcast. You said it.
congratulations! I work for the electric company. What does that mean, though? Like, what is it? Does that
It
denounce what
means
I'm
that you're
saying
trying
about
to keep
you?
free energy from everybody.
I'm telling you, free energy, the way you describe it, doesn't exist, sir. You're
Okay, so
lying to the
why would
people.
you worry
You're
about it?
lying to the
Why
people.
would you worry about it?
I'm worried about it because you're lying, and I'm catching
Guess
you in
what?
your lie.
Then do what everybody else do in
Hey,
life.
did
If
I not
someone
catch
catches
you?
some wait a minute, if someone catches someone
Did I not
lying,
catch Lloyd? He couldn't
wait a
identify
minute.
a MOSFET, people. He could
Look,
not identify
if
a
I'm
MOSFET on the
lying,
screen
sue
from his
me.
own video.
Sue me
From his own
if I'm
video,
lying.
he
You know
couldn't
what's gonna happen
identify
if
a
you get me in
MOSFET.
court? Do you know what's gonna happen if you get me in
How
court?
do you not identify a MOSFET?
You're going to have to pay me money.
Look, hey, Supernova,
You're
look,
going to have to
your
pay
homie,
me money. So
Supersonic,
sue
whatever
me.
your name is, Supersonic, your
Sue
homie's
me.
asking for money. Look, your man's a
Okay?
Christian, bro.
Guess what?
Supersonic,
Sue
your man's
me
a Christian,
and
bro.
watch you lose
I
in a
hope you didn't pay
courtroom.
money for that book, bro.
You know why you're going to lose in a
I hope you
courtroom?
didn't pay money for this
Because
book,
you
bro.
told everybody that the energy coming from that solar panel is not enough energy to drive that MOSFET.
Not
That
at
was the
17
number
volts
one lie that
and
you told.
not at 17 volts and
Guess what?
3 amps. And you're not
And
getting more amps than that.
guess what?
No, it's not,
Guess
bro.
what?
No, it's not.
And all I'm going to
No,
do is
it's
use
not.
those words to prove
Okay. No.
100%
All you got to do is show
you
people the
lied.
product.
You lied.
Bro, you talked about a flying car. Who you telling me? I'm lying and you talked about selling a book telling you about a flying car? Really?
Oh,
And
here
I'm
we
the
go with
liar?
the flying car. Here it is. You try
You said it.
again.
You
You
said
you
it.
you you're going over there.
A
I
flying
also told
car,
you
bro.
that flying car was a blimp.
Why
That
didn't
was
you
a
call it a blimp?
dirigible.
Why didn't you call it a
Okay.
blimp? Why didn't you
So
call it
you
a
just
blimp?
say they don't
Why
work. So
didn't you call it
again,
a
what
blimp? Why didn't you call it a blimp?
I did in the book. Did you read the book?
You said flying car when you came up here.
It is in the shape of a flying car. It is
Oh
in
my God.
direct shape
So
of
is
a
it a
flying
car or
car.
is it a blimp?
It's both. How
Oh my
about
God.
that?
A car is not a blimp, bro.
Okay. So that's
So
your
which one
opinion.
is it? So which one? No, it's not my opinion.
I
Just
just told you. Accept what I'm saying.
Google
It's
blimp
both.
and Google car and tell me if they're the
Guess
same.
what? It's both.
I
It
guess an
can't be, bro.
airplane is not a flying taxi either, by that logic. So, words that people use for things to explain what it does, people change it all the time. In multiple countries, people will speak of an airplane as a metal bird. It doesn't mean that they're ignorant, they're describing what they see. And
Here's
as
where
an
the ignorance comes
educator,
in, bro. Here's
these
where
are
the
the
ignorance
kinds of
come in.
things that
The
people
ignorance
will look.
comes in when he tells people that a car is a blimp. That's the ignorance. I know what
And
I know what colloquial speech is. I know what colloquial speech is. But we're talking STEM. We're talking science, technology, engineering, and math. It has a defined mathematic. It
the
has a
person
defined
who is
physics,
speaking, what
and it
can you
has.
tell us your name?
Hold on, Lloyd. Hold on, Lloyd. It has a defined mathematics, it has a defined physics, and it has a defined syntax. It does not need some grifter who does not read science anything to come up here and change the language. That's not how this works in science. It doesn't care about what you think it is. It's already defined for what it is. If you don't want to speak the syntax, then don't come stepping in this lane like you know something.
Science as a practice has been evolving for centuries.
Solving, yeah.
All these words we use today, they were very different before. They used ether, they used all kinds of other phrases to describe things that we have now canonized in the current form that we use it. Just because someone is using it in a way you do not like does not change the application.
May I interject?
Go ahead.
And I'm doing this respectfully. Lloyd is coming in with predetermined technology definitions and changing them. He's not evolving them. He's changing them because he doesn't speak the language. This is not somebody trying to elevate the technology. This is somebody trying to jump in as if he's an expert in it and change the language to fit his syntax because he doesn't have the language. If you don't speak Spanish, bro, don't act like you do. That's
So
all I'm
now,
saying.
can I get a turn to talk,
Go ahead.
sir? Sir, I'm just going to ask you a simple question so you can answer it. If I take the old technology of a blimp, shrink it down, add technology to it, which uh, we changed the fans on there because remember, a blimp did use propellers to propel it, but I changed those propellers into different types, different styles. Then make that blimp that has cells that holds hydrogen and make it in the form of a car at the size of a car. Could I call that a flying car or not, in your opinion?
Who are you talking to?
The person was just speaking.
Okay.
Why not?
Exactly.
Now here's a follow-up
So,
question. Do I have to agree that because he calls it a car a blimp and a blimp a car, that I have to ride with that? Because I know what a blimp and a car is. Do I have to ride with that?
You may
Again, this
disagree with it, and this comes back to your point. Just because someone is using the syntax in a way you don't like doesn't change that they're able to explain what they're experiencing or what they're
correct.
doing.
Correct. But it's not my syntax.
It
Understand.
doesn't it doesn't
Wait,
have to
wait,
be
wait,
your
wait.
syntax.
Wait a minute.
It's like
Wait a minute.
having
Hold on.
American English and British English where
Hold on. Hold on.
for
It's not my syntax. This is the science. This is how it's defined. I am not making this up because I feel like it. I have no feelings in this. It is predefined. If I want to add to it, I'll add to it, but I don't expect people to ride with it because I said so. That's personal push. I don't need that. It's defined. When you say car, I know what a car is. I know it's not a blimp. So I'm confused of why you're equating the two. So again, it's not that I want him to speak like me. This is the science.
it sounds
I don't
exactly
I
like
don't
you do
have it.
because even the English language, if we left science alone, the English language is consistently changing. People are changing the way words are used. Kids today,
That's
they'll
that's
say
not
things like, "Oh, this is
science.
smack," or "This is whatever the new slang is." And for them, they understand what they're saying and what they're doing with it and where they're going with that. A lot
Here's
of
my
older
pushback
folk
on
just
that
don't
though.
like it,
Here's
and
my
that's
pushback
fine.
on that though. The
Go
science
ahead.
that we use in the US, the science, the physics, the knowledge, that's transferred across languages, right? Right?
Not
Do you
really.
change well, again,
It's
it is if you're using it. If you're using it or attempting to, if you're using it, and if I tell you what a watt is, which is
mhm.
very strictly defined, if I tell you what a watt is, and you try to translate it to whatever language you're in, As long as it maps to the physics of what I'm trying to relay that information, that's how the information gets passed. We are having a discussion with somebody who's trying to change something that's pre-established and tell you, hey, this is free energy. You don't know free energy if it smacked you in the face.
So
In his
now,
earlier
okay,
videos, Lord, give me a second here. In his earlier videos, he made it very clear that it's not free energy, that it's a way of higher
oh, thank
efficiency from
you.
the
Tell
energy
Lloyd that.
systems
Tell
that
Lloyd
he
that.
has.
Tell Lloyd that. He thinks it's free energy in that MOSFET. Tell him. Tell him.
But he just told you
Hold on,
that
Lloyd.
I've
Hold
already
on, Lloyd.
stated that.
Hold on, Lloyd. I want him to tell you that there's no free energy in that MOSFET.
What I said is earlier in his videos, he explained it's not free. It's a more energy efficient way of extracting that energy which is there.
Okay, again, we're talking about efficiently extracting. Would the
Oh,
way he
oh
described
my
his
goodness.
circuit, do you agree that that's efficiently extracting?
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Did you see his circuit? Can you bring it up, Lloyd? Because I want him to
Ooh.
walk me through what he sees efficiency. I would
Okay.
love for you to explain to me where you
Okay.
see
So
efficiency. No,
here's
no, no, no,
the
no.
thing.
He's
Can,
gonna
can
walk me through.
wait a minute.
I'm ignorant. I'm
Wait a minute.
ignorant
You
right now,
saying you
Lloyd.
being respectful?
Lloyd,
Can we
I'm
get?
student
Can we
right now.
all get
I
a
am
turn?
student right now. I want
Wait a
him
minute.
to walk me through something I don't know.
But he can't,
Why not?
because the whole point was the only people who can actually tell
Why
you
are you
that.
suppressing this information, bro?
Okay, can I finish? Good grief!
I
I'm
because
trying to
no,
answer
because
your
I'm trying to
question.
get information and you're telling me
You
no.
exactly. Are you on my channel?
I was.
You were on my WhatsApp channel.
You didn't say WhatsApp, you said channel. I assume you meant YouTube because that's where we are.
No, I'm
Either way.
talking about my what, the one where I'm sharing all this information for free. The channel that we're asking somebody to duplicate my work. Are you on that channel?
I watched your videos, Lloyd, that you told me to
Okay, so
watch.
then that's the reason why I said you can't know.
Wait a minute. You told me to watch the damn videos.
Yes, I did tell you to
Why
watch
would
my
you tell
video
me to watch the videos if it's a dead end?
because it was for a different point.
Oh my God. So
It
don't watch
wasn't for
the
this
video.
point.
So nobody watches videos. Is that what you're telling us? Don't watch the videos. Go to the WhatsApp.
You can keep making up everything you want, but
Bro, stop making these
here's
statements then.
listen. You said to go back to get my turn on the question. You said that a flying car in the syntax should not be changed. So here's my rebuttal to that. First of all,
I didn't
we
say it
all
shouldn't
know.
be. I said if you're
See,
in this space and you want to
see,
speak the
you
language and
see, you
transfer that
see. So you
information,
always say
you
you
need to
you're
speak the
respectful.
language, bro.
Wait a minute. You always say you're respectful, but you just didn't let me
Yes, that's
finish.
not what I said though.
Okay, let me finish my statement. Okay, so the simple fact is, what I was going to say is the little word of car doesn't mean it flies. Cars don't fly. So it's not my word, flying cars. It's actual scientists that say they were going to create a flying car. Okay. So if I use it in the term in which was being stated by the science people, flying car, then I am using it in the correct term. This is what makes you look silly because you've
It
been
doesn't
trying
make
to
me
say
look
it the
silly,
way
Lloyd. I can tell you how,
because
but go
flying
ahead.
car is not my word. I didn't
Hey,
make that word up.
hey, so the guy who was actually talking earlier, did you hear what he just said? It's not his word. He took it from science. Does science tell you that cars fly?
Yeah. You seen one?
Cars fly.
Okay.
I'm just asking.
No, I that's the whole point. Do they
That
fly?
there's been
And
multiple cars made over the last 3 decades that fly. Now, they didn't get to become commercial. They were grounded because they didn't have the necessary permits or
Thank
licenses to be
you.
doing what they
oh,
do.
whoa, 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 Lloyd, you said you wrote the book on flying cars, bro. Don't act like you ain't got no stake in this. You said you got instructions on how to build a flying car, bro. So unless he's talking about what you wrote, this is a moot point.
Yes, it is a mute point on your side.
This is a moot point. You brought up flying cars. And when I challenged you on it, you want to tell me it's the science that's telling you it's a flying car.
What's
You
said what's
wrote it.
said what's said like this. Anybody who actually read the book, it says how I constructed my flying car.
You have a flying
Anybody who's
car,
read the
Lloyd?
book is not going to change the words or how I said something to meet his scenario, because that's exactly what
Hey,
he's doing.
respectfully, who's the guy
And
who's talking? I didn't get your name. I'm sorry, bro.
he didn't give his name.
That's why I'm asking him. Because I want to refer to him, but I don't want to, like, I don't know how to refer to him.
Anuki.
I,
Anuki. Okay, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lloyd.
no, like I said, the simple fact is that I didn't make the word up. It's not a made up word. Flying car has been around longer than I've been alive. So I didn't make the word up. I used the word, okay? And it says in a small sentence above it, they've been promising us a flying car. I got tired of waiting.
So you came up with a flying car. Okay, okay, okay. Whatever that means, Lloyd. I mean, honestly, I doubt you have a flying car, bro. But you're telling
But
people how to build one.
the whole point is, if you had did your research, you could have argued this point much better.
There's really
But you
no point
didn't.
here other than saying that
Exactly.
you,
There's no point
other than
because
you,
you're
are
just
coming
making
in.
stuff up right now.
Well, slow your roll because you're the one making it up, Lloyd. Everybody knows what a car is, respectively. Everybody knows what a blimp is, but you wanted to interchange the two words. That's what you did.
Okay.
So
This
don't sit
this
and
is
tell
what
me I'm making anything up.
you're
I'm
you're
taking
you're helping
exactly
me
what you're
sell
telling me.
books.
I hope you get a car out of this, Lloyd. I hope you do.
Yes. You're
I
helping
really
me
hope
sell
you do,
books
bro. Do you need a cash
because
app, bro?
everybody who knows and
Do you need a
heard
cash
what you
app?
just said knows that you sound really
Do you
silly
need a
right
cash
now.
app? I can't sound silly. I'm using your words. So if I'm silly, that's what does that make you, Lloyd? I'm using your words.
It makes me the author of a book.
Co-author. You know, ChatGPT is actually wrote that book, but
Yeah.
I again,
Now you're trying to say
I don't find
you're
it
trying to
funny.
say
I don't find it
I
funny
didn't
that
create the car.
I'm
I
telling
didn't
you,
write the book. Come
you
on,
did
keep
not
going.
do the calculations that you said you did because you can't even give me a number right now. What is the output power of your crystal radio, bro?
You-
Just tell me.
Look,
I
look.
can tell you
You
there's a
can say
range.
whatever you want to say. You
Again,
already
why
embarrassed
are you
yourself,
suppressing the information?
and that's the reason why you're behind that
Okay,
cartoon.
that's fine. Okay, that doesn't hurt me,
Okay.
Lloyd. That's actually funny to me. But
But it's
anyway,
not. It's not
the
supposed
point
to
is,
hurt you. It's not.
the
It's
point is,
supposed to be 100% true.
point
You're
is, it is
behind.
true. I literally put this avatar on because I love it and it looks cool. I think it's amazing, to be
It
honest.
does not look cool.
You will never see another person doing this, Lloyd. You've never
I,
seen this, Lloyd.
because they have better
You've never seen this,
avatars.
Lloyd.
You have better avatars. That's
You've never
why you ain't
seen
gonna
this,
never
bro.
see this, dude.
You've never
Dude,
seen
they
this,
have
bro.
real looking avatars that look like real people.
Yeah, yeah,
So yeah,
yeah.
if I see another person
They
doing
wasn't
it, I'm
doing
gonna
it
tell them
5
the
years
same
ago, were
thing.
they?
This looks silly.
Were they doing it 5 years
It's
ago?
it's cartoonish.
Yeah, it is. It's just supposed to be, Lloyd. It's supposed to
It's
be.
a exactly, and you're a comedian.
I am a comedian. Yes, I hope I make you laugh. Yeah.
Yes,
Come by my channel. Sometimes I actually have some funny shows, bro.
you really proved that
Oh,
today.
and by the way, when I do go live and talk about this whole thing on the channel that I'm on, I will link you. So please join because it'll be all about you, Lloyd.
Look, the whole point was everybody gets to see this. You help me sell books because the simple
Yes,
thing
I
is
hope I do.
all the questions that you just asked today and say it couldn't happen. I'm just going to go right back on my channel and show them step by step
No, you're
how
not.
it
No, you're
is
not.
not true.
No, you're not because you didn't do it yet.
See again. Now you saying
You
what's
didn't
on
do
a
it yet.
channel you never been through.
You didn't do it yet, Lloyd.
Yeah, I have,
That's why people have been asking for schematics for the longest, bro. Because you
and
don't
they
provide.
have schematics.
again, you gave it in the last what month? People were asking for schematics as of 3 weeks ago, Lloyd.
And I never gave out a schematic, right?
You keep changing it.
No, I haven't changed anything.
You
Did
did.
I give
You
out
did.
a schematic or did
The
not?
last one you gave out was pretty bad, but we could talk about it if you want to bring it up. I can tell you
The
exactly what
whole
the
point
problem
is
was.
you said never. You know what the word never is? You keep talking about syntax and all the other kind of stuff. Do you know what the word never means?
Of course, it's not a car,
Okay. So the whole point is I
not a
did
blimp.
give out a schematic. So then if you take something out of what is true, it's called a lie.
I said you gave out a different one. You
You
keep
said I didn't give it
changing it.
out at all.
I
You
said you keep
never did it. You
changing it.
never did it.
You have never given a complete schematic, bro. You keep giving us piecewise. Let me tell you what you never did. You gave out a schematic with a battery and a lamp. You gave out a schematic with a MOSFET, a battery, and a lamp and a battery. You gave out a schematic with NPN devices and voltage regulators, which you didn't know were not MOSFETs. You thought they were MOSFETs. I had to correct you and tell you on your own video that they were not MOSFETs. You didn't even know what a MOSFET looked like, which was weird to me. But you showed so many schematics, but you haven't stood on one. You
So
haven't
that
stood
means
on one.
I did give out schematics. So
You
that's
I said you keep changing it.
oh now I keep changing it. So the
What do
whole
you mean
point
now? I
is
just said that
it
10
went
minutes
from
ago.
never to yeah, you give too many.
You never give out anything that you say is what your final product is. You change it based on the conversation. I don't know why you keep doing that because you're not actually telling the whole story. Then you get mad at me because I don't know the whole story. You're not telling it, bro.
No, I'm just not telling it to you.
What do you mean? What's so special about me? I mean,
You're a
I'm just an
cartoon,
audience.
dude.
I'm just an
You're a
audience.
cartoon. You're not an
Well, hey,
audience.
I got more
You're
behind this
fictional.
avatar than you got behind anything you can put on the
You're
table, bro.
fictional, dude.
I'm
You're
fictional.
not real.
Okay, if I'm not real, then how come I know the syntax and you don't? Where does that come from?
It
It ain't
doesn't
MOSFET.
matter.
It ain't
Even that,
MOSFET.
you still saying you're not real. You're not a
You
real
what you trying to
person.
do is stir me up personally, but it doesn't work because you're
And
screaming to
the
an
whole
avatar.
point is I
You're
get
talking
on
to an
here, I show
avatar,
my
bro.
face. I don't hide from people. I go
Oh,
on
well,
to
that's the
a
reason why I don't sell anything,
my
Lloyd. I'm
show
not up here to do personal
and
gain, bro.
talk to my people, which you claim that you know what I do over there.
Yeah, this is the reason why you don't want
Okay.
you don't want your people to know
But
about me, bro.
yeah, you don't
You
want
don't
people to
that's
know
why you
about you.
suppress
That's
you
why you
suppress
hiding
my
behind an
information.
avatar. Isn't that the whole meaning of an avatar?
No.
So what's the meaning of an avatar?
No, that's not why I have an avatar, sir. You could ask
Oh,
me.
I don't need to. You're
Okay,
here
then
trying to
don't
make
bring it up. You don't
claims.
need to ask. Okay, keep making it up, Lloyd.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I'm doing what you're doing.
You can't be. You
I'm
can't do what I do, bro. You
I'm
can't.
I'm going
You
I'm
are
going
nowhere
to
near on my level, bro.
make
Stop.
my oh my goodness, yeah, yeah,
Stop,
that's a
bro.
good one. I don't want to be on your
Correct.
level.
That
It
is a
is
I hope look,
very
let me look,
it's
mute
too
your mic. I'll say
low.
it again. Mute your mic and I'll
It's too
say it
low.
again. Lloyd Stovall does not have the
Yes,
background to speak the way that he speaks. And
and
when
yet I
somebody
am
comes up
because
here,
it's called
when
freedom
somebody
of
comes
speech.
up here, it's not freedom of
Is
speech.
it?
It's
And guess
speaking
what?
from ignorance, bro. It's not
I'm
freedom of speech.
sorry that you
It's
say
from
these
ignorance.
things. You
So,
can keep
if he's
saying
coming
those
up
things
here,
all you want,
if he's
but
coming
guess
up
what?
here and he's selling a cookbook, but he can't cook,
It
if he's coming up
wouldn't
here
change
selling a device
anything.
that he hasn't made himself, he doesn't have a flying car.
And guess what,
He
everybody?
doesn't
You
have a
know how many
flying
people
car.
put out cookbooks that
Look,
don't
look,
cook?
look, 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 look,
Thousands of
look at him.
people. It's
Look
called
at him.
selling recipes.
Oh,
So
recipes. Oh, you
guess what?
selling
The,
recipes.
so the whole point is that it's a whole bunch of people who make cookbooks who can't cook.
Yo, he said he's
Okay?
selling recipes. Yo,
So
y'all buying a recipe book.
the whole
Yo,
point
y'all buying
is
a
that
cookbook, yo. Yo,
this
y'all buying a
person
cookbook. Y'all
is
buying a cookbook.
mad because I
He's
did
selling cookbooks.
something and because he used to work for the electric company
Why do you keep
and
saying
he's
that,
trying to
bro?
get his job back because they fired him for saying on my on the podcast
I
that I
probably make more
take
money
without
unemployed
him
than you do,
knowing
Lloyd.
it. And then He
Probably.
said it worked on the podcast. Go back and listen to the podcast. He said it worked, but this
All right.
inefficiency.
Let me
So they
reiterate.
fired
Hold on.
him.
Hold on. No,
They
again,
fired
you're making
him,
this up. This is stupid.
and
This is
now he's
stupid,
trying to get his
Lloyd.
job back
Lloyd, this is
by
stupid.
saying
Stupid.
this stuff.
Why are you talking about a job you don't know about? This is dumb, Lloyd. This is really dumb. The point is, what I said was it works, meaning
Ooh.
you can drive in a solar panel with LEDs. You can drive a solar panel with a flashlight, bro. That doesn't mean it's useful power coming out of it. You can
Okay.
drive a solar panel with very low ambient light. That doesn't mean it's providing power out of it. That's my point. You throw LEDs on there thinking you're recharging a battery. No, you're draining 5 watts to send 1 watt to a battery.
Is
That's
that all I'm
goofy.
doing? Is
That's
that all I'm
goofy.
doing? Huh? Is that
That's
all I'm doing?
goofy.
Answer the question. Is
If
that
you're
all I'm
using
doing? Is
if
just
you're
driving
using
it with the solar panel?
if I again, you have never shown your solar panels wired to a MOSFET, wired to an output source load or output load that's getting that energy that you claim 20 watts from them panels. Actually, 40.
Everybody heard him say
40 watts.
that, right?
Said
What
40
do
watts.
what do
Everybody heard him
There
say
it
MPPT
that.
was. There it
controllers
was.
do? What do
There it was.
MPPT controllers do?
There we go.
Because
You asking me?
MPP controllers take low energy sources like solar panels and low light to give you useful, usable energy for a receiving system.
What's your point?
So if his system is behaving like the MPPT and is taking power, let's say, from a 12-volt battery to get systems energized and going, isn't it similar to that principle?
No, because solar panels do not put out power like batteries do. Batteries actually are capable of the higher current and the voltage. Maybe not 17 volts, but you can get mostly 12 volt 100 amp, 12 volt 200 amp. The amps are there with the source of the battery. With the solar panels, they give out majority of the voltage, but the current's low. So you need more
Hmm.
panels to get more voltage, and then that voltage is converted to a current. But when it's converted to a current, you drop voltage in order to raise up your current. No matter what, the power transfer is the same. So you can't get a low voltage and power out with low current. It doesn't work that way. So that controller is taking the power you're providing it. If you put a battery on it, yeah, it can drive a lot harder than solar panels. But that's what Lloyd keeps doing. He keeps wiring up batteries, but he's telling me what the solar panels are doing. That's incorrect, sir. I want to know what the solar panels are doing alone. Forget the battery. You told me that solar panel
Exactly.
is strong enough to drive and charge a battery and run your house. That's what you said. But you're
Sir,
providing
you watched my
five,
video,
but
didn't you?
you're providing 5 watts to the LEDs. Tell me how you run a house on 5 watts of input power, bro.
Sir, you watched my video, didn't you?
Yes, I did, bro. You told me to
No,
when we met.
no, not you. I'm talking to the real person. He watched my video.
What do you mean? His
He
camera's
watched
off,
how
bro.
I
His
use the
camera's off, bro.
battery.
Hold
He
on. His
watched how
camera's
I
off.
loop the
How is he real
battery
when his
back
camera's
into
off?
the panels.
Why don't you tell him to turn his camera on, Lloyd?
I don't need to. He's a real
Okay, then
person.
you don't. Okay, how are you gonna tell me he's a real person? He's just his avatar as me.
I was here
No,
earlier
he's
on.
not.
I just had the crazy mask. That's all.
Oh, again, there you go. He had a mask on, bro. What's the difference?
It's a big difference.
It's not a big difference, bro. What are you talking
It
about?
is.
It's the same thing. He didn't show his face. He showed
It's a
an
big difference.
avatar. He showed not an avatar. He showed a mask. Do you want
The
me to put a
difference
mask on?
is he actually
Do you want
watched
me to put a
my
mask
video.
on?
I believe that he actually watched my video.
I did watch your video, Lloyd. I watched them.
No, which one am I talking about?
Which one do you want to know about?
The one that I use the battery as amps.
The one where you use the battery as amps with the solar panels
Yeah, with the solar panels.
and you show output power
Yeah,
and input
on the
power.
MPPT.
Ah, see, that's where you muddy the waters, sir. I keep trying to tell you when you wire up your batteries as the input to that controller, you change the game. You keep telling people that you're driving everything from these solar panels. Then why don't you just show the solar panels? You need those batteries because that's where the current comes from.
So, okay. So here's the thing. You said you understand what I just said. So without, because I know you didn't watch the video, explain to everybody what I just said.
Explain what you just said
Yeah,
about what?
you said either you don't understand what I said or you're just making this up. So you just said I need the battery. Okay, I need the battery. Where is this battery doing, and what am I doing with it?
I said you need the battery if you want to drive with current because the solar panels can't.
Okay, and how am I doing that?
I mean, how you driving it?
Yeah.
I You hook up those batteries in different configurations depending on the video, Lloyd. You hook them up different. Sometimes you daisy chain them. Sometimes you tie it to where the you actually have power supplies too. Don't forget. You got power supplies too, Lloyd. You don't just have batteries, you have power supplies too. So when you wire those things up, it's different on every video. You keep changing it. But that's why I said I don't need all that junk. I just want to know what those solar panels are doing so we can squash all of this. All of this charging with LEDs. This is goofy. I don't even know why you think this works. The way you think it's working, it's not
Did
working that way.
everybody just hear that? If you
Yes, I
listen
said
to
it
what
every
he
time,
just
bro.
said, it proves everything I've been telling you about this
Hey, Lloyd,
cartoon guy, dude.
are you running your house on solar? Are you running
Y-
your house 100% on solar?
You said 100%.
Oh, so you are paying the electric company.
Yeah, it's called a fee.
Well, why are you using it if you don't need it? You're running your house on solar. What are you doing?
Okay, do you know what a tie grid is?
I do know what a tie grid is, but why do you need it?
Well, answer the question. You said you do know what it is. So how
I
does a
said
tie
yes.
grid work?
I asked you why do you need it?
No. Please answer the question because it's going to answer your answer. Why, if you know what a tie grid is,
Again,
how does it operate?
I have no idea why we're deviating again, bro. God damn it,
Okay, so
Lord.
let me
I
tell
just want
you.
to know
Wait,
if you're
wait, no,
running
no,
your
no,
house
no,
on
no, no, no.
solar. Do you see how
My
you keep
point is,
using
this is
that?
what
No,
you're
you know
trying
what
to
I'm not going to
do.
do. You know what I'm not going to do,
Listen,
Lloyd. You
I'm
know what
going
I'm not
to
going to do,
answer
Lloyd.
the question.
Lloyd, I'm
The
not going to
reason how
entertain this
tie
much
grids
longer.
work is that
Lloyd,
you have to
are
use the
you running
grid
your
in
house
order
off your
for them
solar
to
panels,
work.
bro?
And
Are
that's
you
what he
running your
doesn't
house
want
off
you
your
to
solar
know.
panels?
So
Are you?
everybody knows how a tie grid inverter works. You have
Congratulations.
to be tied to the grid and for it to
Hold on.
even turn on.
Hold
So
on.
there, so
Hold
you
on.
see why he doesn't want
Hold
you to
on.
know
Hold
this.
on, Lloyd. Hold on, Lloyd. Don't tell me that you need the electric company if you're telling me you're running off the grid.
I'm done with that.
Are you running off the grid or not, Lloyd?
See, and everybody can hear exactly what you're
Are
saying.
you running off? You keep promising
That's
people all
just
this free energy,
crazy to
bro.
people, man. That's
You
just
keep
crazy
promising
to
people
people.
free energy, but you using the
Okay.
electric company, bro.
Okay. I'm using the electric company. That's
Thank
your
you.
definition.
Thank
That's
you.
your definition.
Thank you, Lloyd, for being honest once
Okay.
in your life. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Oh
Tell the
my goodness.
people
I'm
that
using the
you're
electric
not
company.
running
Guess
free
what?
energy, Lloyd. Tell them.
Guess what? Guess what?
Tell them you're not running free energy
Everybody
to run
who's
your house, bro.
using tie grid inverters who are on the grid, it makes no sense to them. That's what you're
Again,
saying.
again,
Tell
why are you
everybody it
paying
doesn't
an
make any
electric
sense to
company
even use
when
this
you don't have
device.
to, Lloyd? You're lying to the people.
Okay, but guess what? I don't have to lie if you can actually show. I show on my videos that I use the tie grid. I tell people that I use the tie
You're
grid.
using the
I
electric
tell
company.
people that it comes from the electrical company.
Thank
And
you.
to tell and but guess what? The amount
Thank
of
you.
energy that comes in is more energy going out of my house than is actually coming into my house.
How's that possible,
That's
Lloyd?
because you don't understand tie grid
Okay,
inverters.
so Mr. What's his name? I'm sorry, I forgot your name, bro. Anuki. I'm sorry,
Anuki.
bro. Anuki. Do you believe what he's saying? He's getting more power out than power in.
Look, I used to build solar systems all over East Africa that were fully off grid. And when we built them in Nigeria, we were pushing power into the grid to the local power grid because we had more in there than we needed. Eventually, what we did is we took out all the heavy equipment, having bought a lot of the linear, they call them linear inverters, to like air conditioners, fridges, like a lot of the Panasonic and Samsung equipment. And we lowered the energy consumption so much, we were pushing more out and we're tripping our breakers. So we simply took the grid off completely and we have much smaller diesel generators only as backup. Now, in the US, where it's very different, it's more energy efficient or cost efficient to have a grid tie system and just dump. Because if you have too much power, the grounding effect of the excess power coming from the DC systems will melt the grounding circuits that we have available to us. So, back to your issue about the crystals, it depends how you have your system built and configured. Yes, we have that. I have a grid tie system. It's a EcoFlow, and I've got it on a timer. It's a wireless. The EcoFlow itself is a Wi-Fi enabled power bank, and I have it plugged into a smart plug, so that in the like from 10 p.m. where I live, I have it switch on to charge up my battery bank. During the day, if I'm running my PCs and my rigs, I let it run, and if it starts to drop below 50%, then I let it automatically switch on with the IFTT. So yes, I do use a grid tie system, but it's
So
to
Yeah.
minimize my cost of pulling power into my apartment
so did you ever have a situation when you had more power out than coming in?
during the day.
More power out
I have a panel
from the
sitting
solar
on my
panels, right?
balcony. Sorry, say that again.
Yeah, yeah. I more power out than you got coming in.
Yeah, during the daytime when the sun's out on my balcony.
So
Explain that.
So, for example, the panels I have 600 watts on my balcony. My computer systems, depending on the workloads they're doing, they drop, especially if I'm not around. So it's not pulling the power off the EcoFlow, which is its main power source, and it charges up and it stops. And so if it stops, it's because it's full or the system isn't pulling enough, and it's trying to push power out. So I
Oh,
have it
so you're coming from the
automatically switch
battery. From the battery.
for my battery. Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's where the muddy water comes in. Because again, that's stored energy. So that's not saying the same thing as power out, power in. That's when you introduce the battery, that changes the game. And this is what I told Lloyd.
So
When
with
you talk about those solar panels,
the grid, and the solar panels are trickle charging the battery bank. So
yeah,
it's able to prioritize the solar system. And once that battery is full, it doesn't want to keep taking power in.
understood.
And so it's got pass through, but it also then tries to push power back out.
Again, this man is saying he runs his house at night with LEDs going to his solar panels. Now, is this possible without batteries?
The power would be coming from the batteries.
Again, this is
how,
exactly what I
how
was
about
trying to tell Lloyd. I
how
told
about
him
you
this.
let me
Hold
how
on. He
about
just
let
said,
me
hold on, because we having a
explain
real good
my own
conversation. Hold
system
on, because no, wait,
before
wait,
you
wait,
keep
wait,
saying
Lloyd,
that?
Lloyd,
Huh?
we're having a good conversation.
This is simple.
We're
Wait a
having a
minute. This is
respectful
simple.
conversation. Hold
Wait a
on.
minute. Wait
Hold
a
on.
minute. It's a
I'm gonna give
simple
you the mic.
question.
I'm gonna give you the mic. I'm gonna give you the mic.
Okay, you
Hold
can
on.
give me the mic.
I'm gonna give you the
I
mic.
don't
Hold
think
on.
you will though.
The point is, I kept telling Lloyd, you are not running your house off those solar panels getting light from LEDs to run the house alone. You have to have a battery of some sort, power supply, whatever else. Something else is feeding that grid. It is not just your solar panels charging your house or running your house. He wants to say it's his solar panels running the house. I say, hell no. Them batteries are running that house. And if I'm lying, or the grid, because we know he's paying for electric, I'm saying his solar panels are actually draining his system. But go ahead. You can go ahead, Lloyd. Jump in when you want.
Okay. So everybody can hear. Let me explain the system and how it runs. And then the person who actually has built system can explain if it's right or wrong.
I'm glad
So
he's here.
here it goes. One, those solar panels are hooked directly to my tie grids, which we have pictures on there. If you go to the podcast, you'll see it. The solar panels are hooked to the actual tie grid inverters. You have to plug the tie grid inverter into the wall, okay? Because if you don't, the tie grid won't come on because they were complaining about energy being pumped out into the grid when the grid goes down and people were getting electrocuted. So they changed the system to only work if the grid is on. That's the reason why the grid is still on in my house. So when you plug it in, okay, my house used 3 kilowatts per month. Okay. My system works on three 1,000 watt systems and 2,002 of the 2,000 watts. That means that at maximum, which I don't run at maximum, I'm putting 7,000 watts of power into my house daily. Okay. So while that's doing that, does it does you get battery power? Of course it's get battery power. That's the whole point. It's on an inverter. Okay. The inverter, I can plug my LED lights into that inverter, which takes 5 watts of energy off a battery that's 12 volts, 100 and being constantly topped off from the charge controller that operates that. Everything else runs off the tie grids. That means the energy in my whole house is running off the tie grid. The only money I get charged from my energy company are hook up fees. That's it. No other fees. So while everybody else is paying hundreds of dollars, I either pay $100 when they do that price hike, or I pay something around 80 something dollars every month because they're gonna charge you a fee for being hooked up. And anybody who wants to know this, all they have to do is go to my YouTube channels and you'll start to see that's exactly how my system has been running. It's sitting up on my wall and I explain and do all kind of tests that I do is and they know that I use those tie grids to run my house that like I say once a month I only need 3,000 kilowatts every month, but 7,000 kilowatts or a little bit less than that is being pumped back into the grid of my house. So that's how the system works. And you can see that system. So if he wants to say the system don't work, then guess
No
what?
one said the system doesn't work, that
Oh,
system. I am
okay.
specifically talking about your LED to solar. That's I don't know why you went through all of that and didn't even speak of your LED to solar.
I just did. You just didn't hear it. I said my LEDs was plugged into my inverter. It's a 2,000 watt inverter.
That's coming off the grid. Okay.
No, it's not. It's plugged into the batteries.
Okay, plugged into the battery. Okay. Either way.
And the energy that the actual charge controller is coming from the actual tie grids.
What does that got to do with the LED panels? I
So that's
why do
not
you keep
coming from the
skipping?
grid. I didn't. I just told you again
So
it was plugged
again,
into the inverter.
why Anuki, right? Anuki, you still there?
Yeah.
So if I'm pulling 5 volts, 1 amp to drive LEDs to drive solar panels to put back into the grid, what is that doing? Do you have any idea what that like? How is that a benefit? Because I'm missing it.
Okay. So grid tie systems, as he explained, they have a problem with islanding, where if the grid goes down, then it means that you're feeding live power to the other houses around you. That is a problem, as you said. You will electrocute people who think that there's no power or they have things running that you know go live, because now you have live neutral Earth, and that power is going to be flowing back out through those and short circuiting and damaging equipment. So you have to cut it off. You can get newer smart systems that will completely island themselves away from the grid when it detects that the grid itself has gone down. But the the basics of these grid tie systems is that they have to detect, because of electrical company stipulations, they have to detect and disconnect. But also, so they have to do two things. They have to know when the grid is active, and they have to know when your home is still needing power, and separate them. So they have like a failover. And that failover is what allows it to separate from the grid and allow your home to run. But the way they've now forced companies making them to build them, it has to have power from the grid to activate and allow you to be able to receive, but then also discharge. Now, if it's running already from the grid being switched on or the power company being on first and it goes off, it will stay on.
So respectfully, brother, I was not talking about the grid. I was not talking about external to the house, neighbors getting burned by electricity. I'm not even speaking on that. I'm asking specific questions about his setup that he keeps claiming he gets free energy from.
Okay.
He
So
claims
in his
that
house,
he's plugging up a
mhm,
5-volt, 1 amp charger to an inverter. Okay, that's driving your LEDs, right?
so in
He's
his house,
wrapping those
let's
LEDs.
take the grid out of it. In
Yes,
his
I'm not
house,
worried about the grid. I'm not
okay.
worried about the grid. I'm worried
So
about
in
just
his
what
house,
exactly is he doing with the conversion from his inverter to his LED lights to the solar panel back into the grid that the inverter's tied to.
he's taking the stored power that he has and powering the LEDs into configurations he showed in his video
Hmm.
to maximize as much power as he can get out of the panels in there, and using that through the inverter he has on his house side to feed back into his grid tie system.
Okay, now we agree. We agree right there. I need you to tell me if he's pulling 5 watts, 5 volts, 1 amp, because he keeps saying it, to those LEDs. How much is he actually going to feed those solar panels on a good day?
I honestly don't know, because I don't I haven't been out to
You
where he
have
lives.
to know, brother.
Now, go ahead.
You have to know
How do I
See,
have to know?
because there is no added energy coming out of that 5 watts going into the LEDs. The most you're going to get out of those LEDs is 90% of what you put into them. That's the max you're going to get. You don't get more watts out, right? Do we agree there? They're about 90% efficient, depending on the light, but on average, they're about 90% efficient. So whatever you put in them, getting about 90% out in light output. If he collects all of that light from the LEDs, that's what he's feeding his solar panels.
Along with trapping
90%
the light
of
and
5
reflecting it back
watts.
into itself.
Correct. So he might be losing more. I'm getting the benefit of the doubt. He's
Mhm.
collecting every bit of light coming off those LEDs. No reflection, nothing. He's getting 100%. Let's just assume that. That's just to make the math easy. So if he's putting 5 watts in those LEDs, he's getting 90% of that LED light out as light output. That's about 4.5 watts. He's putting 4.5 watts of light energy or light into the solar panels. How much is he getting out of those solar panels? Which is what is the efficiency of solar panels roughly?
Oof, like
20,
it's
25 ish.
yeah, I've seen them as high as 34.
Okay, as high as 30. We'll give him 34. Give him 35. It doesn't matter. Give him 35%. So that's 35% of 4.5. That's about a third. 33%. So that's like 1.5 watts
Hmm.
he's getting out of those solar panels. Are you following me?
And then the voltage multipliers.
Wait. He's putting that back into the system to get multiplied, ramped up. All of that's going to take energy to do. You don't just get that for free. You got to put energy in those circuits in order to make it do what it do. So whatever you're putting in those circuits, you're not getting all of that out. So you're losing whatever you're putting in those circuits. That's why I don't even want to include them. It's going to make it look worse. My point is, he's putting in 5 watts to solar panels that he's getting 1.5 out. How is this helping? He's taking 5 and cashing in 1.5. Is that not a drain on the system?
Hmm.
And how much does 5 watts run identity?
I don't know. Christmas lights?
Christmas lights? A toaster, maybe? Okay.
Maybe. Hey, I don't even know if it runs a toaster. This is what I'm saying. I don't see the point in what he's doing with the solar panels. Why don't you just not take the 5 watts out? That means you're up 3.5 watts because you didn't burn it in the wasteful LED solar panel sandwich thing he has. It's a waste. It's a drain. That's all I've been
And
saying for
and
3 months.
yes, you've been saying that, but
So
yet I've
am
been
I
running
saying
my
something wrong,
system
Mr.
for
Anuki?
8
Mr.
years,
Anuki, am I saying something wrong here, Anuki?
unintended, unintended, and it's been published to the whole world
That's because you have
statistically.
batteries, Lloyd. That's because you
So
have batteries.
so then they're the most longest lasting batteries ever
Yeah,
invented.
maybe you're not draining it heavy, but you're draining it.
But it doesn't matter
It
because the whole
does.
point is getting it
So
has to
tell the
that means
people.
they have to be
So
full.
tell the people this
So
is not free energy. Tell them.
get guess what?
Tell them.
Guess what? Guess what? You keep saying free energy.
Oh boy, this is the reason why we were here, Lloyd. I thought. Wait, what is the title of this damn show? Can somebody tell me? Is
Yeah, what's
free
the
energy
title of the
real?
show?
Is free energy real? You've been telling Chris, who is the host. Thank you for letting Stargate up. This is one of my
Chris,
actual
did you fall
Hey,
asleep?
partners.
identity. Thank you so much for letting me up. Thank you,
Yeah,
identity.
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Chris,
Lloyd.
did
Go
you
ahead, Lloyd.
did you put free energy on there and tell them what the free energy meant? Because I'm pretty sure that when we first talked on the first thing, I said free energy definition is energy you don't pay for. That's my definition of free
But
energy.
you do pay for it, Lloyd.
Okay, I pay for the hookup.
Okay, you pay for whatever. I mean, I
You
don't care
you
what you
pay.
call
That
it.
means you pay. Wait a minute. You pay for more than I pay for.
How do you
That
know
means
that,
the
Lloyd?
system because I know you pay more.
How
You're
do
in
you
the
know that,
United
Lloyd?
States because you live in the United States under
That's a
Trump.
that's a rabbit hole, bro. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, that's a rabbit hole.
Yeah. Because next you're gonna start talking about Trump. We ain't talking politics, bro. Move on.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we don't have to talk about politics. All you got to do is understand that the war he started and understand we know
Oh
the
my God.
prices went up.
Star, did you have anything? Because I don't know if Lloyd ready to talk right now.
I just want to know the fact. Okay, so if his grid, oh now when you say tide grid, or is it TIDE or because I'm trying to catch up on the lingo here so I can, do my Googles while y'all talking so I can.
Yeah, no, you can actually put that in there just like that, and it'll bring it up.
Okay.
So for the record, Anuki, I actually was just mentioning that's all that system is putting a drain. It's not adding, it's subtracting because you're pulling 5 watts to drive it. So you're going to take that 1.5 watts and convert it to a higher current. That's going to cost you energy again, and you're only going to get probably 50-60% of that conversion. So you're losing again if you start adding conversions. The moment you start transferring energy from one form to another, you lose every single
But
time
why does it matter? Why does
because
it
you
matter?
keep telling people that this is a
Wait a
benefit.
minute. Okay, so here, answer a simple
It's
question.
actually a
If I
drain.
only need to take 3,000 kilowatts per month off that system, but I'm putting 7,000 kilowatts coming from the machine back into the system, why does it matter?
It matters because you're telling people that your system has a purpose. I'm telling you it's useless.
Okay, but I'm running my house on it.
On batteries, Lloyd, not on those solar panels.
Dude, it's one battery.
Yo,
You just said I ran my whole house
disconnect
on
the.
one battery.
I didn't say you run the. I said on batteries. You use batteries to run your house at night, low and
Okay,
keep
so I
steady.
Car
use a
battery?
battery in the system.
What type
I
of
said
battery?
your contraption is
It's
useless,
12 volt.
Lloyd.
It's 12 volts. 100. It's 100 amps, and the energy to charge that battery, which uses a charge controller, it actually keeps the batteries topped off. Okay, but I have more energy coming from my tie grids. So the tie grids is three 1,000 watt tie grids and two 2,000 watt tie grids. They're a bluish green kind of color. I just call them blue. And if you went to Lloyd Stovall and went to my channel, which is my name, Lloyd Stovall, go on YouTube, you'll see them.
Hey,
So
hey,
I'm not
and
hiding them.
Anuki,
So you'll
again,
see
I
it running.
apologize if I'm saying your name wrong, bro. But if you understand what I'm saying, I am not talking about all that extra stuff. I am
Yes, you're
specifically
not.
talking about his circuit that he was touting as a free energy source, and now he's shifting the radio frequency. I'm not buying this bullshit, Lloyd. You shifted your argument
Radio
2 weeks ago
radio
to
frequency. Where'd that
radio
come from?
frequency because you want to talk about
Where'd that
Maxwell,
come
and I
from?
really don't want to go there. But the point is, you were pushing these solar panels as driving your house at night. Now, I want you
Yes.
to tell the people that the batteries are driving your house, not those solar panels.
Mm.
Uh
God damn it,
okay,
Lloyd,
wait,
just
wait, wait,
say
wait,
it.
whoa.
And
Wait a
how
minute. Let
big
me
is
understand.
Lloyd's house? How big is this? How many bedrooms?
It's a HUD home, so
Does he have a hallway identity?
I don't know if he has a
what
hallway.
what's at what's asked the question. He just
Right.
asked me the battery is running the solar panel. That's right. Is that the question? Let me make sure I get the question right. You just said that the battery is running the solar panels.
No, I didn't. What the hell?
So what was your
Lloyd,
question?
Lloyd,
Answer the
Lloyd.
wait a minute. What was your
I said,
question?
I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you. This goes back to the initial conversation we had the first day we met. You came to a panel that I was on and told us that you run your house off the solar panels with LED lights. That's what you told us, Lloyd.
Okay.
I'm telling you to tell the people that also included batteries that had stored energy from the day's sun.
Okay. So here's the answer. The LEDs are plugged into the inverter, which has a USB. The inverter is connected to the battery. So the LEDs are running the solar. Now you can change that scenario however you want to.
That's exactly
So if
what
you
I
see,
said, and this is why I
okay,
said
so the
Anuki's the
whole point
expert.
is
Anuki's the expert on solar panels, bro. He's the
okay,
expert on solar panels. So I asked him, this is why I asked him if I'm providing 1.5 watts from solar panels, but I put 5 watts in to generate it. How does this help my system?
and this is where you try to twist the truth.
So
Where's
in
the
Okay,
his scenario, he's slowing down the degradation of the battery through the night.
so
he's
he
what?
Yes, there's going to be energy loss, but he's slowing down that energy loss in the
he
energy state of
he
the
did
battery.
So
he
is he
he
running
left
his
out some
house on the solar panel LED
he
sandwich? Is he running his
he
house on it?
He's running it on both
he
the solar and the battery.
he's he's
Again,
he's
again.
he's u-
That's better than an answer that Lloyd gave. Because Lloyd
okay.
gave, I'm running my house on solar panels being driven by an LED sandwich. That's what he told us.
The critical point in which he is leaving out deliberately because he said he
What,
watched the videos. So I
okay,
want to show you the critical
go ahead.
point that he left
Go
out.
ahead. Just get to it, bro.
One, one is more than just one solar panel.
Okay, I'll
It's
give you
way
50.
more.
Okay, so what?
It's way more. So here's the question to ask: how much energy does it take to run a 1,000 watt tie grid inverter, which I
See, he's
showed?
muddying the waters again.
Okay, so here's the thing. If I put DC voltage, which that's what you need to put through a tie grid, and then it makes the 1,000, all you need is 2 amps and 36 volts to run the tie grid.
Oh
Is
my!
that your experience in when you ran your tie grids, or did you need more?
No, that's about what I needed.
Okay, so
You're not
guess
getting
what?
2 amps, Lloyd.
If you if you look at how many actual panels is sitting on the table at night, which is in the podcast, and you count the panels, you'll see that I got that much energy because I could have put more to it. But the whole point is I got that much to go into the tie grids to run the tie grids, and then it plugs in, and then the rest of it he said he doesn't have a problem with because that's just the regular system. So again, that's why I keep saying that those LED lights he keep trying to say is running from a battery. I've never denied that.
How are you charging from the solar panels if the energy that's driving it is coming from an inverter that you're pulling energy from the system? You're pulling energy from the system to drive that thing. So you're putting less in than you're pulling out. Why is this so
No,
hard to really track? This
no,
is
no,
what
no,
you're
no,
doing.
no.
No, wait a
You
minute. Don't tell
saying
me
that?
no. Are you in agreement with that, Anuki? Is this not a negative input when you're pulling more than you're putting out on the system? Or you're putting it, yeah, you're pulling out more than you're putting in. Is that a negative on your overall system?
I would like to say, Identity, that 5 watts can only run a small Christmas tree. It cannot be a medium or a large one.
I don't think Lloyd has Christmas over there right now because if he does, he's going to shut his house down.
It is Easter. So, Lloyd, do you have an Easter tree?
No. You know what I have? I
What?
have a system that
Hmm.
actually works and been working for 8 years.
Okay, now how many
Thank God
bedrooms?
for batteries.
How many bedrooms do you have, Lloyd?
Oh Jesus!
What does bedrooms have to do with my
Because
system?
I'm trying to get a understanding of if
But
you've been running off of solar panels and batteries for 8 years. Do you have a blender in your house? Do you have a refrigerator? Do you have TVs, computers?
okay. I think what you missed is that my whole entire house
Uh-huh.
only uses 3 kilowatts per month. That's
Oh,
what you missed. So
okay.
that gives you a number. But I'm putting in 7,000 every hour from the system.
Yeah, see, this is why Nuki, this is why I said he's muddy in the waters. This once you start talking about what the battery's doing and
And that's the
all of
reason
that
why
just
he doesn't want you to
he's
know how
not
the system.
no, that's not why, Lloyd. I'm telling it because you came to me and told me you run your house on solar panels at
So
night with LED
how
light.
about just telling
So
her
I
to
just
go
want
see
you
the
to tell the
video?
people, I just
Wait a
want you to
minute.
tell the
Won't you
people that
tell her to go look at the
that's not
system?
true.
But for you telling people what you think it is, and you haven't even seen it yourself.
Okay, again, Anuki, you're the expert on these solar panels, bro. I'm just asking you. I'm just asking you if I'm pulling 5 watts and I'm putting 1.5 back, am I
He just
helping?
did it again.
Am
He
I
just
helping?
said 5 watts.
5 watts. Yeah,
He,
that's what it is. Five
but
times
the whole
1
point
amp.
is,
5 volts
Small
times
Christmas
1 amp
tree.
is 5 watts, Lloyd. I can do the math in my head rather easy.
yes, you can do the math all you want, but you're still not talking about the system. You're just saying your
I am.
number.
I'm trying to
Yes,
add
you
to
are.
it.
Sir, you said 5 watts, 1 amp to the LEDs, right?
We know what the LEDs do.
All
You're not
right
still not
then.
talking about the
Is that
system.
5 watts? Is that 5 watts?
Is it more than one? Is it more than one?
5 watts? Yeah, of course.
No, no, but you keep ignoring that. You keep saying that it's like one solar panel running the whole house. That's
Okay,
what you're
fine.
putting out to
Every time
everybody, and
every
that's
time
what
you
she's
run
laughing
LEDs,
at
you
because
use
she
five
thinks it's
watts.
only one solar panel.
If you use 10 of them, it's still a drain.
What's
The
your
whole point, the whole point was, is that if it's 10 of them and they are coming from the inverter that's 2000 watts, can that 2000 watt inverter run those 10
That's not
LED
the
lights?
question, Lloyd.
Yeah, of course it's not. Because you
That,
still need
again,
them to
this
believe
this is
that
why it
the
doesn't help you.
system is just
This is
running
why it
on
doesn't help
one
you,
solar
Lloyd.
panel.
Lloyd, this is why it doesn't help you because that inverter is part of the system. I said you're pulling 5 watts out of the system. That includes inverters, that includes controllers, that includes batteries, everything you have that's a source. I'm including all of that as a system. You're pulling 5 watts out of that system and you're putting 1.5 watts back. What are you doing?
right?
Okay. Now he didn't explain exactly how the solar panels were made. So I'm going to explain it to
What
you.
the f
Because
does that
this,
have to
like
do
I
with?
said, you here's the thing. I just want you to understand one little thing, how he's twisting words to meet his scenario. Okay? He just kept saying 5 watts. You're only getting 5 watts. So tell me this. If I'm getting 5 watts from one solar panel, that's what he's saying I'm getting. Okay.
No, you're
Now,
providing 5
what
watts to a solar panel. I mean, you're providing
okay,
one.
so what I did is take two solar panels,
Mhm.
the LEDs go around a substrate, okay? And put them in between those two solar panels, which makes one unit of power, which gives you 34 volts of power, enough to run the tie grid, okay? So the whole point was he keeps saying that it's only putting out 5 watts. The solar
No,
panel is putting
no,
out 17 volts, and the tie grid,
it's
the
putting
tie
out 1
grid.
watt, Lloyd.
Okay, you can say whatever you want because again, you're only counting one solar panel.
I don't care how many you count up. You're pulling out more than you're putting in. So go ahead.
Okay, but the whole point is I got two solar panels for the one for 5 watts going in.
You are never going to get more power out than what you put in, Lloyd.
Okay, so if this is true,
What do
this
you
is
mean if
true.
this is true? This is
No, no, wait, wait,
thermodynamics,
wait.
bro.
See, can I ask? Let me finish because I always let you
Hold on.
finish.
Hold on. Real quick, real quick, real quick. But it is
No,
definitely
I
an
wanted you to
understood
answer.
physics
Wait a minute. I
so much
wanted you
so,
to answer a
so
question,
much
and then
so.
as soon as you
Okay,
get
okay,
ready to
go
go
ahead, Lloyd.
full
Go ahead, Lloyd.
blown.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. Piss on the mic, Lloyd.
Okay.
Go ahead. Do your thing, bro.
So this is what I want. I want you to do, and please get a pencil and paper and write
Why?
it down. Oh, wait. You said you wanted to do the math. I
I
want
can
you
do
to
it in my
see the
head,
math.
Lloyd.
You can do it in your math. Okay.
I can
So
do it in my head, Lloyd.
LED lights runs on 5 watts, right? And we're
Yes,
going to isolate that and put that into a phone charger, which we know is only 5 watts, 1 amp. Correct?
yes.
Correct. Okay. So we isolate it. That LED light is 16 feet. Okay. When you take the solar panel, small little solar panel, and you put one of those solar panels to get a measurement next to the LED lights that's on that runs 16 feet, it gives you 2 volts. Okay. The little solar panel is about 1 inch. Now, I want you to line those solar panels up one after another down the 16 feet and tell me for one side, because we haven't even done the other side, for one side, if I'm getting 2 volts going all the way from 16 feet, how much power am I getting out when all those are hooked in series? In
4.5 watts.
voltage. Huh?
You're getting 4.5 watts out that LED. I don't care how many solar panels you got. You can have 2 million. You're only getting 4.5 watts out of those LEDs. Next.
And there it is right there.
Okay, so just to solidify what I just said, this is a great time to actually transition to a little clip I have. This is just an audio clip, but I
It
want you to
doesn't
listen
matter,
close.
dude. You just
Hold
made
on, hold on,
yourself
hold on,
look
hold on, hold on, hold
ridiculous.
on. I'm gonna make myself look dumb right now. Hold on.
Yes,
This is
you
a
are.
clip.
You just did.
This is a clip of someone who understands thermodynamics, right?
I don't
Now, the
care about
context. Yo, will
thermodynamics.
you
I
shut
care about
the
the
hell up,
truth.
bro?
I care about the
Okay,
truth.
I'm
I
giving the
asked you
truth.
a question
I'm
and you
giving the
didn't
truth.
even
So
answer.
here we
You
go.
didn't even
I
answer
did.
the question.
Star, did I not say 4.5 watts coming out of those LEDs
You
no matter
know
how many
that's
solar
not
panels
true.
he has?
Four four
It
point
doesn't true. That's not
five
true.
watts, and
Coming
there's
out of those LEDs, no matter how many solar panels he has, the most he's gonna get is 4.5 watts.
okay,
Okay. Now wait,
So
and
I
here's
did
the
answer.
question. Because
Wait. So I did answer.
let me answer her question.
So I
So
did
here's
answer.
the
No,
thing.
no, no, no,
I
no. Did I
want
answer
you to
it?
remember what
Did I
he
answer it,
said.
bro?
I
Did
want
I
you to
answer it?
remember what he said,
Why would you
and then
tell
I
people I
want you to
didn't
go
answer it,
back
bro?
and do the math. If you take little solar panels and you can actually get 2 volts off each one of those solar panels, he said it doesn't matter how long, how many you have,
Nope.
you're never going to get more power out than in. So this is what he said. He could do the math in the thing because he never gave you the number.
I said
Okay.
4.5 watts, regardless of how many
No,
solar.
I didn't say watts. I said how many volts do you get out?
I don't give a shit about votes. They mean nothing
Oh,
without an answer.
whoa. But see, if you don't answer that question,
Wait a
then
minute.
that's what.
Wait a minute.
Wait,
Because
can I
it
finish
doesn't.
it?
No,
If
no,
you
no. You're
don't
not
answer
gonna
that
finish. You're not gonna finish,
question,
Lloyd. Lloyd, you're done. Lloyd, you're
it
done.
leaves it
Lloyd,
wide
you're done.
open.
Lloyd, you're
Look,
done. You're
look.
done, Lloyd.
If you don't
Lloyd.
answer
Lloyd,
that question,
Lloyd, let
then
me
it
explain
leaves it
something to
wide
you.
open
Let me
because you don't
explain
know what
something
I
to
was
you.
going to say
And
after
for
that.
those who don't know,
Guess
voltage
what?
does not get
Guess
transferred.
what?
Power gets transferred, which is
Guess
why
what?
I stay
I
in
just
watts.
wrote a book
He
called
doesn't
The
want to
Paradox.
stay. Oh my God, you're talking about this bullshit ass book. Stop.
I just wrote a book called The
No,
Paradox.
ChatGPT, bro.
It's
Stop,
one
bro.
math that competes with another math. So
Anyway,
when I challenged him about the math, you see how he did not want to answer the question. So now you can do this
now
yourself.
you want to
You can
play
go
dirty.
answer the
Hold on.
question yourself. And then all of a sudden, when you answer the question, you're going to say something's wrong here because it is a paradox. Because one science is not over the other science. So what I did was called surface area. So all I asked you, if the LED lights is making each one of those solar panels put out 2 volts and it stretches for 16 feet and you give me the voltage out, is all I asked him. Because here's the thing, and this is a system that someone bought. They engineers looked at it and they bought it from me. Okay.
I guarantee.
So when you get through doing the math on those 2 little volts, and then you do the other sides, you end up with 108 volts. You hear me say volts.
What's the current, Lloyd?
And then we step it down
No, no,
to
no, no,
get
no, no,
the
no, no, no,
amps.
no, no. What's the current? What's the
Oh,
current, Lloyd? What's
mic
the current?
drop.
No, no, there's no mic drop. What's the current, Lloyd? What's the current, Lloyd? You notice he didn't want to mention the current.
Oh, we
He didn't
step
want to
it
mention the current,
down
right?
to get the
Right?
amps.
Right? He doesn't want to mention the amps.
Mic drop.
Okay, calculate the amps, Lloyd. What's the amps? Tell me the amps. Tell me
See,
the
this
amps,
is
Lloyd.
where he doesn't want to talk. This is the
All
reason
right.
why he doesn't want you to know.
So
So when
look,
you do the
check this out.
math,
A
when you
star.
do the
Star
math
and
and you
Anuki, are you
see
still
that
there?
I'm right, surface
Anuki, are you
area
still there?
compared to what he's saying, and then when you say, okay, what
Anuki, are you
happened when
still
I
there?
step this
I'm
voltage
here.
down?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
No, I was
108
asking if Anuki is still
volts.
there.
Step down. Put it through a charge
Oh, I
controller.
Anuki,
We'll say, Nuki, can you step down 108 volts in a charge controller?
Anuki, are you there?
Oh, I'm here. I'm
Can you?
listening
Okay,
to this
okay.
about the panels, and here's the thing: if you take any solar panel system and you lay the panels out in series and hook them up, you're gonna add up voltage.
What's the
You
current?
are. You're gonna add up voltage. This is how we build the
That's
what we
not the
call.
question. The question is what's the current?
My
It
issue
doesn't
is you're not
matter what.
understanding the principles of solar panel systems. This is a DC system. When you add panels in series and you increase the surface area, you're increasing the amount of voltage available to you.
Voltage. Oh my God, this is really annoying. You guys don't know about power?
I build them, so I should know. And this is
Okay,
kind of
so tell
silly.
me what the current is.
Could you answer the question about putting the panels in the configuration he
He
asked
can
about?
have he can have 200 volts. I don't give a shit unless you tell me the voltage.
Then
I
you
mean
don't
the
care
amperage.
about the physics. How can you be an educator?
Again, first off,
Thank you.
I'm asking what the amperage is
You are not an
because
educator.
slow your roll, brother, because you're gonna get embarrassed too if you keep
I
going.
am not
Slow
embarrassed
your
at
roll.
all. I'm
Slow your
embarrassed for
roll.
you.
First thing is, you don't even know power is the rating on them fucking panels you sell, brother. You don't even realize they're
Mm.
sold by the wattage, bro, not by the volts. The wattage. That's in the damn part number. So what are you
All I
talking
gotta
about?
tell you,
You
anybody
should
who
read
does
the
the number
specs.
Yeah, yo,
Because
you think I haven't
is
read the
going
specs,
to
when we
bro?
tie
is
all
going to
these panels
understand why I
together,
wrote the books.
we
Hold on,
increase
hold
the
on, hold
voltage.
on. This is how you embarrass people, bro. Give me any solar panel you can name right now. I guarantee you the wattage is in the part number.
And
Not the volts,
what happens when you
not
put
the
them
amps,
side by side?
not the volts, not the amps. The wattage.
The wattage. Okay.
So the wattage is the maximum possible at full
Yes.
power for
Yes.
irradiation per
Yes.
square meter.
Yes.
Mhm.
But an
So if you put
MPT, a MPPT
why
doesn't
are you
need
teaching,
that.
Lloyd? You need to shut the hell up, bro. You all way
Okay,
behind the
it can
class, bro.
step down the voltage. If you got enough voltage going into those
Bro,
systems,
bro.
it can step the voltage down
So
and
let
make
me let this brother
amps.
know. Let me let this brother know because he may not know. He may not know. I'm a circuit designer by trade, bro. I probably can explain this shit to you back and forth. I don't
Oh
flex like
my
this
goodness.
unless people come up here talking this mess and selling bullshit books like they know something and they just sitting on the couch in they drawers messing with MOSFETs. I don't do this bullshit for fun, bro. I do this because
Yes, you
I don't
do.
like people selling bullshit for nothing that they're selling. He's selling a book written by ChatGPT and he doesn't know a goddamn thing about circuit design.
This is so
Nothing.
good.
So when I tell
This
you
is so
you
good.
can have that LED strip wrapped around 1,000 solar panels, the most energy, and I said energy, not volts, energy, watts, power coming out of those solar panels is 4.5 watts coming from the 5-watt input to the LEDs. I don't give a damn how many solar panels you got. If you got a problem with that information, I'm questioning your background, brother. How do you not know this? There's no more energy because he's at 100 volts. You could be at 100 volts for 0.00005 amps.
Do do
Still
the
means
system.
4.5
This is
watts.
the reason why we have people to actually do the experiment.
Fuck the
Okay.
experiment, bro. I build
So
MOSFETs.
the
What the
whole
hell are
point
you
is
talking
that's
about, bro?
exactly that's the
I don't
whole
give a
point
shit
is
about your
why
experiment when I build the shit
we're
you
on
using.
Show me your
WhatsApp.
refrigerator, son. Show me your refrigerator, son.
We're actually on WhatsApp and we're doing the experiments.
Yo,
So
I
the
ain't
whole
talking
point
about experiments, bro. I'm
is that
telling you.
we're
I am
working
telling you.
with
And maybe
real stuff.
Anuki doesn't know
He's
this.
working with things, and
Anuki
you know
doesn't
what
know this.
Nikolai Tesla.
I am not
You
in
know
this
what
bullshit fake
Nikolai Tesla
exploited.
told
I
Einstein.
told him. I
Einstein, because
used
they
this.
said Einstein was a genius. You know what Nikola Tesla said? He hasn't built
Talking about Nikola
anything.
Tesla.
He's just a mathematical, theoretical things. He hasn't built one
You have
system.
no idea the impact he's had on astrophysics alone, brother. What the hell are you talking about, Lloyd?
He hasn't built not one actual real systems.
You know why? He's not an inventor, Lloyd. He was an actual mathematician,
He
bro.
was a theorist.
Yes.
He was a theorist.
Yes.
Nikola Tesla was an engineer
Oh,
who
oh,
built
oh, oh, oh.
systems.
A star. A
Yeah.
star. Can you be an engineer without a degree?
No.
Oh, because
So
Tesla didn't have one.
When the first
yeah, he
degree was
did.
handed out, what
Tesla didn't have one.
qualifications did the person handing it out have?
Tesla
Experience.
didn't have
That's
a
all it
degree. He
came
didn't
down
finish
to.
school, bro.
It
He
takes
didn't finish
experience to
school,
build
bro.
things, not degrees and pieces of paper.
Slow your
You
roll.
need to
Slow
go
your
out
roll.
and build them.
But Nikola
Slow your roll.
Tesla
Slow
argue
your
with
roll.
his
The point
professors
is,
in
Tesla
college. He
Tesla
has
was
a degree.
Tesla
He
was an
graduated
inventor.
from a college. So
Tesla
again,
was
by
an
him
inventor.
saying
Was
he
it
didn't
engineering?
is just
Was
a
it
lie.
engineering, Lloyd? Was it in engineering? Was it in engineering, Lloyd? Shut your
He
ass
built
up.
the AC
Shut
system
your
in
ass up.
college.
Shut your ass up. You don't even know your own freaking deity, bro.
He built the AC
You're gonna
system
sit
in
here
college.
and tell me about a dude that didn't even finish engineering, and you're gonna tell me how many degrees he got. Was it in
And
engineering?
yet you using his AC system.
Did
No,
he
actually, he's
die
not
from
the inventor of
depression?
AC, bro. He's not the inventor of AC. Slow your roll, Lloyd. Damn, you sucking him off so bad you don't even know when you're wrong. Come up
You
for
know what?
air, brother.
You know what? I think you right. I'm done because
Crazy,
you
bro.
you are an animation just like the cartoon you
Look, he
behind.
ain't got nothing else. He ain't got nothing else. Go ahead, Lloyd.
Did Edison take Tesla's money?
He just said Einstein was a joke. Einstein. We're talking Einstein. He was a joke because he didn't build anything. I'm sorry.
Who
He
was
gave
the
the theory that astrophysicists depend on to this day.
wasn't it Tesla and
What the hell is going on?
Ed Thomas, I'm sorry. Is it Edison? Thomas Edison? Did they have the beef with each other?
Yeah, well, Tesla's a guy that a lot of people latch on to because they think that they're like Tesla. They don't have to actually be learned in the space in order to make an impact. They think they can just wake up, roll off the couch, and just be an impact in the space. Like I know what I'm doing because Tesla said. Yeah, Tesla wasn't the inventor of AC. He had some input in the field, but he's not the inventor. Sorry. Secondly, he did not finish engineering college. So if he has a degree, it's not in engineering, bro. So don't tell me that he graduated as an engineer. He was a self-proclaimed engineer. But again, people run off these little feel-good stories because they want to believe he was telling the truth and the government was trying to cover him up. Dude, stop. Stop. He gave input to the space. Yes, I'm not denouncing his input, but no, he is not the holy grail of this shit. So stop pushing him. Like you literally just said he had a bigger impact than somebody like Einstein. Really? Maybe Joe the bus driver, maybe, but not Einstein, bro.
I've
Damn.
heard he drunk. I've heard Tesla drunk himself to death because he was depressed that he wasn't able to be successful and stuff like that in his
Yeah.
field that he wanted to be in. So, um, yeah, and so I'm trying to understand, was Lloyd saying that Tesla was better than Einstein,
Oh,
or
yeah, he was shitting on Einstein, bro. He was just shitting on Einstein. Like he ain't got nothing on Tesla. Damn, yo.
where did Lloyd go?
Oh, he
Lloyd.
rage quit. He rage quit. He had nothing. He had nothing. He had nothing, man. I don't like getting like this. Star, I apologize for acting like this. I know we have fun on
No,
other
I'm
panels.
excited. This is
This
exciting because
crazy.
because I remember when we would have our arguments. I was like, identity just hates me. You just don't. You hate the untruth. So
I
I'm
can't
glad.
stand it. And you're selling a $400 book behind it?
Oh yeah,
Whoa.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I totally get.
Whoa, come on,
You
$400?
remember our arguments? Like we spent one night going back and forth for 8 hours. It was like an eight
Well, now
hour
you're
live.
gonna have people looking you up, girl.
That
You asking about the apartments and how many bedrooms.
yeah, well,
Yeah,
I
you
need
stirred up
to,
a few dudes up in there. You gotta
but
chill
then,
that out, girl.
but I didn't. Isn't this important information that we need to know so we know what type of house or like if he said it was a HUD house, but how many rooms? Like, and did he have enough energy to a solar
He's gonna
power
clip
energy
this,
or
Star.
battery?
He's gonna clip this.
Yeah, yeah. Listen,
How
I
many
need
rooms?
how many rooms? And did he have enough? Was he able to generate enough power to boil Easter eggs for his grandchildren? Like, does
Jesus.
he have grandchildren? Like, we need these are answers that we need to know. Is he married? Is it just him
Oh,
in the
no, no, no,
house?
don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't
Oh,
go
don't
there.
go there. Okay, okay. Okay.
I don't know
So
about Louis' personal life, but I know
can
his
we
professional life ain't what he thinks it is.
add is it a fair question if we know if he stays by himself in this
I have no
house?
idea. He
Okay.
said he left America because of Trump. So I don't know.
Wait, he lives in America because of Trump?
No, he left America because of
He
Trump.
left him. Oh, wait.
Yeah, he's
Does
not.
he tell
He's
us
in.
where he stayed?
He's in. So what? I forgot where he said he was. I don't know, but I know he's out of the states. He said because of Trump. So he got some
United
animosity for
States.
U.S. politics. He definitely has a grudge. So that's why I stayed away from it because I know it's going to hit a sore spot. I'm like, we ain't going down that road.
So does he tell us what country he stays in? Or does
Yeah,
he
he
put
did.
that?
He did mention it, but I forgot where he said.
Oh, okay.
I forgot where he said.
Because we also have to put
Oh,
in
Chris
I'm sorry,
still here. Yeah, Chris still here. My bad, Chris. I know you want to go to sleep, bro.
but he's only been on for 3 hours. This is a
No,
short
no, this is
live.
after a 6 hour live, I think. 5, 6 hour live.
Oh,
I
he's
asked him
already
to go
done a
live.
live?
I've asked him to go live after that. So this is
Oh,
the
okay.
only
Well,
time.
Chris, I don't want to keep you up, sir.
And no problem, no problem. I'd left ID to run the show. He's saying that it's from Laos. The country is called Laos.
Laos.
Oh,
There it
wow.
is. There
Okay,
it
there
is.
you go.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, Chris. I'm sorry though. I had to do it to Lloyd, and Anuki. I am really surprised, bro, because I know that voltage is only half the story with these panels. You can put them in series and get a ton of voltage, but you're only limiting the current. The current's going to be what it is. So if you get 100 volts, even if you get 100 volts, but you only get half an amp, like what does that mean? Like it translates to power every time. That's why I never accept just voltage because Lloyd doesn't understand. He uses voltage as power gain. When he sees a voltage increase, he calls that more power. That's wrong. That's more voltage. That's not more power unless you know the amperage. That's why I always ask, what is both the voltage and the amperage? Because that's all that matters. Voltage does not transfer, power does every day of the week. No
Oh,
question. I don't care if you go solar, I don't care if you go windmill power, I don't care. Whatever you do, power transfers, not voltage, not amperage. Amperage can travel if it has a conduit to travel on, but to transfer power, it has to have a voltage and a current
and they
every
have
time.
affordable housing in Laos?
Uh,
Jesus, you
have you
already on that?
have you seen the
He said it
bifocal
was a HUD home.
panels?
Did he
Yes.
not say it was a HUD home?
So in these systems, you have the cell. So the cell is a collection of multiple smaller ones that they've tied together into longer strings in what we call a panel itself. Now, if you take in like if you break it down into those small cells, say it's a 200-watt panel. I have 400 ones in my living room. If you break them down and you put them in the configuration of a cube, and you put you know LED light strips, fold them back on each other inside in the center, you're going to get that irradiation. And it's not just the light or the lumens that are energizing. With the sun, you're getting the sun's irradiation striking the cells and knocking those electrons out.
I
What
am
we did
extremely
with
recognizable with the semiconductor physics, but go ahead.
so what we would do with them is to, yes, you put the light in the core and you're radiating out, and then you also have mirrors on the edges, so it's not completely pushed up against itself. So you have spaces to capture some of the light and reflect and refract inside, just
Yes.
to amplify it. That's what we would do in places like Nigeria or
Not
Uganda.
amplification.
Sorry,
And
It's not amplification.
it's
If
not
you
amplification.
If you hit a
You're
light,
holding.
it refracts and it reflects. So refracting goes into the medium. Reflecting
Mhm,
bounces off, but that's a fraction of what hit the medium. So whatever went inside, you
mhm.
subtracted from the initial beam energy. So what gets reflected is the remaining energy. So even if that bounces off something and come back, you're only going to get that remaining energy. It doesn't amplify. This is not a photo multiplier. This is not that. So reflection inside his cells between solar panels, it can bounce 5, 6, 7, 8 times. Doesn't matter because the only power that's coming in is 5 watts. You don't get more than that. And how do I know this? It's thermodynamics 101. And I again, I've been trying to play this clip. If you bear with me real quick, Anuki, I wanted to play this for Lloyd. So this was Neil deGrasse Tyson talking to who played Morpheus on
Oh yeah, I think I saw that
Lawrence
recently.
Fishburne.
Lawrence
Fishburne, yeah,
Fishburne,
yeah,
and he talked about putting energy in a system and trying to get energy out. This is a great segue. It's only about 30 seconds, so bear with
yeah.
me.
Go ahead.
I saw that too. That interview. Identity. You're on mute, identity.
Am I on mute?
Yeah,
Okay, there you go. Now
okay, you're
you
back.
talk. We
Damn, I went
can.
on. Hold on, because it was playing. So maybe
Oh,
let me.
okay.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. I don't hear nothing playing though.
Yeah, I'm making sure it's set up. I think my
Oh, okay.
system was set up. Okay, it should play. Let me see if can you tell me if you can hear this.
Okay.
I'll just do a laugh. You guys can't hear that?
No, I didn't hear the laugh.
Yeah, Chris and this doggone EV Mux,
EV
man.
Mux does. It's a different system. It takes some getting used to.
Yeah, I think let me check my audio. Oh, that's why. I got it. I got it. You still here?
Yes,
Can you hear me? All right, it
I hear
should work
you. Okay.
if you laugh track.
Yes, I hear the laugh. Okay,
Perfect. Yeah. EV Mux didn't turn on my soundboard. But anyway.
gotcha.
So yeah, this is Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about that Matrix movie, that scene. Listen.
The one flaw in the reasoning is that they're growing humans, embryos, and the machines are pulling energy from the humans because they knew that we generate 100 watts of energy. So that's a power source for the machine. Well, then, where do the people in the embryos get their power from? Well, they're fed energy from the outside. Thermodynamically, that doesn't work. If you're going to put energy into another thing before you take out the energy, you're getting less energy than what first went into the system. So apparently machines didn't know this. They didn't have a class in thermodynamics. Bypass the middleman, draw the energy directly. You don't need the humans at all.
Hmm.
There you go. That was what I was trying to tell Lloyd. Thermodynamically, it doesn't work. The most you're going to get out of those panels is what you put into those lights. So I don't care how many panels you have, you're only putting 5 watts into the light. The most you're going to get out of those is 90% of that because LEDs are typically around 90% efficient. You can collect all the light from it. Doesn't matter. You're never, ever, ever, ever going to get more than what you put in. You only put in 5 watts. Coming out of that light, that LED, 4.5 watts. You're feeding that into a solar panel that's on some of these panels, they're about 20% efficient, as high as 30 something, but those are the really crazy. A lot of people usually use the typical 20, 25% efficient panels, much cheaper than the probably 35. That's a higher efficiency. But either way, if it's a 20% efficient panel and you're feeding it 4.5 watts, it's only 20% efficient. So it's only going to generate about zero point 0.9 watts out from the solar panel. That's it. I don't care what you do. I don't care how many times you wrap them LEDs around a core and try and reflect the light in it. You only put 5 watts in. You can't get more than that. Thermodynamically, it doesn't work. Never works. Ever, 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 ever. So Lloyd is saying he was getting 20 watts out of that panel. He said it in the video. I could pull it up, but he's not here, so it doesn't matter. But he said in his video he was getting 20 watts out of that panel, and I called bullshit. Put a voltmeter and an ammeter on that damn panel and show me you getting 20 watts out. And he accidentally showed it on another video, and it came out to zero point 0.9, the exact number I calculated on a napkin.
Mm.
I literally wrote this down on a napkin and put it in a comment for this man, and he ignored me. And that's what pissed me off because he asked me to come over here and talk about his solar panel LEDs and how great it is. I came
Mm.
and watched his videos, and that's why I got pissed off with the guy because he's not being real with the people. I tried to show him physics is not going to tell me any more of a lie than you will. I believe the physics way before I believe you. And by the physics, I'm sorry, sir. You're only getting a watt out of that damn thing. And you accidentally showed it. I clipped it, by the way, Star. When we do our show, Star, I'm
Oh,
gonna
I
have
can't
that
wait.
clip ready to go, bro.
I
I'm
can't
gonna
wait.
have that ready to go.
I
Yes.
have to see that because
Yes.
I haven't seen like the wattage coming out.
I can pull it if you wanna. I can pull it. I mean, it's not a secret. It's on his channel.
Yeah.
I mean, we also
All right.
got to ask ourselves a question like, was he running his laptop in his oven at the same time and his battery went out that was running
You
off the
talk about.
battery? Because it is 11:30 in the morning and he needs to eat right now. And so I'm guessing that he blew out his Tide grid trying to run his laptop and
Oh
cook breakfast
Jesus.
at the same time.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, that's not how the grid ties work, but
Well,
I'm
listen,
I'm curious to see more of the wattage coming out of the panel,
Yes.
the
Yes.
sandwich panel system.
I'm gonna pull it right now. I actually have it in my phone. Give me about a minute or two.
Because we
Yeah,
built
you can
houses
talk to Star.
in Nigeria,
what'd you
which
say? I did it.
basically the house is not really a house. It's built to look like a house, but inside it's just panels on all the walls inside. And being on the equator, you have an incredible amount of sunlight coming,
And we
but it's
need
an incredible amount of energy hitting the ground. You're getting close to 2,000 watts per square meter, sometimes more as you go
that's
further north to the desert. So it's no small amount of energy coming in.
that's why we need to know how many bedrooms Lloyd has. I mean, these are very important questions.
Yeah, Chris, yeah, Star is one of my YouTube buddies that I've been rocking with for a few years that
Oh,
we butt
God.
heads every now and again,
Yeah,
but
we butt heads,
uh
but we always able to come back together.
yeah. So we plan on doing a show. That's why I asked you, Chris, earlier if I can use your footage and you won't flag me if I do it.
Chris, would you flag identity? And what if would you flag me if I did it with identity?
Can you do that?
Listen, I've heard so many rumors identity. Like he can flag me just for being on your show.
Oh Jesus. That's not cool.
Is
That's
Chris
not
diabolical like that?
Nah. Chris seems like a cool guy. I think he said it's okay, but yeah, I don't
Well,
wanna
let's ask
I just
Chris.
wanna
Is
make
it
sure.
okay, Chris?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. You guys can do anything.
Oh, that's awesome.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't have an issue.
Yeah. All right, here we go. I got the video here. I think I got it.
You disappeared.
Am I here? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We hear
Oh, I'm
you.
sorry. I walked away. Let me share. Hold on. Lloyd's video is going crazy right now. Share. Let me know if you can see that. Is it sharing?
Yeah.
All right. So in here, Anuki, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Yeah, so
And once
this
you
is
can try
this
to
is his
So
find that spot.
video.
Okay.
Can you hear it?
Yeah,
the
no, I
solder
can't. Yeah, I
looks
can hear it now.
okay. I mean, it's not the great solder uh, job ever, but they are all hooked up and they do give some type of power. Now, what I want to figure out is how much
Right
power that is going
here.
to we have the
There we go.
positive and negative hooked up, and we're bringing in our own meters, which we hooked it up to. Let's see what we get here. Oh, 3 amps.
That's where I said he made a mistake. That does not say 3 amps. That
It's
says
point
zero
zero
0.03
three.
amps. That's 100 times smaller because he
Even I
was
know that.
expecting 3 amps. He was expecting 3 amps, and that's probably why he got stuck on that number. But the voltage on this thing is 17 volts. 17 volts at 0.03. Somebody want to do that math?
Wait. Let me
Because
get.
I don't want to be like muddy in the waters here. I'm gonna check my math. Check my math. But this is why I said the voltage means nothing without the current.
Do we
You can
divide
see
it or
anything.
do we multiply? What do?
Multiply.
Okay, so multiply 0.03 times 17, and that's less than 50% of an amp, or is that
No, what is the number?
0.51? Or did I do that correctly? I'm gonna do it again. Times 0.03.
Yeah, 0.03.
Point zero point. I'm sorry, 0.51. So that's and that. Are we saying that's an amp?
Hold on, Star. I don't know. Are you right, Star?
Wait, Anuki said I was right.
It's
Ready?
0.51.
Now
Point
that's 0.51 what?
0.51.
So you
Watt.
said volts. So whoa,
Yes,
yeah,
0.17 volts times 0.03 amps is zero point 0.5 watts.
0.51.
He's getting zero point 0.5 watts by powering LEDs to solar panels. This is the part he doesn't realize. He mistakenly said 3 amps and he carried it through the whole video as 3 amps. It's like, no, that's not 3 amps.
half a
Dude, your
watt.
own system told you what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me see if I can get the voltage because I don't know if he said it on this one. Let me see.
Of energy that comes out from the panel. And remember, it only gives 3 amps. Okay.
See, he said it again. He's stuck on this 3 amp thing, but that's not what his measurement said.
Let's check these lights. Okay. So, the solder looks okay. I mean, it's not
Yeah, I think he just broke that down. Let me see if I can get the voltage on this thing. Hopefully he says it here.
exist in many different situations,
He's doing a lot of work
especially
here.
when you have stored power. Now, let's go on to me heat shrinking the lights that use 5 volts, 1 amp. Okay.
There we go. That's his input. 5 volts, 1 amp. How many watts is that? 5 watts.
5 watts.
5 watts in. That's what
That's
he's
what these
putting in.
lights consumes. So I'm putting heat
10
shrink
times
on
what's
the
no
ends of
100
it
times what's coming
so
out.
we can complete this project because we're almost done with this one panel. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he
Then
says
we'll
like that.
show the amount of energy that comes out from the panel. And remember, it only gives 3 amps. Okay.
He keeps
And
saying 3
it
amps.
gave out 3 amps as we seen.
Nope.
And let's show that again. There's 3 amps.
He keeps saying it.
Okay. I wanted to make sure it settled. So it settled at 3 amps. That is very good. Okay.
Now here's the
Around
actual back of the panel. This is a great moment here. This is the actual back of the panel. Now I think you can see You see that number there,
Mm-hmm.
Anuki? Max
7.4,
power,
17.4,
20. Are we looking?
17.4 volts
Okay.
at what amperage?
1.15.
Correct. That's the max. If and only if what? You get
You have
sunlight to generate 20 watts. That's direct sunlight energy creating 20 watts out of this panel.
Mm.
If you don't put that kind of energy to these panels, you're not getting 20 watts out. You get what you put in. Now, if this thing is putting out 20 watts, sorry, if this thing's putting out 20 watts, go back, yeah. If this thing's putting out 20 watts, that means the sun at least provided what, 100 watts? You know, the sun probably did way more than that. But the point is, this panel can only put out at max power 20 watts. What Lloyd is thinking is if I can turn these things on, I get 20 watts. That's not how this works, bro. That's direct sunlight numbers right there, not LED strips. I it's crazy. Hold on. Let me see if I can get him to talk.
Let's zoom back out and let's look at the specs. So the old one, and let me get my pen here, says right here around 1.15 amps. And it says open circuit or optional open circuit, about
That's optimum, but okay.
1.15 amps. Okay, and then it says 17.4 volts. Okay, so we got those specs. Everybody can see.
And Anuki, I'll ask you a technical question here. If he's saying it's let's assume he's getting 17.4 volts, right? Let's just assume that. And his current is 0.03, but this panel can do 1.15. Is he underdriving this panel?
Sorry, I muted myself. Yeah, it's underpowered.
That's what I keep trying to tell him. You're not driving this thing nowhere near what the sun can do. These LEDs are not built for high output power. You can only provide what the LEDs are taking in and taking the conversion of the 10% conversion rate to give out 90% of whatever you put in. That's why it's underdriven. That was a telltale sign to me. He thinks he's getting 20 out of this. He put two of these together and said, I'm getting 40 watts out of this. No, you're not. You're barely getting two. You're barely getting two. Is this the one that I actually broke down the math? But yeah, I'll let it play a little more.
Seeing this is only 20 watts. So let's see if we test ours, if we get anything better than this. Okay, we're about to do our initial test here. I made this many years ago and I was waiting for it to dry. It's coming loose on me already. So let's see if we can get this tested before it falls apart on this. But this is what we get our votes from. So let's see if we can get it tested and get a reading off of it. Okay, I just wired up this and I put the light down. I didn't glue it. I just stamped it down and I ripped up an old light. So it's not going to stay down, but
Yeah,
I didn't need to get it
that
stayed
voltmeter
down,
on there.
which gives two called a pigtail. Well, I'm about to sort. Let's plug
There we
the
go.
USB in there
There's his 5
so the
watt.
light will come on. So we got a light on, and let's hook up the power. And we say we have 14
That's even less.
0.13.
But his solar
And
panels are different.
like I say, you can see that they're just solar cells that's from the dollar store, solar
Oh,
lights,
geez.
and we're putting out that 14, which is a little bit more than we need. There's 13.9, so good. I like that. Um,
Yeah, so I think that's enough. But that was my point. He doesn't even realize that his own system is. Let me try and stop this. I'm gonna stop the screen here.
Running,
I'm gonna
not
stop
running
that.
enough power.
He's not running enough power to do anything useful. I mean, he's like I said, he's giving it 5 watts. There's nothing he can do about boosting that current. Boosting. If you boost the current, you're gonna need an external circuit. Power that circuit up, and then have it boost the input current that you want to, or at least boost the current from your solar panel. Whatever he said it was going to do. The point is, you got to put power into that system too. And that conversion rate is going to make you lose whatever you put into it. Every time you convert, you lose. Every time. Every single time. No system is 100% efficient. You're going to lose. So, my point was the thermodynamics 101. What did you put into it first? Let's just talk about that because I don't care how many panels you have. You can have 30, you can have the ones Anuki mentioned, the 35 um percent conversion rate, still only going to get 1.5 watts. That's it. I mean, you can't argue the physics. It is what it is, you know. But yeah, that was my point. I think I made my point.
Or can you argue the wattage or the volt? You can't, is the more correct term, you can't argue the wattage or the voltage.
Well, yeah, you
You're
can't
always going to need the
argue.
amperage.
Yes, yes. It that determines how much power is actually being transferred or converted from solar to electrical. Like that number's as important as the voltage. But
Hmm.
notice, Lloyd kept wanting to focus on 100 volts or
Yeah.
50 volts, or I can stack them. I got more than one. I don't care how many you have. You're not gonna get more than 5 watts out of this thing. So you can have a 200 volts. What's that amperage? Because that tells me what the real story is. And those solar panels, they're 20-watt panels. If you have sunlight, you're not getting 20 watts out of that thing on some LED strips. What are we talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
This is
sorry,
the
I'm Chris. I had to destroy you, man. I'm sorry, Chris.
no problem. Oh my eyes. I mean the system that this guy showed, Love, his name was Lovell or something, which was getting like 40 volts. What do you think is the current that is getting
Depends on how
out?
much you put in. And I'm not saying this because this is how they want you to be confused about. No, it's a fundamental fact. I need to know what's going in, and then if I'm putting in 5 watts and I'm only getting like maybe 0.01 watts, something's wrong because I should get at least 1 watt. So I know something's wrong based on the mathematical derivations of knowing the efficiency of each system conversion, knowing what's coming in. I can calculate what's coming out. I can calculate that. That's not a problem. He thinks that you can put a MOSFET on there, switch it really fast, and get current. No, because you got to drive that MOSFET to switch it, to drive the current. You're not getting current for free. That costs energy. So whatever you use to drive that motor, to spin that magnet, to flip that gate on that MOSFET, that's energy, bro. That's energy you're putting in. So you already losing. Now you want to lose some more? I don't care if you pass it through an inverter. That's a loss too. What are we talking about? This. It's power in, power out. It's never gonna be anything else. That's what it's always been.
Was that a PlayStation 5, Chris?
No, no, this came from a guy. Let me play it. We had played it before.
PlayStation 5.
It looks like a PlayStation 5.
Yeah, sorry, Supersonic. I hurt your man though, but I probably destroyed your dreams too. But hey, look, man, school's always open. The physics book, you can buy it at any Amazon store, bro. Pick one up. Stop reading them Lloyd books, man. Pick up a physics book, brother. Lloyd's information is not going to change your life, man. I'm telling you.
I wish, I wish this guy can be able to measure them.
Technology or man, saying trying to come for a pattern, not trip. Everything here, as you can see,
What exactly is he doing here, Chris? Again?
yeah,
No, so in this case, he was showing how he puts in that is 5 volts and 1 ampere, and he
Okay,
gets
so he's doing
20.
5 watts too.
Yeah, and he gets something like 20 something volts. But I told him to share the amperage, what he gets. I mean, the current that he gets out, and he could not share. That's what he gets out in terms of voltage.
So if he's doing 5 watts, and I'm going to assume 20% efficiency on the panels, right?
Yeah.
Just to make the math easy. Hell, give him 25%. Why not? I'm gonna be Santa Claus right now. Give him 25% on the solar panels, and he's doing 20 volts, you said?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can see 20, I think
Okay.
21, 20. Let's say 20.
I would predict his current's gonna be around 0.06 amps.
Yeah, I try to ask him if he can be able to share the results, because I see his meter can be able to measure amperage, can be able to measure current, but maybe we shall get him another time. I think right now it's gone.
Yeah, yeah. Make sure you see if you see him, ask him what that amperage is. I'm predicting about 0.06 amps, which is not a lot, but
Yeah, but the good thing is I have his WhatsApp number, so I think I get more from him.
and that puts it at around 1.25 watts out. So again, you're putting 5 watts in, you're only getting 1.25. So yeah, if it's a 25% efficiency, I say zero point 0.6. And if it's a 20% efficiency, um, I say 0.05. So roughly the same. 0.05, 0.06 amps. Yeah, again, sorry, Supersonic, man. I know I hurt your dreams. Don't hurt the babies before you go to sleep tonight. Because daddy's been believing in somebody that doesn't really exist. Yeah, Lloyd's information is so skewed. It shocks me that he even thinks that he wrote a book. I'm not making up the fact that his book is listed on Amazon as ChatGPT is a co-author. I have never seen that in my life, but ChatGPT is listed as a co-author. That's crazy to me. That's why he can't tell me the numbers because he didn't do them. He didn't do the numbers. He can't even read zero point zero 0.03 off a meter. Like, this is crazy, bro.
Supersonic thinks that you have fake degrees like Umar.
Okay, that's okay. I can speak the language though. I can do the calculations though, and I can expose a man who's grifting with his own video. Hey, Star, did you know that Lloyd actually talks a lot about MOSFETs? Did you know that? He talks a lot about
About what?
MOSFET. MOSFETs, you may not know what they are, but
No, let me Google it. How you spell
MOS MOSFET. It's an acronym, but it's a transistor. It's just a component in a circuit design. So he praises these devices as being these current producers. Like you can get current out of it. No, you can't. They don't create current. It's just an electrical switch. Nothing more, nothing less. It does not create current. But the interesting part was I actually exposed him for not even knowing that the circuits that he was showing, they weren't even MOSFETs. He was touting how great they were, but his own video showed devices that weren't even MOSFETs.
Hmm.
And I'm like, Lloyd, what the hell's going on, man? You don't even know your own design.
Degrees of
So,
crap. So
so
he
if
said degrees of.
supersonic think my, yeah, my degrees of crap.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
that's
sorry.
funny. That's funny. No, that's cool. That's cool. That is funny. My degrees of crap.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Funny
yeah.
thing is, I got him though. Ask Lloyd what he has.
Yeah, yeah. This is like Umar all over again.
This is like Umar Johnson
Yeah,
all
yeah,
over
yeah.
again.
Only we're fighting about wattage and voltage in
The
Christmas.
same argument,
But,
different
but
griff.
I have a question. Let's say you you're working on something and you don't know how to do some calculations, and we know how AI is advanced as of now. Like, if you ask it to help you with the calculation, is it bad or is it okay?
It's not bad to use ChatGPT, and let me be clear, it's not bad to use it as a tool, but you should never use it as the brain of your conversation. If
Mm,
you can't understand when to deviate from ChatGPT's answer, you shouldn't use it because you're using it as a crutch. I don't use it as a crutch because I have the knowledge and the things that I don't know. I can ask ChatGPT, what is this? What is that equation that does blah, 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 blah? I can do that. Yes. But I don't depend on it to know, for it to know everything about that equation without me knowing about that equation. I know what I'm asking it to do. I'm not asking it to think for me. I'll put it to work. I'll make it write my papers. As far as I'm cool with the grammar, you can do it like he said, edit your papers and all of that. Well, you're writing books and trying to sell it for $400 and you didn't write the words. You asked
But
ChatGPT questions, bro.
yeah,
It
yeah,
copy pasted the screen.
I see. Yeah, I get your point. Although you have
Yeah,
people who
yeah,
say,
yeah. There's no problem with that though. I don't hate ChatGPT. I don't. I use it. It's actually a pretty cool tool, but I never depend on it for my knowledge. I
right.
need to know. For those who don't know, ChatGPT guesses. If you didn't know, ChatGPT, if you especially the free version,
We
let me
had
put it
this
that way.
conversation, right? With that
Yes,
sometimes it guesses, and
sometimes it guesses, and you know why it guesses? One, it's trying to cater to your question. Because if you ever read, like if you ever pay attention to the tone that it takes, it
Mhm,
never really tells you that you're 100% wrong. It'll say things like, well, in science, this is what they're talking about. They never say, no, that's wrong. Like it's like they trying to like pamper to you for one.
mhm,
Two,
mhm.
it just scours the internet for information, right?
Right, right.
The
and
internet's a scary place to get
have you,
information. You gotta vet
Do
that
you
stuff.
use the free version?
have you used the
That's the
reasoning
key.
mode?
That is the key. The free version definitely guesses. Yes,
Yeah.
I that's the one I'm talking about.
So I use it. I use it in the pro version, and I always pull up research papers. I pull up links to journals, and again, I get very specific with what I ask it, and I tell it to specifically reference the articles. And I will usually write 2 or 3 paragraphs specifying what I'm talking about, and tell it to reference the articles. And usually it's something I've already written, and I want to ask a question about those topics to verify if it can understand. The problem is a lot of people will, as you said, just tell it to, hey, tell me XYZ about P topic. And it will spew out all the stuff that is basically pulled out of the ether with
Mhm.
creativity. And when you read it, you're just going to grimace because it just doesn't make sense paragraph to paragraph, let alone the whole summary of what it's written. But when you don't use the free version, it's usually pretty interesting because it actually reads the PDFs. It actually goes deeper into any links that are in there or any article or like other papers that have been referenced, and it will try and find the articles, and I'm linked to into a lot of publications, so it'll be able to pull them, which I find kind of creepy that it can do that. But it'll pull them and then reference them, and then I go pull them and read, and it's like, yes, it actually read this thing, and it's quoting specific parts that are not like just a summary. Like when you try and look at some research papers, it just gives you the summary, and a lot of the other ones will just try and write you stuff off of the summary, which does not help at all because some of those papers were paid for. They just paid to post them. So it's
That's
been
the
interesting
internet.
watching that
That's
development.
yes, yes, and I am leery of it being really um like I have no problem having these conversations. Like some of the stuff I may not know, some of the stuff I do know, but it's like when I'm talking to somebody that I know, you only know what ChatGPT said. You have no input in this conversation.
But I
None.
I did don't you see that is the future that we are heading to? Like
And that's what
people
I'm
will only,
fighting, Chris. That's what I'm
yeah,
fighting, Chris. I am
but
teaching the kids that I can reach. You can use these things as tools, but these are not knowledge for you. You have to still maintain the knowledge. That to me is going to be differentiating the ones who use it versus the ones who master it. I
Mhm.
know how to use it, but do I know how to master it to the point where I know when I need to deviate from it? ChatGPT sometimes says things that's wrong. I've seen it. I'm guessing Anuki's seen it too. That
Yep.
ChatGPT can say some things that are like, "Wait, what the hell did it just say? That doesn't make any sense." So you gotta go do some research. But that means it's guessing. It's guessing based on the information it has. The internet, paid version might be a lot more tied into more accurate things, like you said, specifically reading PDFs and not just an article on a website. Like it definitely is the future. And that scares me, Chris, to be honest. That scares me
not,
because I'm looking at being a teacher to these young minds, and I want to make sure they understand the moment you think this thing is going to do the work for you only, and you don't have to know shit, you lost. You lost. The one that knows when to deviate, they're going to be running this world. They're going to be running this whole thing. You're just going to be a user.
But have you seen
So
how
that's what I
they're
teach.
pulling research papers off of online libraries and just taking them off, removing access to it. So these systems are going to have even more biased resources to pull from,
Oh, the
and
technical
that's going to
journals
be
and stuff, they're
the
pulling those?
technical. They're pulling them too. They're pulling journals that have been written
Didn't know
already,
that.
and yes, it's happening. So for years, I've been pulling journals and saving them on external drives, and every few years, I back them up onto new drives because over time they degrade. I used to work in medical robotics where I trained these machine learning systems to study the inner workings of the human body. And so we use linear accelerators to charge up particles to basically penetrate tungsten and be sprayed in a focus beam to treat cancer. And it's all based off of MATLAB libraries.
Mm.
And it depends very heavily on other people's research to review images and review slices of MRI data and a bunch of shared databases which access is being revoked. So that's a problem. It's only going to get more interesting.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I agree with Chris too that yeah, this is the future. I know. And I'm seeing down the road. Yeah, it's enticing to just lean on it. It is very enticing, especially somebody who's in a subject that is probably a tough subject. Math and science, not trivial. A lot of this stuff is not trivial, especially when you get into physics and thermodynamics and all that other stuff. It's not trivial. You really have to have your mindset to be really absorbing that stuff, to understand what you're seeing, and then have the know-with-all. to know when what you're reading may not be accurate. And that's where when I saw that for myself, when I first started using ChatGPT, I'm like, wait, that doesn't make sense. And then I found that I could actually make it contradict itself depending on how I ask a question, which again was, wait, I'm trusting this less and less because I still have to do the homework. I still have to know. So yeah, I hear you, Chris. It is the future.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think for now, there's a lot of people. If you go to schools, I don't know that side, but where I am, I know most people in schools will be they use it. It's more like a tool for information, more like how we were using Google some time back. Now, most people are now using ChatGPT. We have DeepSeek. They're using them that way, and it seems like it's the way to the future. It will be more like the primary knowledge base, more like the encyclopedia of knowledge or the
Hmm.
Wikipedia of our time. Yeah.
I usually run three or four of them at the same time. Same question, then I pit them against each other with their own responses, and I will stack all of the responses and then fire it back at them again, and keep just iterating over and over and over. Because I know that if something is free, you're the product. And yes, I pay for most of them. I don't even know how much I spend every month on these things, but because I know it's going to end up in the back end of the database, I would rather push it in a specific direction. That way, when somebody else goes to ask a question, it's going to be pulling from some of those responses because, like you said, the questions you ask affect the way it answers. And DeepSeek was a kind of a wake up call for America because, truth be told, most of the intelligence in a lot of our engineering is coming from outside. And it needs to go back. I was telling Chris earlier, I was living in Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, South Africa, and a lot of the resources that are being put into the semiconductor systems that we have, our routers, our phones, our mainframes, even the equipment that we built, these get medical gantries, these medical robots, as they call them, the raw materials are coming out of the earth in Africa, specifically in that the Nile Rift Valley. So from the top part of South Africa going all the way up to the edge of Egypt. It's coming out of the ground. There are live volcanoes where this thick crust is the perfect place for it to come out of the earth. And you have multinationals coming in and killing people. They've been doing it for centuries. So it's not a new problem. But there's a new face to the problem as far as leadership goes. Corruption can no longer get away. People have smartphones. Like, this is a good example. Chris is all the way on the east side of this continent, which is more than half the world away from us here in the US. And yet we're talking live. Well, relatively by a few milliseconds, but we're talking and we're seeing each other. That same information can flow back to them to build stuff. You can take designs during the pandemic, shoot the designs out all over the world, 3D print parts for the flow controllers, the drip controllers for IVs, or 3D print a mask, and 30 minutes later somebody says, oh, there's a problem with this, change it. 2 minutes later, at most, somebody else is printing a new one. So the world is no longer really isolated, and there's no excuses left except for greed and selfishness. So there's a lot of work to be done to fix it. I would see in the colleges and universities, people would be trying to pay me to write their essays for them, and I would walk away from them. This is not a new phenomenon. It used to happen here in the US. A lot of people who have their degrees who are running around in some of the Ivy League schools or who have graduated paid people to write their papers.
Yeah, by the paper writing is a very big business this side.
It's a big business. There was a
Lot,
scandal in the mid 2000s of paper writing. I guess they call them a cabal. The cabal is just, think of it just like a mafia. The paper writing cabal, but the way they were doing it was by getting high school students to write essays for scholarships. And of course, a few of them would get the scholarships, many of them wouldn't. But those essays were actually being written for college students. And that
Mm.
just flew under the radar. Nothing happened with it. It's like the Panama Papers, WikiLeaks, all this stuff comes out, and a lot of the people who are committing crimes and whatnot, they're still in office, or they retired comfortably with a pension. You know, there's no end to the chaos in this world.
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, I see it as a definite, um, not like I said, I love the fact that it's an amazing tool, but it's just using it as a crutch is so enticing. I get the draw. I get the I don't have to do this. Yeah, true, it can do a lot of things for you. But when you're if you're just doing it for your own personal whatever you do, have fun with it. I don't like you coming out here telling the people these lies about things you don't even know about. It's so embarrassing to me. I
I
hate
think
seeing it.
I think
I'm sorry, go
maybe
ahead, Chris.
yeah, maybe what you mean is like people should use AI but within their field. Like
Um,
if
no, I you could use chat like AI is fine. I don't have a problem with AI. It's
like say
it's the
say
fact that I'm coming up here and
mm,
and you know, people in the chat can say I got fake degrees, whatever, that's fine. But as a person in academia, in the sciences, in the field, actually practicing and developing this stuff, I'm arguing with a guy that never left his basement because he thinks he can argue about MOSFETs. Like, that's how dangerous ChatGPT has become. Lloyd
so
Stovall is up here telling people that he knows what Maxwell what's his last name? I forgot how to pronounce it. Triple
so let's say Lloyd Stover had a degree in like electronics and he used uh ChatGPT to come up with this. Will you be still okay with it or you will not be okay with it?
he definitely wouldn't have written the books the way he did. I did see his books. I did he did exactly what he does in his chat. If you ever go to his channel, go to his comments. His responses are like 50 paragraphs long every time. Every single time. You know why? Because he takes what you say in the comments, feeds it to ChatGPT, copies that, and pastes it back into the damn chat. That's what he does. If he's doing that with the comments on his channel for everybody that challenges what he's saying, that's where that book came from. Go to that book. You can get a preview of the book. You don't have to buy it. You can go to Amazon, get a preview. I think if you have unlimited something, Amazon Unlimited or whatever, you can see the book. You can read the book, and it's Chat GPT word for word. You can see where he asked the question and where Chat GPT gave him the answer. It's literally in the book. And he wants people to pay
Oh,
$400 for it.
honey.
That's
Oh, honey.
crazy to me. So I will cut him off at every corner I see him because that's some bullshit. Because he got people believing this stuff. And
I
that's a whole Maxwell thing. I'm not even
I,
on Maxwell. Like I
I
don't
do
even follow that guy.
I don't know if Stargate wanted to say something or not, but I have I have some other theory. There's a guy who was on the channel. It's called I'm forgetting the name. Zimai. You remember Zimai? There's a day you,
Mhm.
you and him were around together.
Vaguely, vaguely.
There's a guy who was taking coffee. I think that day he was taking coffee with a cup, and he was talking about that other guy Maxwell. So Zima, the way he is like he has some sort of a grudge with Maxwell Chikomboso. Like there are thousands of other people who are trying to scam people with similar technologies, but he focuses more on Maxwell Chikomboso. And every time he hears about him, he just gets mad. Like it is as if they
I
had a
do
fallout.
remember him. I do
Yeah,
remember him. Yeah.
it is as if they had some fallout some time back. And now I feel like the same situation is coming around between you and Lloyd also.
Yeah,
You
I would have been okay with Lloyd if he didn't try to embarrass me I sound like a bumbling idiot talking about, "Hey, that doesn't make sense." let me come to your channel. We can talk. Like I came to him as civil as possible, but then he tried to make me look like an idiot and call me all kinds of trolls and all this other stuff. And I said, wait a minute, you don't do that to me, man. So now you're on my radar. So I'm going to hit you just as hard as you hit me. But at the end of the day, you're still grifting on the people. So
Hmm.
hey, and let me share something real quick. This is my last one. I promise you can go to sleep after this, Chris.
You do look
I know
sleepy.
Chris is trying to go to sleep. I gotta take it down myself, but hold on, let me share this. Actually,
I
this is
know.
your channel.
You said you want to share. Is it mine?
I'm sharing right now.
Oh. I see. I see. I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the people, this is your video. So if anybody wants to see the whole video, it's Lloyd Stovall confirms free energy exists. See, these are the conversations. Star, I'm not making this up. This
I
guy's
hear
claiming this stuff. So
Yes.
this is, I think, the most embarrassing moment of Lloyd's career thus far.
It's known as quantum logic gates. I think he's getting the point of Lloyd.
Yeah, that's way too complex. Right, this conversation.
You saying that's way too complex?
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying quantum logic gates and then having a conversation with Lloyd is not. It's not. No, this doesn't match.
Then Shakhtar is saying that amplifying radio waves into usable energy is not rocket science.
That's exactly what I said too. If you're using an amplifier, that's different. But if you're saying you're amplifying through a MOSFET, you're not actually amplifying the input signal to get more energy out. The energy already is in the system. You already put
Uh,
it in there. So it's not free energy. So
where?
anytime you use a MOSFET, you're not getting free energy. A MOSFET does not introduce free energy. It takes energy
Where?
you put into it, and
Ah,
your input releases some of it, not all of it,
Where?
but some of what you put in there. It's not free energy because it's
Where?
MOSFET.
Where
yes.
did you hear on this conversation me say that I amplified anything?
You did. You said when you come off the solar panels and go to your MOSFET. That's what you said.
I didn't say the word amplify. You said the
You
word
said,
amplify.
oh, you said that's where you get your current. Did you not?
Yes, but that don't mean it's amplified. Didn't you just say that?
Oh my God, this man is changing his words on the fly.
No.
God darn, Lloyd.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Wait,
That's what I said. That's why
Lloyd,
we have a
stop.
host. That's where we have a host. Did you hear me say out of my word at any time that we amplify this through the MOSFET? Did I say that?
Here you go.
I'm
I
nobody.
didn't
I'm
want to do
nobody.
this. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to do this,
We
man.
have this question from. We have
Here it
this
comes.
question. He's saying that ask Lloyd how the MOSFET work to amplify the power of the connection.
Doesn't amplify. It just changes voltage into AC.
Hey,
It's taking
can
it
you
takes
blow
the
that up, Chris?
and here's the thing. When you read my book, you're going to hear me say the exact same thing. You're also going to hear AI say the same thing.
What
It's
is this,
going to
Lloyd?
that is taking 1 amp and is running it through a MOSFET through high frequency to get 5 amps out.
Say it again.
It's taking one amp, okay,
means to
Uh huh.
boost.
and it's running it through a MOSFET at high frequency to get 5 amps out.
Okay. Now, Chris, please pay attention, Chris. This circuit does not have a MOSFET in it. I'm going to repeat. This circuit that Lloyd just said is taking 1 amps, passing through a MOSFET, and getting 5 amps out is incorrect. A 78XX, if you want to take a number, 7805 is a number. It's actually a voltage regulator. It is an NPN device, not a MOSFET. It's taking the current in through an NPN device, which is a current controlled current controlled current device. That is then passing it to another NPN device, not a MOSFET. Somebody Google 7805 NPN. You'll get the data sheet for this. Somebody Google that CR, whatever that number is on that second piece. I can't see it from here. But that is not a MOSFET. He just admitted he sees MOSFET. You have to explain yourself, sir.
Let me explain myself. You just said a number for one of the components, and it's two components there. What's the other number to
Yes,
the other component?
they're
What's the
both
number to the other
NPN
component?
devices. It's on there. I can't see. Okay, hold on. Let me
Okay,
blow it
yeah,
up. Let
yeah,
me blow
yeah,
it up.
yeah,
No. Yeah. You're
yeah,
doing.
yeah,
You're
yeah.
looking
You
bad
know,
here.
because that's what
So
you keep
listen. Okay,
doing.
let me explain.
You're
Let me
taking
explain
half a
again. I told
system
you I
and
didn't want to
trying
do
to
this.
make
I
the
told you I didn't
whole
want to
point.
do this, Lloyd. This is, that's why I asked you first. What do you see? You said MOSFET, and there's no MOSFET on this screen. The first component is a 78 Google 7805. XX just means it's different versions. Oh 04, oh 05. They're all NPN devices. 7805. Google that one. That's the first device. That is a voltage regulator. That's why you get current output, because the regulator maintains the voltage, but it spikes the current based on the bias on the input. That's what that NPN is doing. The second NPN, the C5198, Google it. It is an NPN device. It is not a MOSFET. It is a bipolar junction, brother. So you have no idea what you are even seeing in your own video. This is your video. This is yours, Lloyd. You put this
You know
out.
what? Again, is that not a transistor?
Oh my God, you said MOSFET. You said MOSFET,
Oh, whoa,
Lloyd.
whoa,
We're not
whoa!
moving.
No,
We're
stop,
not moving.
stop.
We're
See,
not
this is the
moving.
disrespect. No, this is the
We're not moving.
disrespect. I asked a
We're not
simple
moving.
question. You
Okay,
see
hey
why? You
Chris.
see? Wait a
Chris,
minute.
did he
You
say this
just
was not? Yeah, that was the crux of it. That
There
was
was the
the
credit. Like, yo, listen, you was
yo
cooking. I
that
get it. You was cooking.
man. That was so sad. That was so sad that he couldn't identify his own video. He talks about MOSFETs
Right.
a lot, and he couldn't identify it. That to me was like, oh my God, I'm arguing with ChatGPT. I'm arguing with ChatGPT. This is not a man of knowledge. He doesn't know what he's looking at. So yeah. So supersonic, I know that one hurt. I know that one hurt,
Supersonic.
bro.
Can you explain yourself, Supersonic?
Me and my fake degrees knew that that was not a MOSFET,
He
brother.
said, "Nah, I did it and it cooked nothing."
Yeah, I had to do it, man. I had to do it. But that was shocking, Star. That when that moment happened, I said, no, he did not. I misidentified a component in his own video. Like you took the time to edit that thing, put it in there, then you broke it down in the video, and you didn't know that wasn't a MOSFET.
Well, why does he open one eye and keep one
I
eye
don't know.
closed and it go back and forth? What is he be
You might
what's
as well
that
ask how
about?
many bedrooms he has, girl.
I need the bedroom. I need to know how many bedrooms Lord has so I know what
But
power
see,
he's
he said
generating.
he said the house is not his at the moment. I think he said the system was destroyed today when you're having the first live stream.
What
If you
was
remember, he
destroyed?
said that he had to move away, to move to Laos, and the house was taken over by the sister who did some renovation.
Would he
Of
be able
course it
to do
doesn't
that in
exist.
America? Would he be able to build whatever system he's doing in America, and would the government or the state allow him, or listen, like what neighborhood would allow him to do that?
Well, he said he can't get batteries. That's what he said. So now he can't rebuild it, I guess. I don't.
He,
Either
he
way,
said
it's an excuse.
he said he can't be able to get the components to Laos, but I think in Laos you can simply import from China. It's closer, and most of those components are actually made in China.
Made in China, right?
Oh, damn.
Like he's closer to China than we are.
He
So
should be
he
able to
should
get
be
it
up
quick.
and
Everything
running.
everything is made in China.
all of it.
Everything is made in China, right?
You
So
should be
it's
able to
like
get everything.
he should be able to show his how have he ever like just put his house on live and let people see the free energy just flow.
That's
I
all
mean,
I'm asking. Like
right
I'm
now
just
with the
asking for a
tariffs,
working system.
yeah, right now with the tariffs, all the ports are basically sitting idle. If you want to buy something, they'll send you six for free if you even
But he
ask
could just
nicely.
drive to China, right?
Yeah, it's one boat trip away.
It's one boat trip away. Thank you, Anuki. So listen, he could get to China close faster than we can. So he should have this system up and running, and he should be broadcasting this live,
So
proving that he's
Anuki,
worth four
how
hundred
shocking was it to watch Lloyd couldn't identify whether or not he was seeing a MOSFET?
It was priceless.
dollars.
I thought the same thing when it was happening. I'm like, no, this didn't just happen. This is not supposed to happen like this. And then he transferred it to it's a transistor. Like that's not what you said though.
Supersonic, does he have gas? Can he like does he have access to gas so he can hop in the vehicle? Does he have a car supersonic?
He's saying that there's nothing being shipped at the moment. But where he is, Laos,
But
I
he's
think you
closer to
can get
China. That's
shipment.
all I'm saying, supersonic. Right, Chris? You understand what I'm saying? Like he's closer to China. Like he should have access to getting these and getting all the things he needs to have a up and running system, broadcasting it live, then selling his book. But he's not doing that. Like he wouldn't even tell me how many bedrooms he had.
I
Identity,
think
this is the problem.
I think I need to ask him next time. Next time we do this with him, I should ask him because he also had promised me that he will make a prototype. When you guys were doing the live ID, there's a day you were questioning him on your side. I think he promised you guys that he will make a prototype. I don't know if you remember. So he told me that he'll make a prototype by April. Then we do a live stream on it. Then I think he dropped it and went with their book story. So I tried to ask him to see how far he went with that. Because there's a time even he was telling me that he was building one. He was so busy, so he said that I'm working on a prototype. That's why I'm busy.
No, he wasn't. I knew he wasn't gonna come up with anything.
So if he was paid for his tech, scam Chan, he has
I,
the money.
who is he talking about? Scamchan? He's talking about Lloyd.
Right. If he was paid for his tech, identity, and scam Chan and Chris, if he was paid for it, then he should be able to have access to the supplies to have a working
I know.
to have the yeah, I mean he should be broadcasting his house running on this free on this energy with this all this components. He said so a solar panel, a what kind of like what kind of battery we're talking about, identity? What kind of battery is he talking about? Like
But they come in different. Well, probably Anuki can speak to this more.
but
But they come in different sizes, different capacities. But the whole idea is to when you're getting energy from the solar panels, it stores the excess energy, or it stores energy. So when the sun goes down, you can then run off the batteries. So
Yeah,
depending on the size of the battery, you can make it the size to match the power that your house uses, or a fraction of that, or if you have the money, spend it so you can always have more power. That way, you live off the grid like that. That I'm not paying the electric company anything because
yeah,
I'm getting all the energy from the sun in the morning. I have enough solar panels to collect that energy and put it in batteries, and the batteries can run for 14 hours, but I only need them for 12. That type deal.
but
You can do
where
that.
do I get a battery? Like
So
You
it first it depends on first your energy use. So you
mhm.
usually will start with an energy audit. You would audit all the electronics you have in your home first. There are two ways you can do it. You can go and look at the wattage on each device, and depending on the type, so a fridge, you're gonna have two ratings on the back. One is the nominal, or like the normal, like when you don't hear it like clicking and humming, when it's just like moving at a lower state, that will be the lower wattage. And then there's gonna be the crank where it ramps up to like run the compressor and cool or compress the liquid in there to move the refrigerant and cool the stuff down. That's the more active state. So for example, if you buy a fridge brand new and you plug it in, that's what you're gonna hear. It's gonna be ramping up to the
Right.
the base operating temperature so that it can chill the freezer and then cool the lower compartment. So you need those two numbers, and you're going to actually calculate what you need off of the higher number on that kind of equipment. Then there is something like a kettle or a boiler. You're going to always use the maximum rating you see on there. And then you're going to have to tell yourself, like figure things out, like how many people are in the house, how many showers are going to be taken.
Right.
And this is where families get angry with the person who hogs the shower for 35 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour,
Right.
because that one person is basically going to blow your budget.
Blow the system.
Because that's going to pull more. This is to your point earlier, the amperage is going to dictate how much power you're going to need to hold in your reservoir to be able to get through one day. And that battery system is going to be you're going to want to size it depending on the battery technology. So lithium iron phosphate is going to handle those heavy loads better. um, you're if you're using, and you shouldn't do this, lead acid, no go. That's for, you just want to power your internet system, maybe a very modern TV, even then not a big one, especially if you're watching a lot of TV. Microwaves definitely going to be very painful. You need either lithium iron phosphate or a very high, a reasonably high capacity lithium ion battery. And then there are newer battery technologies coming through now, which are more solid state, just meaning they use a gel. It's a mix between a gel and a liquid, and it's to stop. So the reason you don't want to deplete your battery below 50% on some of them, because you're going to screw up the electrodes inside. The electrodes are just what exchange the charge inside the battery. The battery is just a charge holder. The lower you go, the harder some of them have recovering. But lithium has this painful process where it begins to form like a plaque, like that. The best way I can describe it, like the plaque on your teeth over time.
Mm-hmm.
But this plaque grows towards the other electrodes on either side of the substrate or the material, and it can short out over time. So you do not want to, like, even on your smartphones, the phones that swell and explode, that's what's happening. This filament is growing, and eventually it touches the other side and it begins shorting out, and it doesn't stop. And it keeps swelling and swelling because at this point it's releasing a gas. And that's the part that causes the swelling and, critical failure. Um, so you'd want to start with the amount of power you're going to need. And I usually do it for a 3-day period and then work backwards, again, with inefficiencies of conversion. And that's where grid ties come in, because the grid tie is basically saying, like, there's only so much I'm going to get from the sun. So I'm going to run as much as I can off the sun. And in the evenings, like where I am from 10 p.m. till about 7 a.m. in the morning, the electricity is cheaper. It's non-peak power. They charge you less. So you would try and design a system to take advantage of those things. And some of these, like the EcoFlow I have, it's basically a computer with a battery bank and charge controllers and batteries and inverters. It can change, because some of these places will actually, Texas, They can change the cost of power based on what's going on. So if there's a storm, they charge more. If there's a storm coming, people will want to charge, so they will also raise the price. It's kind of like the Uber surge pricing. So there's just too many moving targets.
Right. So when somebody told me in the chat room about a Gen 24, is that a battery or a generator?
I
Say
think
that
that,
again.
that was Kamchan. It was Alexi. It was Alexi.
Oh,
What did
Alex C? Okay.
what did they say?
Let me
I
check.
went I said I was interested in the free energy talk, and then somebody said get a Gen 4. Is that a battery? With the no, he said get a he said that's you have to get a reserve battery system, and then
Oh,
you'll get
the Gen 4 is it's what's it called? It's a model type. So it's kind of like a rack mount. So if you see like computer towers or in
mhm,
movies where they slide into a rack, but they can be wall mounted as well. They're different models, and they come with a bracket that you can do it wall mount or in a rack. The advantage of them is you can scale up, so you can add on more units. But those units they come with a battery in there with a charge controller, so you can either just plug in a solar panel or you can daisy chain a bunch of them if you already have one set up with a battery bank as well, and you can stack them. So you can start off with one and then you can add on more units with extra capacity, so you can just run longer. The challenge with that is you want to make sure that the inverter you have connected to it is big enough to start with. It used to be that the batteries were the most expensive thing. Now prices have kept like they've fallen a lot. Efficiency, scale production have helped a lot, but also over time the technology has been improving. Back in the day, we used to install fuses into the battery banks because we were using these 2 volts and 200 amp hour battery cells and combining them in series to get the voltage that we needed, whether it's 12 volts, 24 volts, 32 volts, 48 volts, and 96. And the higher the voltage, the better the efficiency for like the bigger systems that you're going to be pulling power out for getting close to a megawatt. That's its own world, a megawatt and above. You're not going to be doing that in a home for yourself. I
right.
hope not. If you are, I want to know what you're doing. But so for a home, typically the most I was seeing is about, let's say, 40 kilowatt hour capacity. And it's not that you're going to be using all of that again. A lot of it is you don't want to go below half the amount. So really what you need is the 20 kilowatt hour. um, Cars now are like 36 kilowatt hour storage. So that's still a lot of power. And so if
Yeah,
that's
some
what you
people are
need, you
using
do
these to
double.
charge their car.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, it's kind of wild to see that. Like, oh yeah, this car I have has 36 kilowatt hour, and I'm like, oh, I'm driving a house and under my ass. Like, if this thing decides to go sideways, I'm fucked. Like,
Hey, hey,
it's not a great. Oh, sorry.
no, 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 no. If so thinking along those lines, right? You're saying a car. This is kind of how we all got here with this whole Maxwell thing, right? Supposedly, I
Mm,
don't know if it's true if he said that he's using radio waves to drive the car. I don't know. I only heard that from Lloyd. So somebody can probably correct me if that's a correct statement or not. But so this is another thing that I have an issue with Lloyd when he says he knows how Maxwell is driving his car with radio waves, and he keeps giving this example of a crystal radio. That's his
mhm.
favorite thing. Crystal radio, crystal radio. If you stack a bunch of these, you can light up some LEDs. Yeah, but driving an LED is not the same thing as driving a car.
Yes.
Like the amount of energy is so drastically different. I'm shocked you even mentioned them both in the same sentence. So
Mm.
again, free energy, radio waves, there's a limit to how much we can even be exposed to. So anything near that level of energy, if it's going to your car and you're in it, it's dangerous to you. So
Yeah,
just thinking, you got to limit how much energy you just the human body can handle. That is or at least the legal limit, because there's like a legal limit amount of energy uh, that anybody can expose others to, as far as radiation and all of that. Whatever that energy level is, that
hmm,
car can't pull more than that, and that energy is not enough. Do the numbers. Anybody out there thinking that free energy is in it? Do the damn numbers. Go find out how much energy is even allowed to be in your presence, and you will see you can't exceed that. And that car needs a hell of a lot more than that number. But I'll let everybody else do the numbers they want to go look it up. I'm not making this up. Go find it out. If Chris wants to bring me back, we can actually delve into the numbers in more detail. A crystal radio is not the answer.
About
no.
It is
Maxwell,
not the answer. What
you're
about?
talking about you're talking about the Maxwell's device. He was calling it microsonic energy device.
Yeah. I'm
That
very curious
Yeah,
about the frequencies that they're using because, like you said, the human body, if you're pulling even at 14 hertz, the body runs at around 5 to 8 hertz. And so if you're pulling above that, you're going to be sucking energy, like you said, at dangerous rates that's going to interfere with the body or the brain waves, the delta waves and theta waves. And unless you have some way to pull it in a directed antenna, even then, there's only so much. Like, look at the old shortwave radio antennas or the AM radio antennas.
they're
Like, they had to
large.
be kept high up, away from people, and they would transmit really far. And the grounding design of these towers and all the engineering that went into it to allow them to function back when they did. And you weren't allowed to build next to them. And places that had them had a lot of shielding and concrete. So the old skyscraper towers, that's where they put the antennas on top of the skyscrapers, all over New York. I mean,
So
they're still there.
I would ask Lloyd, what frequency are we talking about? He never could answer because he
Mm.
doesn't realize it's not just pulling radio waves out the air. If you're not tuned to that frequency that's being transmitted, you expect to pull all that energy?
are
You
you
got to be
seeing?
tuned to that frequency. You got to know what that is in order to pull it. Now
I did.
you can get ambient energy, right? That's so low. That's even less. Like if you're just pulling ambient energy out of the air. But if you want to pull a specific band, a specific frequency, one, you got to be tuned to it. Two, it has to be enough energy, or at least not too much energy to where it'll damage you, because obviously that defeats the purpose. So with these limitations, it's like there's no way in hell that you can drive a car with that energy. Who's transmitting this much power in AM? Because these frequencies are not like FM radio and like all these terahertz. No, these are well, again, it depends on what you're tuned to. Let me get that
Mm.
right. Crystal radios are not designed for high frequencies. It's in the
Yeah.
AM radio, which is what is it? Kilohertz, 100 kilohertz. What's
God,
the
I
max
forget
one?
now.
1.5 kilohertz or something. I think that's the max for AM, something like that. Whatever it is, that's where crystal radios were designed for. You need an antenna for this. You're not just going to pick it out just for the sake because you're standing there. You need an antenna designed to pick up that frequency or a coil or something that actually can grab that signal because it's a rather large signal at those low frequencies.
Yeah.
It's rather
So
large.
so when it comes to crystal radio, I think that was something which Lloyd was talking about in his when he was talking about the first time you were talking about his book. He's the one who was talking about crystal radio, but for the guy Maxwell, he says just taps like the normal radio waves. and he said that he managed to come up with a way that you can be able to amplify that, like you get it in milliamps, but say that you can be able to amplify it and make more use of it. That's what he was saying. But for that guy Maxwell, is a is a guy who is, I mean, people, for me I feel like sometimes just after fame or something, because this is some things that he comes up with after a few years, then he disappears,
Mm.
and he waits after a few years, he will come back with something else. So it's just that this time when he talked about the electric vehicles, it went more like it went more viral compared to last time when he talked about the TV, it got more people. Then there's a time he talked about powering houses and all that, which did not go that, like it did not go viral like when he talked about the electric vehicles. So it's just something that he comes up with, then he disappears. Like for now, you can't hear from him again. You will never
Mm.
hear from him again. Maybe until next year or maybe 2027.
Yeah, but we got Lloyd putting him on the front of his book
Yeah.
and telling the world that he knows what Maxwell is doing, so buy my book.
Yeah.
It's
So
crazy.
so Lloyd claims he knows what he said. He knows the problem that Maxwell is facing. I put I gave him the number because I have the number of Maxwell. They began communicating. I don't know how the communication went, but I'm sure Maxwell, he did not go further with with talking with him.
I wonder if
He
they're like frequency hopping.
he wants to keep a low profile, I think. You're saying?
I'm wondering if they're like frequency hopping. Like taking the reverse of spread. It's called spread spectrum. It's an old military technique for using multiple frequencies to ping a target so you can't be detected. But then the advantage also is that you don't have to be energized on any one frequency at any time. So if you include integrated or IC, integrated circuits, basically computer chips, um, software radios. I have a bunch of these all over the place here. You can listen to multiple frequencies, communicate at the same time, receive. If you're using some kind of a spread spectrum version for receiving radio waves, even doing it on a Linux system, it's a bit convoluted to do for speaking and listening. But if somehow they found a way to get around the issue of transmitting and receiving, because you'd need to be hitting the frequencies that you're pulling, trying to pull energy from at the same
Yes,
time, and that's yeah, it's not
this
even
is
a.
why I said
Go
this is
ahead,
not
sorry.
free. This is not free energy. This is you got to be tuned to this. And if
Yeah.
you're talking amplification, you already out of the free energy game. You're already out.
Mm.
Amplification, the highest efficiency on what an AB amplifier. What is it? Them efficiencies are not like 95%. That's not even. You're losing the moment you start amplifying. You got to put more energy in to get that signal amplified. So there's no free energy in that. It's not free. You got to work to get that energy. So crystal radio is a great idea because you don't have to amplify anything. You get that signal as a raw signal if you tune to it, and it comes in without any amplification, loud enough to actually perturb a speaker or a small earpiece or something. Not loud. It's not like a loudspeaker, but you can actually hear the transmitted signal like that. But again, you're talking about a crystal radio that's built specifically for a frequency band, very low frequency, very low frequency. And you can't just stack these to drive a house. Like that's not how that works. Yeah, it can run an LED. You know how much power an LED uses? 3 volts at maybe what, 30 milliamps? 20
Mm.
milliamps? That's
Yeah, per diode.
nothing. Right. It's nothing. So,
I, I think when it comes to crystal radio, it is a little bit expensive when it comes to from what I saw, the answer that he got from Chat uh, AI, you need. I think it was. I don't remember, but it was a lot of crystal radius, which, if you
He
put
said
together, it becomes
3,000.
more expensive than solar.
If you put 3,000 crystal radios together, you can drive LEDs. But who gives a damn about driving LEDs? They are such low power. Like, who cares? Like 3,000
So
crystal radios
yeah, he had one for that can be able to power a house, and
to power a house.
it was a lot of crystal radios that actually it becomes expensive to do it, way more costly than any other thing. There's a guy from Saudi Arabia. Seemed to be more interested in what Lloyd was doing. I don't know how they went, but he seemed to be more interested. I tried to reach out to him. We were talking with him on WhatsApp. I tried to see if he went ahead and invested or what.
Yeah, this is wild. Star, you still here?
I was just wondering if Lloyd power went out. Did he bust his transmitters, his MOFETs, his his Gen 24? What let me see. What let me see what I wrote down. Did he lose ampage, voltage, and wattage all at the same time? Where did he go? Identity and Chris.
He wouldn't know if you told him.
I think, but we had him around for about 6 hours. So
6 hours. Yeah. So
yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Let
this
me
was
let
eventually
me
he
not
before.
hold you.
ran out of battery.
This was before this live stream. I
Yeah,
think.
he ran too much battery, right? Chris and Identity. His battery went out.
Yeah, I think identity. He has an issue with identity, so maybe
Cause the sun is out where he is, Identity and Chris.
it's
So he
morning.
Oh,
should be
I
good
think
for
it's around
power, right? Identity.
I,
yeah.
where he is. I think is around. It must be around noon.
Around
Yeah,
noon. No,
yeah, he's
actually
getting
it's
peak
around
sunlight.
two. It's
Yeah, somewhere around 1 or 2,
about two
or
PM over there.
I think
Let
it
me
might
see.
be about 2
Hold
p.m.
on, let me do my Googles.
or around. I think around noon, around midday.
Let me do my Googles. It is 1 o'clock over there. It's
Or one
fixing to be
o'clock.
it's fixing to be 1 p.m. over there. So the sun is out. Unless it's raining. Maybe it was raining today over there in Laos.
Hey, by the way, Star, I know. Chris isn't in the states, but I know right now there's certain states on the East Coast mostly that they're running like these crazy solar programs. I don't know if you have solar already or if you're thinking about it.
I don't the guy remember the previous place I was at, right? Well, he had like a solar panel on the roof or something like that. And I remember my energy bill, like when I first got there, I wasn't even I think I had like 14, $15. But then but during the winter time it went up to like 70 or 80. I mean, I do miss that place identity because now I pay like 300. During we had a winter, we pretty harsh winter. So I had a $300 energy bill. So I'm definitely need to hang around you guys to see what I can do.
Yeah,
Do you have
they
do you have
they're
a
running.
gas heater or an electric?
I have an actual gas. It runs off of what they call that thing. It's a furnace that's
Okay,
gas based.
so there's two things you can do.
Okay.
One are there are these they look like I can't. Well, how do I even describe it? It's ceramic heater. It's electric, but
Ceramic.
they're smart. And then so there's ceramic heaters and they're infrared heaters. You can even get like ceramic heater plates that you can put like under your bed.
Okay.
There are versions that can basically go on your ceiling, and it's more effective in the sense that the ceramic heats up and it radiates the heat down to you, and the
Okay.
heat comes back up and it pushes it back down with the heating.
Okay.
But it's kind of like a heat lamp, essentially.
Hmm.
That's my visual way of describing it.
Right.
It's
Okay.
still going to use a bit more electricity than you have been during the winter, but you physically feel it. And the challenge with the winter is your air is dry. If you think
Right.
about winter, you close everything up, you're trapped in there, it's drying out, and you physically feel more cold because the air is dry. What you also need to do is get a humidifier.
I'm a humidifier.
You
Okay.
need to run a humidifier, and the part you're not going to love is you're going to need to either get yourself a really good water filter or you're going to need to buy distilled water to use because most of the water in the US is hard. And the reason
Right.
that's important is that it's going to screw up the heating elements in the humidifier, and that's going to basically make it stop working. So
Right.
it's going to stop working. You're going to be using more electricity. So you, whatever it is you do, that humidifier is going to be something you definitely want to look into getting
Okay.
because you are drying out, your skin's drying out,
Oh
and
man,
you're feeling the effects of the cold more. But
you
if you
should
have at
see my
least that
lotion bill.
humidity, yeah,
My
yes, and
lotion bill, Anaki,
I
is
can only
very
imagine. Your skin is drying out, and that's why. So
right. My skin
drink
is
water, humidify,
reclined.
and then look into
Right.
those ceramic heaters.
Okay. Appreciate that. I'll definitely check into that.
Yeah, I was saying that the I know for the mostly the East Coast, Pennsylvania, Virginia, is New Jersey in there? I don't know. You can
Jersey.
Google it. Google it. It's called Solar Program, something Solar Program, but a bunch of states are actually getting like 30% off anything you buy.
Mm,
No money down, and then there's a federal credit and a state credit. It's like a
Right.
$5,000 state credit and a $7,500 federal credit, I think. Something like that. Google it because
Now you have a house though, right? Identity. I
yeah,
do.
yeah, but I've
I
seen
rent.
people put them on townhomes. Oh, well, I
I
can't help
rent
you
my
there.
condo. I rent my
Oh, I
condo.
can't help you there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you was a homeowner. My bad.
No, I rent it. I rent it. I didn't. It's that's a lot of down payment to save up.
Yeah.
some places will let you put like a solar panel on your balcony, and then you can
Okay.
run the power
Mm.
back into your
Okay.
unit through the. You'll usually have a socket on your balcony.
I
You
do
can
have a
put the
nice
power
balcony.
into your unit through that socket out there. But again, check first before you
Before I
mess
do
Yeah.
that,
something up.
right.
And you're gonna want to change the fuse or the circuit breaker, which is what we use here in the U.S. You're gonna want to change the circuit breaker to one that will. Um, you might want to talk to the property owner too,
Right.
but you can change that circuit breaker so that you want to put it on with circuits for things you want to keep power going to,
Right.
and typically you do that just to lower your bill, not
Right.
necessarily to go off grid. You can't really because you need to
Right.
change all the electrical wiring to. I mean, I have a bunch of things that you can use, but I'm not using it in my apartment.
Right.
Um, but there are things you can do to make it work um, if you have permission to do it, and just you
Right.
can go off grid in a condo if you wanted to.
Right.
Again, it would
Awesome.
be battery based.
Awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, I backed off of solar once they started. It used to be a lot more beneficial to the homeowner years back, and then somehow it just got too expensive, and like the energy that you can lease them, and you don't own the energy that it converts if you
Hmm.
lease it. So yeah, there was like all these things. I'm like, nah, it's not worth it to me. But then when I started hearing about all the rebates and kickbacks, you got to wait a year and a half for some of it, but hey, if it's gonna eventually save me money, I'll do it.
Mm,
Hmm.
It's worth it. It's worth it now to me with all the incentives. So see if there's something that could be done even in a rental. I'm assuming you could probably do something.
mhm.
Right.
Talk to your landlord or whoever.
Awesome, man. Sure will.
I think Some people use it to just run their hot tub, like, you know, or their heated pool or something. Like
Right,
there's
right, right.
people that
Hmm.
specifically use it for something like that's all it's there for. So I
Yep,
can
year
have it.
round.
Yep.
Yeah, but I'm in the Midwest, and there are people who have their hot tubs running on that year round with a solar
Yep.
water heater as well, which seems crazy because they have heat tape running through their panels to keep it warm enough to melt, and then the so solar heater to the panels, and then the rest of the heat goes down to the tub, and then the electricity also keeps the hot tub topped off for heat, and then the excess for grounding circuitry goes to the home, and anything left over, if anything, as little as they can to the grid goes out to the grid, because the utilities basically have lobbied policy into a gray area where if you look at the tariffing policy, if it's a one-to-one state, during the day when you produce the most power, when you're not home using things, um, you're giving them, let's say, electricity at 25 cents per watt, which if you were using at a company, you'd be paying more for. And then at
Yep.
night, they lower the rate. So that difference in price, you're basically gifting it to the utility company. And when you come home to use your power, you can only pull. I put out 30 kilowatts today, or 3,000 watts. I can only pull the value of the 3,000 watts. So it's watt for watt. And depending on how well the lobbying went, it may go towards the benefit of the utility, or it may go more towards the benefit of the consumer. But then they slap you with what they call maintenance fees, which end up eating into it, and that's set by the utility. So read the fine print.
Read the
Yep.
fine print.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Once the bureaucracy entered into the game, it just made me like back off. I said, "This is
yeah.
too much." Like, it's no longer a real benefit to the homeowner. So yeah, but
Okay.
it seems like some things are working out on the East Coast. So, like I said, I don't know where you are, Star. Don't tell me where you are because I don't need to know where you are.
Right,
Nobody
right,
else
right.
needs to know.
I know identity. I can be as low key as possible with you. You don't
I
want to
told
know.
you I need to give you one of these avatars. You need to cover you up too. Apparently, Lloyd doesn't like my avatar, but that's okay though.
That's hilarious. I love it. I love
But you and Lloyd, you can be good friends by the way you you argue and all that. It seems
I'm
like
just I'm
you
just
have a
passionate
personal
about
thing
this.
going on, yeah.
I'm just passionate about the science, man. That's all. I'm really low key, honestly. If it's a topic I don't really have an input on, I'm really low key and quiet. But the sciences and the math, I'm an admitted math geek, man. I'm a science head, math geek. You know, I
it.
lit. I no real talk, real talk. You know what's in my Instagram feed, I and YouTube feed. I actually get questions from SATs. And then I challenge myself to answer it before the video ends. Like that I literally do this. I don't know why, but it's something that I do. I just the numbers and the calculations and the like I don't know. It's just something I do. So
Right,
I just
right.
I
don't
think
and I don't like people lying about the numbers too. Don't lie about it. Like especially to somebody that knows. Like, no, that's not how that works. So stop lying to sell a book. That's not right, man. That's wrong.
It's wrong.
So
Absolutely.
yeah, yeah. I'm sorry, Chris. What was that?
I was saying those type of questions like you will get more of them on TikTok.
I don't
But you
do
say
TikTok. I don't do
you-
TikTok. I do Instagram and YouTube. That's
YouTube.
about it. That's about it. I did 2 shorts on Lloyd. Like I said, he has so many times he's saying things
Yeah,
so wrong
I
that
saw
I have a whole database of videos. I
there's a
don't have
day
time to really do videos, but I'm gonna do them because he
there's
has
a
a
day
ton of them.
I saw I saw you posted a short on your on your channel. But feel free to use any part. You know how to download, right?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Feel free to
Yeah.
use any part. Or I don't know if you can. Since you're here, I'm not sure if you'll be able to see the background. If you could be able to see in the background, you can see the live is recording as of now. Then you just download it instead of waiting on YouTube. But also you can download from YouTube and cut the section you want and repost. For me, I don't have an issue with
We
any of
usually
that.
do like clips, Chris. Like we'll take like the best part, and usually we don't need to download the whole thing. We'll just say, okay, watch this part, and like we use the timestamps. That's what were you planning on doing that identity? Like just doing
Yeah,
going, yeah,
I'm going to preload them because I don't want to do like moving around in the YouTube like dragging videos. I'm going to have preloaded ones, but I'm going to have
preloaded clips.
like I said, there's so many that came out on this channel that like I gotta grab a lot from here. But there's some things that Lloyd does on his own channel. It's hilarious because he
Right.
doesn't know what he's saying. And that's where some of the videos are going to be sourced from. But I have so many, I
Hmm.
really don't have time to make videos, but I'm going to make them because they're funny. Because he says some of the most outlandish things. Like when he said, if you shake voltage, that's how you get current. Shake voltage? How do you shake voltage? Do you mean do you mean like frequency or like he says these things that he has no idea the lingo. No idea.
Right.
But he's
And
out here teaching
you believe he has sold 1,000 copies, 100,000?
no, no, he has not. He has not. If he
Yeah, that
sold that many at $400 a pop, he's
actually
half a
not
millionaire.
not 400, not 400. His most expensive book is 19, and then others. I think there's even one which cost like $1 or less.
Oh, he lowered his prices.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Oh, it's a
but
deal. It's a steal now.
but a- but 100,000, that's a lot, and it has only been like I think 2 weeks. Is it 2 weeks? I think 2 weeks. The first when the first book came up,
Wow.
I
Like the
think 2 weeks.
monster.
Wow. Yeah,
Yo,
I if you said
GPT.
100,000, yeah, good old ChatGPT. Look at that. You can crunch out books just like that. I was on
But
the channel
but
that I
people are,
come from.
people are making books with uh, ChatGPT and selling. That one is a very lucrative business that is happening. I mean, if you take Lloyd aside with the scientific, I think for him he's creating in scientific, from in the science community. But now we have people create books like fiction and also children's books and all that. Most people
That
be
is
using,
perfectly fine. To me,
yeah.
that's perfectly fine because it's a fiction book. It's not like trying to tell you, like when you start talking about teaching math and science, that's again something that really resonates with me as being it's very important to understand these spaces have a language.
Hmm.
And if you come into that space attempting to speak the language, but you keep changing the words, you're going to confuse the audience because they don't know what the hell you really mean because you're
Right.
making it up on the fly. So if you can't speak the language, don't pretend that you do know. It's irritating to the people that actually know you have no idea what you just said. It's okay for people to listen but he's trying to teach the people, as he said, third world countries want this energy, this free energy. I'm trying to help the people. No, you're not. You're lying to them. So
Hmm.
I don't know. I'm not a fan of that part of it. So otherwise, I mean, you write a book with ChatGPT. So what? I'm not. I don't care about that. But don't come up here
You
teaching.
don't want the
Don't.
people to be lied to. Yeah, it's about using. Not only are you just being dishonest with the people, you use Chat GPT to do it, and you upcharged it so high, made the books what $400? Is it so?
Well, he lowered his prices if it's $20. He
Is
lowered
it
his.
20? It's $20 now. It's not 400.
I might have been the reason why he did
I was
that.
gonna say, were
Chris.
you the reason why he lowered his prices? Identity. Because
Man, I
I'm
I
messed
think
up his $4 book, $400 book. I messed it all up.
he
right, right,
said
right.
he said the 400 one will come with schematics and more, but the one going at $19 is just only text.
Hey, Chris, I'm gonna give you
No,
another one too. Go
no
on
images.
Lloyd's channel the next time you're on Lloyd's channel. Look
Yeah.
at the images he uses in his video. They are AI generated circuits. These aren't even actual products. Like he puts pictures of like generators with like a screen with a schematic, and it's like it's all AI generated. He doesn't use anything original other than his sandwiched LED pancake. I don't know what you call it, but I'm like, yeah, someone said it. He uses ChatGPT too much. Someone told him that in his chat and he got mad. He got mad and said, "You don't understand. ChatGPT runs the world. It prints. It works on your printer and it works in your computer and it works." That's not the point, though. He's just telling you to back off. You keep using it for
Right,
everything.
right.
You don't know a damn thing about what you just said.
Yeah, there's a way that 14 Supersonic believes that you don't know how to use AI. But he was talking about it some time back. Is it true, ID,
What part?
that you don't know how to use AI or chat
Yeah, I've
GPT?
used it. I've used ChatGPT. So my first attempt was, again, I'm circuit design by trade. I know how to do these things n- I that's what I do. So I immediately tested ChatGPT the first time I used it,
Hmm.
probably 8 months ago. 6 months.
Hmm.
No, 5 months. 5 months ago, because the guy who I actually talked to about it, he's a ChatGPT guru. He sent me all the free stuff, and then he started sending me links to the paid versions. So
Hmm.
he's like, "All I need you to do is just mess with it. Just try it out. Try it out. All the voice commands and all of that, talking to it like it's a person." It was pretty cool. I tried out the video conversion. I tried out the image convert or generation, video generation,
Yeah,
and then I actually tested it. I wanted it to design a specific type of amplifier with feedback and all these different things and components. Give me the values of the resistors, the capacitors, the MOSFET channel size. I wanted this. It gave me all of it, everything I asked for, everything I asked for. But when I actually went to go implement it, it didn't necessarily work the way I wanted it to. I still had to fine tune it, but it impressed me that it actually figured out, just by me telling it, design me an amplifier with positive feedback and common gate and all these different terms that you use for designing circuits. It figured it all out and spit out values for the resistors, capacitors, and all the devices, inductor sizes. It gave me all of it, and I was impressed. It was pretty cool. Now, I knew enough to know it didn't give me exactly what I wanted, but it got me close.
Hmm.
It got me close. So, do I depend on it to build my circuits? Nope. No, 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 no. But I'm entertained by how it actually attempted it. That's amazing to me, right? Because I mean, typically you have people that design these things. To have it design it based on just what you told it to do, that impressed me. So I may not be as good as Supersonic on ChatGPT. I'm okay
Right,
with that. I may not be as good as him, but then again, I don't lean on it either.
right,
So you can be good at it. Doesn't matter to me. I know when to get off that train. I know when to get off. So, you know, but good luck with that Supersonic. If you're a whiz with the chat GPT, good luck. Good, do what you do. He's asking me which model. I think it was the 4PO. Which one is that? The first one I did was the free one on actually I got it running right now. Hold on.
so you're
There's so
using.
many versions now.
I think it's called 4 point some. I think it's the 4.
4PO or something like that. Whatever that earlier version, the free one. I had that for a while. I never well, actually, so everybody can't use ChatGPT for what they do,
Right.
especially like in the commercial world. So you can use it, but you can't. There's certain things you can't use it for, so there's limitations there. I don't need it for my day to day, so I don't use it every day, but I have used it.
Uh,
Yeah, it's just a tool, Supersonic. I agree. It's just a tool. If it stays as a tool, cool. But the moment you try to act like you can teach the world just because you asked ChatGPT, you shouldn't be out here telling people stuff that you not even you researched. Lloyd has never built a flying car, people. He
have you
has
seen
never built a flying car. I'm telling you, I will bet my life he has never built a flying car.
have you seen that book? Let me see the the there's that book which is it talks about the car.
I didn't see that one. The one I did see was the one he had put on Amazon Unlimited. Because you can see it for free on Amazon Unlimited.
Yeah, I think
And
this.
again, I was reading it and I'm like, this is chat. You can he left the structure of Chat GPT in that book. You can see where he asked the question and where Chat GPT gave him an answer. And he just copy pasted. You can see it.
Hmm.
So it did not do any editing. I think if like for those guys I was telling you that they use uh, AI to write books. Usually the books are taken to editors. They
Right.
call them editors. So the editors have to go through and try to humanize it or make more sense because sometimes AI sometimes thinks on its own without
Make stuff
putting
up.
in without putting into consideration like the human how somebody reading it might perceive or see. What
It's
else?
learning. It's still learning. It's still trying to figure out
It's working its own
like
kinks out.
yeah, yeah, it's still fairly new. It's fairly new. So by the time it really gets a hold of just how we speak as people and different dialects and different like how we say things in the US may be different outside the US, but we're using the same words, right? And it has to figure out, do you mean this or do you mean this?
That's right.
Because in the
Right.
US, this is what they mean, but outside the US, this is what they mean when they say that. So it's figuring all that stuff out real time. So I'm not expecting it to know everything. Not right now.
Mm,
Too early.
I don't think they should have put it out
Uh
because
oh.
it needs too much tweaking though. Like I was listening to this stuff last year where they was putting it on last year, and that's why I was looking at the when they were doing the interviews for the people that was actually putting the AI out there, and the interviewer was like, "Well, what if they, believe that human beings are, are like damaged or not safe for themselves, like they've basically seen on TV and stuff like that. Like they were saying, what if they just try to wipe us out, like shut everything."
Now you're starting to talk like Terminator Star.
Well, I'm just saying, like this is when the interviewer was asking questions like this, and then I remember, like in real time, they were actually trying to ask it stuff in real time, and then I saw it make stuff up. Like so, it was like, and this is like the at the time the top AI programmers at the time, and I was like, if these guys aren't getting it right, I don't think they should even be presenting it to the world because if they put something half ass out here, then it's I mean it's just that more likely that it's gonna mess up.
Yeah.
Hey, Star, look at the title of this book.
I'm looking.
Yeah, I'm sure you can see it. It's saying that how I constructed my flying car.
That's AI
Now, do you
generated.
think he has? Do you think he has a flying car, Chris?
And it's for
He
seven
doesn't.
Come
dollars.
on,
He doesn't
Chris.
have. He said he constructed it when he was younger, then he destroyed it. I think. I think this is the one. I don't know if my mouse is visible, but I think you see
Tell
the
me who
one.
the author is. Who's the author, Chris?
You see the one called the air tires. I don't know if it's visible on the screen. Maybe it's the one which he meant. But for the author, it says by
Yes.
Lloyd
Lloyd George Stovall.
With
with
AI
AI
co-author.
co-author.
No, no. Look at the second author, though.
The second with IA.
AI
Basically
generated, what? Or chat, whatever it is.
AI.
I've never seen that before.
ChatGPT is the co-author.
But he's claiming. Is he claiming to have a flying car, Chris?
Uh, Let me try to read it. Yeah, but what he told me is that he did come up with something when he was younger and they destroyed.
This
He
is
destroyed
not
it.
science fiction. This is a story of a real team who built a real flying car and flew it before the system
Oh
shut
my
them
God! This man was in a flying car.
Yeah.
Yo,
down.
this
Do
is
he
crazy.
has video of it?
No, it was destroyed. The dog ate it.
The dog?
See, the thing is, like, you can use AI to do a lot. Like, you can give it, like you did with the circuits, you can give it very detailed instructions. Like, I used it, that's the image I shared. I used it to design a conceptual, like, not a spa or resort, but like a residential complex that has water bodies to help with cooling effects and solar systems and airflow built into it that would allow like natural pressure relief so storms don't affect the structure. It's not a solid structure. It looks and behaves like a hill, and I know what the original one I had designed looked like and how it functioned. I just described it to it, didn't give it any images, and it actually came pretty close. And then I just told it, okay, go with this and then make multiple versions of it, considering that I want it to have natural effects for pressure to drive wind turbines that are going to be inside, so they're not exposed to the natural elements and dealing with all the maintenance issues that come with a wind turbine. And this is one of the many different images it generated for me based on those rules. And I would give it feedback. I don't like this for this reason. I don't like that one, or I like this feature about it. And it went through many changes to come up with some of the ones that I have like now in archive to develop further. But for any system that comes up, you can find good and bad uses for it. So, keep playing with them. You might find an interesting way to use it that surpasses even your own expectations. But with the way things are going with the flood of engineers leaving the US, it's probably going to end up overseas somewhere that it may be cheaper, it may be more expensive, but use what you can while you can and save everything offline.
Yeah, yeah. Because if once they go, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Hey, Chris, can you pull that book up again? I actually saw something in there. I wanted the panel to talk about for a second. I'm sorry, Chris. I know you want to go to sleep. I said that like 2 hours ago.
And no problem, no problem. Once the end, I'll go and sleep. No problem. Is it visible or
Yeah.
you want?
No, I think it's commercials on right now.
It's visible. You can
Oh,
see it.
okay. Yeah. Sorry. Commercial came up on my end. Jeez. Yeah, obviously, I don't pay YouTube either.
Yeah, the commercials.
You got one too?
Yeah, I got a commercial too.
Yeah,
On
that
YouTube.
Chris is getting paid off of this.
Go,
Uh,
Chris.
those ones don't pay much, although we're just like 14 people, so just skip it, skip it.
Yeah. So if you scroll down, it said, where did I see it? Oh, yeah, right under that YouTube logo. Scroll down a
Under
bit.
the, you're
Yeah,
saying
scroll down. It's behind the red YouTube. Is it scrolling?
Yeah, the legal barriers, or
No, it's right under how existing technologies. Oh,
how
there you go.
existing technologies like
So that line right
structural
underneath that,
plans. Yeah,
that line right underneath it, detailed calculations,
aerodynamic logic.
aerodynamic logic, and structural design principles. Do you honestly think
that's his input.
that was what I was going to ask? Do you honestly think Lloyd has these things in this book that he generated? Aeronautical? Really? This is
Buoyancy.
why I said, I'm on a guy, like I said, Q Butter is a channel I'm on. We talk Ziax Institute. This
Maybe
is the stuff that I said was dangerous. There's too many people that's coming out with this like they are masters, and this is like a bad thing to do in a space where people know what you're trying to say.
maybe it could be like I think it was in programming when we were at school. There were some people who were being taught with more like flowcharts and how you flow, and then there are some people who are taught with how you write code and everything. So maybe in his book is talking more about the theoretical side of this, which is easy to come up with with AI. But
But
if you go
but
to
but
the
don't
calculation
forget,
of the structure, if you go to the
Chris,
calculation of the structural designs, then that one you need to to have a model and to know to play around with loads and everything.
but he says in his first line, this is a true story of a real team who built a flying car and flew it. That's what he said. Now,
No video
again,
though.
no video.
No VHS tape. No,
He
no.
said maybe there. Do you see the image on the screen?
Yes,
Could it be maybe they're the guys at the center? You can see there's oh, it is internet images, because these ones are not AI generated.
How many
which one?
passengers? Does it say how many passengers fit in the car identity?
No, no. I'm honestly, I can't read. I'm not reading this whole book. This is not going to be something I'm gonna spend an afternoon reading in detail.
It's $6, 6.99, which is more like $7.
Man, I got him dropping prices like crazy.
I was gonna say $7 is that's
But you know,
sound like another cut.
but
Sorry, what they call
but
it,
I know
decrease in price.
people are selling books on Amazon with AI. So, but mostly fictional and all that.
Yeah, well, he should write in the next Harry Potter book. He should not be writing about flying cars. This is
Once
crazy, man.
once we are done with the stream, just go to YouTube and Google how to make books with AI and sell on Amazon. You get like lots of channels which show how to do it.
Yeah, I know, people that do that. Yeah, I that's fine by me. I'm okay with that. It's just when you're trying to boast that you're doing things that you know you're not doing this. Why? Just so people can believe you more? That's crazy to me. So all I need is a flying car with some free energy and MOSFETs on the front. That's all I need.
All right, good people. I am heading to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Chris go too. I'm not gonna hold him any longer. I appreciate you, Chris, for actually coming back. Because I know I asked you to do it. So thanks again.
Yeah, I was supposed to leave you on, but I think I tried to see how I can be able to, because now I did add you as a collaborator, so I need to know how I can add you and you can be able to control most. The person who said that was going to bed was Anuki.
Yeah. Did he leave?
Yes, Sable. Bedtime.
No, he's still around.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate the conversation,
Thank
bro.
you too.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. You guys have a good day tomorrow.
You too.
Yep. You too.
And thanks for being around, Anuki. I think Anuki has been around since we began with Lloyd.
Yeah, a couple hours.
That's like it's almost 9 hours.
Jeez.
So y'all was on Lloyd's panel before this live?
No,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
one.
Okay.
No, just this one.
Oh wait.
I thought you were in the other one as well. Oh, maybe I'm
No,
confusing.
yeah.
No, no. Chris needs some sleep. That's what that means.
See his eyes.
Okay,
Don't
okay.
don't eat. Don't have too much special chicken, huh?
Okay, let me go away now. And thanks a lot also you guys for being around.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Scam Chan. I enjoyed your humor in the chat and
As Scamchen and 14 Supersonic were having some issues until Scamchen is saying that 14 Supersonic should change the name to 14 Losonic. I think they were having some sort of an argument.
Yeah. They were going back and forth heavy. I
I
saw
saw him in
that.
the chat going back and forth.
Yeah. So Stargate is she's no stranger to YouTube. She has her own channel. I don't know if you go live much these days, Star, but
No,
you
I
know.
actually don't work because remember somebody flagged my channel and stuff
Oh
like that.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. See, YouTube
YouTube,
plays dirty. YouTube people play
they
dirty.
getting dirty. They getting grimy out here. They don't want me to repeat, the it's like
but you
Lloyd, right? With his Lloyd and his MOSFETs and generators and voltages. They don't want me to remind people what they said. So like it's getting grimy. So you have to find a way to enjoy YouTube. And like this was an excellent. Thank you for inviting me, Identity, and thank you for letting me up, Chris. I thoroughly
Yeah,
enjoyed.
yeah.
it's okay. Like they stopped you from posting or
So what happened was, I think like in our little group, a lot of people did not like when, like, say somebody would say something like, you
yeah.
know, like because I had my two daughters. I wasn't married when I had both my daughters, and say if somebody say, well, their chances of being successful are very low because you don't have a husband in your life. And I say, well, it's about determination because my oldest daughter, she ended up with a master's degree. And as long as your values are the same as everyone else's, whether you're married or not married, you can raise children to be successful. And so you would have arguments like this. And so, and then when I would remind people, that, they would say things to try to kind of, find ways to make it, what the norm seem like what or traditional family values cannot produce successful children, and they would say little things that were very, I would say very like, let's just say they would be insulting, right? And they don't want that information out there.
Hey, long story short, you cross Star, she will get you.
Yeah,
She
if you
will
cross
get
me, I'm gonna come after you.
you. Yeah, she will
These
get
are
you.
So
So
it
facts.
looks like you broke those ones are called community guidelines.
So here's the thing. Now, before, let's just say YouTube did change community guidelines, right? They changed them
They
recently.
change a lot. They update them, adding new rules.
Yeah, so the things that you used to do like 4 years ago, it was okay then, but then now it's not. But a lot of people don't want what they say. They don't want people to know what they said in the past, right? So you can't use you can't use their shows to prove receipts, and so you try to use these receipts to at least get the people to acknowledge, maybe I should not have said that. At the very least, I think that would be the humane thing to do. So, but you have a lot of people that choose not to do that. And I've learned to, just be at peace with that. So, yeah.
Look at Supersonic trying to tell me that Lloyd is telling the truth and that I shouldn't shut him up.
The haters.
Lloyd is not telling the truth. I am. Deal with it. Deal with it. But yeah, so I'm sorry. Yeah, so Star is definitely she is a champion for receipts. So if
I'm
you
a
if you said
champion for
some
receipts
things,
and the truth identity, right?
yeah, yeah, if you said it, she will find it and she will.
I will expose it. Right, right.
Yeah, so be careful how be disrespectful. But yeah, I guess if you want people to check out your channel, I know you don't go live much these days, but
Right,
in the
right.
event you do,
In the
maybe
event that
somebody would
I
like to listen in.
do, if y'all want to sub, maybe one day I will go live. But if y'all follow identity, I would definitely probably do more shows on his show than go live. So
But
Yeah, I got more.
even
Right.
identity, I saw on his channel, his own channel, he doesn't post more frequently.
Yeah, YouTube is sort of got pushed to the back. Life and family is more important than free time on the internet. So I pick my spots. I'm
right,
now actually spending my time on the internet to teach, other than just like doing live streams. Like I'd rather just teach children than goof off on the internet. So that's why I don't go live as much. But I used to go live, at least once a week. It's a lot of work I was putting into that stuff. I had no ChatGPT to write them slides. I was writing 15, 20 slide PowerPoints with graphics, with video, with audio, with clips, edited clips, with timestamps and logos. The whole wanted thing on my background, which should be here, but it's not. But the whole wanted thing, that the show was called Wanted, the voice within organized chaos. That
Yeah.
was the name of the show. So, and I spoke a lot of things on like internet and all of that stuff that's, I guess, taboo to talk about, especially like the black community and all of that other stuff. So it was pretty touchy topics, religion,
Even
anything. But I was willing to
I
talk
know,
about it.
I know. I usually want to ask, but sometimes we also told that sometimes it's a very it's an issue that side a lot. But like for you, I usually black or white because you use the you have this I mean the cartoon that you have on.
Yeah.
It's more of somebody like me, but I think your accent again it sounds different. Like which I usually dark skin like me or
Well, here's the thing. So the one of the running jokes, Star knows this very well. So one of
yeah.
the running jokes
no
when I
black
was on a
Italian.
panel, one guy told me I sound Italian, and then
No
he called me a
black,
non-black. Right, he called me a non-black, so I thought it was funny, so I just started telling black people I'm the non-black
no black
Italian.
Italian. Right,
It was funny to me. Now, I'm as black as this avatar, but it doesn't matter. It's just I know I may sound it doesn't match maybe, I don't know, but, I've heard all that stuff, sound like a white guy, sound like all that.
right,
I've
right,
heard all that stuff before, I'm not tripping on that, you know um, if it goes too far, I am from Philadelphia, and sometimes Philadelphia comes out.
right.
Yeah, yeah, it sometimes it comes out.
Philly.
If people don't know about Philadelphia in the States, but yeah, 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 yeah. But,
Instead
hey,
of
I'm a nerd. What do you want me to do? I read physics books and I do math for fun. Like I'm a nerd. I get it. I get it.
yeah, they used to make fun. They make fun of guys like you in Philly.
Hey, hey, Star, does it sound like Chris didn't want to say I sound like a white guy? Chris
Yeah,
was
yeah,
really
yeah,
wanting to say it. He was really wanting to say it, but he didn't say it.
yeah.
No,
What kind of dark skinned person are you, ID?
Yeah,
like
Are you are you American, ID?
right, right. Are you black?
Are you
I'm usually just curious. But I used to know that you are so for us this side we usually say Mzungu. And
Oh, Mzogo. Okay.
yeah, that's what
Mzungu.
usually it means a white person, but it doesn't mean a white person in a bad way. So so that's what I used to know. Then I went on your channel and I saw like you had a lot of things, and they were most of like people who are like me. So I'm like, is this guy maybe just going after dark skinned people, or what is the issue happening here?
I
So I
love
said,
having conversations about so race relations in the US. It's a pretty touchy topic. It's almost as crazy as politics. So I like
yeah,
talking about things that may I don't want to talk about it to disrespect you. I just want to talk to you about your perspective because I have my perspective. I'm curious to know what you're thinking so we can have the dialogue. Not to disrespect though.
yeah. So I think it's because of that, that's why I was afraid to ask more. Because like for for us it's usually different. For us, like there's some people usually come here from, we have had this where African Americans move to a number of African countries. Then when they come here, like they call somebody, maybe they say that you're black or something. A person says that me, no, no, me, I'm not black. Even if I'm dark, like maybe the way you are. So like the way I am, but somebody says no, I'm not. And usually the thing is you find somebody has never been called. So since you are born, because everyone around you is like you, so you are used to, I mean, like that's like no one calls you something, like no one ever calls you, like says you're a black person or something. People just know you by your name, because everybody around you is like you're all the same, eh?
Right.
So like the person, I mean, there's a guy was who I was talking to sometime. He was telling me that sometimes people can be sensitive to that issue. So I was
Yeah.
afraid to ask you more about it.
See, and that to me is that I open the door for that dialogue. I'm okay with that conversation. I won't take anything you say against me unless you're really trying to be like malicious and evil with it. Other than that, I can have the conversation. It's a touchy topic. It is a touchy topic. So, but I'm willing to talk about it. So that's why I called the show The Voice Within Organized Chaos. This
Yeah,
internet thing is a crazy world. And I feel
yeah,
like
but
most times I have a level head on some of these convos. So that's what I
yeah,
bring to the table.
I remember you told me that somebody tried to come after you. That's why you went ahead and tried to hide your identity.
Well, yes, that was the yes, yes. So I used to actually use my photo. Like people know that I'm black.
Yeah, like
I
people
used to
get
use my
grimy.
photo. But yeah, people started doing like really personal stuff. They'll go
Right.
like find your social media, then they start contacting your family,
Family
they start
members,
contacting your job, they start
job.
contacting
Yeah.
like people were calling like child services on people because they disagreed with what they said.
Right.
So they called child services on somebody and then had them knock on their door asking
Right.
about the welfare of their children. Like why would you do
Absolutely.
that? But that's the internet. That's you run against people
Yeah.
like
It
that.
start.
So,
It's all innocent and cute in the beginning, and then it
yeah.
just ends up like I know you probably like listening to my voice right now. When I get mad, Chris, I sound straight from the
Yeah,
hood.
yeah. For you, once you came on. I just figured, because you sound like a lot of people who have seen coming from the US, moving to, especially to East Africa
All right,
and Ghana. Yeah,
I'm gonna mess Chris head up right now. You ready, Chris?
yeah,
You ready?
yeah. Go ahead.
How's that fit? Is that good? Does it work now?
That's the non-black Italian right there, Chris.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
usually do this to mess with people, but you know.
And some people do, but identity. Do you know there's a couple of females that actually they don't believe that I'm black. That's
Yeah, I
they.
know.
Yeah. Now people was calling me non-black to be funny, but there's a couple of females that accuses me of misracializing. They say that I'm trying to fit in because I'm black.
Like
and
once
like I'm pretending to be a black person, for shits
that is
and
once
giggles.
once they hear you, or once they hear you speaking, or after they see you.
What's the year?
And it,
How old am I?
oh,
Are you saying how old am I?
Like they say that you're not black once after hearing you speaking, or
Right.
after.
No, it's not that they just when they look at me, like
Oh.
just when
oh,
because I
oh,
used
Star has shown herself
yeah I've
Yeah, by
shown
the
my
way,
plenty times.
I see on your channel. If you are where I am,
oh
you
so you
you
saw did you see the video so you can there's a one video that I left up so people could see what I look like because a
yeah.
lot
If
of people say that a lot of people just assume a lot of things about me. So I said, well, let me just do a video and show
Now
people what
you're
I
gonna
look
have everybody running to your channel right now. Let me see what
yeah,
you're saying.
like.
from
Well,
from that.
there you go, supersonic. But a lot of people think that I'm like trying to pretend to be black, though. What do you think about that, supersonic? They think that I'm trying to pretend to be black. I don't understand it. Like,
You see, like from what I see on your channel, if you ever visit any African country, be 100% you'll be labeled as a white person, or a
oh,
mzungu. You'll have to defend yourself a number of times and say, no, 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 I'm not.
right. I'm not. Yeah, I'm definitely black. Right.
Well,
Yeah, yeah, but
the space that we're in, and typically on YouTube, is a black space. So,
right.
any if you want to call them outsiders or anything like that, it usually they get shunned, not shunned, but they don't have a voice as heavily
Right.
as somebody in the space because it's a black space. So that's kinda how it usually operates. So, the fact that people thought I was white just because of my voice, I was okay with it, but if you go to my channel, I actually do you can see my hands in some of the videos. I'm as dark as you, Chris. I mean, it's
Right.
not a big deal, but again, this is the internet. I gotta be careful because people are crazy. Like, that's about it. People are crazy.
Right.
So, I'm not as risky as Star.
I camped up, told people where I lived, and thank God that my
Yeah.
children, but my children knew. They was like, "Ma, I don't want to be in any videos." They was like, "Nah, like no, thank you." And it's like they knew something I didn't, so they had more internet safety than I did. So thank God they would decided not to do videos with me. But
Yeah,
yeah,
Star
like
has
I,
a heart of gold. She has
I
a
have
heart of
a heart of
gold.
gold. I do
Just
identity.
do not cut her. Do
I
not
yeah, identity said,
cross
"Star,
her.
stop trust." Yeah, identity was like, "Star, you got to stop trusting people." And then a lot of people, when they crossed me, a lot of people were, just very shocked that I could get very hood very fast.
Yeah, very fast.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
this was interesting. Like, but yeah, Chris, I'm okay with the conversation. I don't take it personal because I don't know anybody personally, so it's just a
yeah,
conversation.
right,
And if I know you're not asking like to be disrespectful, I'm okay with it because it's just you're curious. You're not like this is not your everyday to like let's say see somebody like Star and assume she's white, right? Like, in my world, I wouldn't assume that because our worlds are different. But that's okay.
yeah. By
It's
the
right,
different.
Yeah, your side is different because on your side we were seeing people like the other former president Barack Obama. So like when he comes here, because he has some parents here, but when he comes here, people see him as a white person. So like I said, we say Mzungu, and on your side is like an African American. He's not actually white. So I think that
Well,
that,
in the
that,
US,
that
there are people that would say Barack's black, but there are some people that would say he's not. So,
uh,
yeah, it's not a slam dunk. Everybody doesn't agree that he's black. There's some black people that feel like, "No, no, he's not black because he's what is he? half Asian, or what
Biracial.
is it?
His mom is white
Yeah, yeah. So some people actually say no because of that. He's not
because he
black.
has one white parent. Yeah.
Yes. So there's different,
Biracial.
depending
Right.
on who you talk to. There's
Right.
people that draw the line on, your both your parents have to be black in order to be black. If one of them's not black, then you're not black. So
Right.
it gets really weird on the internet on people redefining this stuff. So
I see.
Thank you, Scam Chan.
Sometimes I think for us we have that perspective because usually on the continent we have the people who are more darker, and like I'm not, I don't know if you've seen usually the Nilotes, people from around Sudan. And
mhm.
if you know Lupita, there's an actor called Lupita
Yes,
Nyong'o.
yes. I went to college with a guy from Sudan.
Yeah,
And yeah,
she's
so the skin is much darker. Like it is a really, really darker, like a
yeah
really deep dark, like
yeah
Lupita, like you said.
yeah. So those ones, majority of them usually are Nilotes. They are usually more darker. Then as you go towards like Ethiopia, usually those ones, the Kushites, they are a little bit more lighter, or Somalis. But now, so now when you have somebody, let's say somebody like Stargate now comes in, like for her, people will see her more towards like people like her. Maybe you might find them mostly in like South Africa, where
Okay.
I think you know the story of South Africa. But
Mhm.
now for them they call them coloreds. I think they call them coloreds.
I remember
Oh,
the R&B singer from South Africa, Tyla, the one that sings "Water." I
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
even heard about her. She when she said she referred to herself as colored, a lot of black people here in America was upset that she used that language, and a lot of people don't realize that people, the fact that she was from Africa, and they have different variety of ways of identifying themselves. And even though here in America, calling yourself colored is a slur, but
yeah,
it
yeah. It's considered that because of it's like from a time period that when you were
right,
called colored, it wasn't because you wanted to call yourself colored. It's because
right,
somebody else wanted to make sure you know you're colored. So
absolutely
it's
right,
it's it's different. You know what I mean? But that's just because of, the location, right? But
yeah.
yeah.
For them it was more like like for them you had now people like me. They were like, if you follow the classes, people like me, they were below. Then you had the colors, they were somewhere between.
hmm
Then you have the Indians, and now you have those Dutch. So like
You said
the color,
Dutch?
Dutch.
yeah, we call them. You call those the people who moved from Dutch, and they settled in South Africa. They are called Afrikaners. Like example is like Elon Musk. Huh?
Ah, Elon.
Elon
Okay, okay.
Musk
Yeah,
people.
they call them Afrikaners that side, but they are usually descendants of Dutch people who settled in South Africa.
Okay. Okay.
So they're the ones who, like, when they have a kid, they have a child with let's say somebody black. Now, now they come up with the colored now. Now that's the group they call the colored ones. But that's only in South Africa. When now you come to these other countries, usually it's when when you're more like, you're not more darker. Most people just refer to you as a white person. They just call you Mzungu. So you are either Mzungu or you're either African, more darker. Usually those two. But in South Africa is where you have the colored
So if
ones.
I call Star Mzungu, is that bad? Is that a bad thing to do?
So actually no, it's not a bad thing here. It's not a bad word. It simply means usually it means people who move around a lot. Like, I think during our ancestors' time, white people used to come and move aimlessly on the continent. So
Mhm.
they refer to them as Mzungu, means moving, somebody who moves aimlessly. It's a common word among all the Bantu
So
speak.
somebody that's not African, a native of Africa.
Yeah, yeah.
So like they would call like Mexicans call people that
Yes.
come to Mexico gringo. Am I saying that correctly? Let me do my Googles. Let me do my Google.
Yeah, like any person who is not black skinned or darker,
Gotcha.
who is not chocolate. Usually they refer to them
Right,
with
I did
that.
say that correctly. So gringo is a Latin or Spanish word referred to a foreigner. And now, how do you say that again? Identity increase?
Mm, mm, I forgot.
Ungago?
We say
Ungago?
mzungu
Oh,
or
so
zungu.
Unzungo?
Yeah.
Mzungu.
Unzungu.
It is usually
We
in
learned
any
we learned a word today.
Hey, we
usually in
are
any
smart and we are important identity.
usually in any Bantu, like Bantu speaking people, they have a word which ends with that letter zungu at the end, and it means the same, but it's not really like like to mean something bad.
Mm.
It's not like how you guys say, when you guys say white person, it's different from when the same you're saying zungu, although it's more like the same thing, but it comes with some different. This guy said mangulu. I don't know who mangulu is. I think I was talking about this guy from Zulu. We had some guy from a Zulu guy in the first time we were here, the first stream. I
Okay.
think Alex saw you too. He's also saying the Stargate is. You went to our channel.
He
Hey,
said,
let's get it,
he
Alex.
said you are juicy as fuck.
Thank you, Alexi.
All right, now look, people. I usually am protective of Star. She gets very flirty, and I gotta make sure she doesn't get out of hand.
Right. I'm gonna behave
Because
myself. I
if
promise I
she
did it.
starts messing with people on the internet, then I gotta hear about it for the next 3 months.
So you guys know each other.
Yeah, we've known each other since for 5 years now because we
It's been
started in
that
the
long?
pandemic together
Yeah, it's
on
Ah,
been
the
since
internet. On
2020.
the
Yeah,
internet.
yeah, you're on the internet.
On the internet. Yeah.
like the
We've
other
had
channel.
discussions. Like we've had 8-hour discussions talking about one thing before. Yeah.
Yep, yep. So usually, if Star goes live, I usually jump in there just to support. But I'm usually protective of her because every time she shows up, somehow somebody in there starts hitting on her.
Yeah.
So and then if something happens, and then I
The-
gotta hear about it
the-
for the next 3 months about how this happened and
that
that
is how-
happened, and ah,
Well, usually there's some females that always have a problem with me flirting back with someone. Well, let's not. I mean, listen, it's more than flirting has happened. So,
eh,
but
too much, too
okay,
much.
okay, I'm gonna
Now
dial it back.
you gonna have a lot of subs tonight. Come on now.
And look at Alex C. He said, "I am white. Listen, I love the whites, Alex C. I love the whites, especially the charming
Ungugu,
ones."
what is it? Ungugu, what is it? Ungugu.
Google.
I said it wrong. I know I said it wrong.
What
You
is it,
saying
Chris?
you saying what I
Zungu?
said? Oh, mzungu.
Umzungu.
Um,
Umzungu.
Umzugu. I keep forgetting that. I'm sorry.
It can be
Umzugu.
it can be difficult on your tongue. Yeah.
Yeah,
Very
yeah.
difficult.
It's not like any word that I know in English of like that flow to it. It's like that character on Panther. What is it? Black Panther. M'Baku.
Umbaku.
Ombaku. That's double
Yeah,
M.
Mm.
M'Baku. Just to say that M'Baku. The first
Umba.
syllable in that is different.
But
Like
that that
not a
one
lot of
is
words like that.
and
that
they
one
have. Go
that
ahead.
one is easy.
Yeah,
Usually,
it's easy, but we don't have any words that are similar to that.
Right, right,
usually,
right.
usually the one that disturbs you guys a lot. We have some sounds that are called I think diphthongs or something. An example is when I say when I say like ngombe, they sound like ngo.
Ng'ombe.
That sound nga. You can say nga ngo something like. Usually that sound I see it troubles a lot.
What does that mean?
Ngombe means cow.
Cow. And what
Ng'ombe.
does that mean?
Cow is like a
Oh, a
cattle.
cow. A
Yeah,
cow.
Yeah.
Like moo.
Yeah,
yeah.
that one star.
I
Not the
am
other one. Not the other one. The
not
one
the
that
other
moves.
one, not the other one, but the one that goes moo.
Yeah.
Bird gang
Yeah.
identity.
Yeah.
But Mbaku is not that difficult. Mbaku.
But
I know what you guys.
the way to say it though is there's no word that I can think of that's similar to that MB sound. Mbaku. Like that.
uh,
We don't
That's
have a word that starts with an MB.
that is double. I think Mbaku is double M, then B. But yeah, we there's a lot of words which begins with M then B. I mean
Yeah, we
for
don't
us.
have any as far as I know. There's no English word that has MB. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
any.
there's no English word.
Yeah. So that's why I said it's different. So it's kind of hard for like I guess somebody like me to pronounce it properly.
Yeah, mostly for you guys, they usually pick the easier ones and put them in movies like the Matata one. I know the Matata one is very common with you guys. Hakuna
I have
Matata.
no idea. Oh yeah, we know Akuna
Akuna,
Matata.
Akuna Matata.
Like,
We was raised on Akuna Matata.
yeah, that one I know is pretty common. Whenever you have somebody visiting this side, they always say Hakuna Matata.
Now what is that?
What will be?
Hakuna Matata.
It's like c'est la vie. Uh,
Is that what that is?
I
it's
think what
what
they
will be, right? Chris.
no. What they tell you, I think, is that no worries. I think no
No
worries.
worries.
No
So
Yeah,
worries.
everything it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
they usually say something like no worries. But
No worries.
Matata is more like I think Matata is usually more like when somebody starts, let's say, when somebody starts a fight with you or just starts insulting you from without any reason, like bullying you
Mm-hmm.
for no reason. So when they say Hakuna Matata, they mean like there's no trouble or there's no one who can cause you anything to do with that, like cause you any trouble or any bullying at any time. Alexi is asking for Lloyd. Lloyd is asleep. Lloyd, I don't know where he is of now. As of now,
Well, we think his
Why did he
power
call
ran
him
out.
Lloyd Stone Balls?
Alex C, we think his generator his battery went out. Not his generator. I apologize, Alex C. We think his battery went dead and all his power went out and his laptop shut off.
Nah, ID definitely pissed him off. That's a true statement.
His MOSFET stopped generating what does it do?
Well, according to him, it creates current.
it stopped creating a current. His MOSFET
Yeah.
stopped currenting.
and
Damn, that's a new one, Star.
Alex is the one who asked
Hold
that.
on, let me look at my notes. His grid tie shut down.
Alex was like, "Why can't you bring Lloyd on?"
Right,
Oh, Alex was really, really cutting up in the chat.
right,
I
right,
was
right.
laughing though, because he was trolling like crazy, but it was funny. It was really funny. Because he started asking him about being unemployed. I was like, oh, Alex plays dirty.
Right, right. I love Alex.
and he's the one
But
who was
yeah,
like, I
His
think,
scam pitch went out, Scam Chan.
but where he is usually in Laos, I was told that there's a lot of massages, so
Ooh,
maybe,
massages.
yeah, he's
hey,
chilling somewhere.
did you notice he accidentally left that on the tail end of one of his videos?
Yeah, yeah, he did by he said that he wanted people to see that he's not in the US. The first time when I did post a video of him, most people were asking him like, how comes when we call you, like, it's not going through, people from the US, that is. So he said that he wanted people to know that he's not in the US at the moment. That's why he left that one on. I think you saw it where he was being massaged.
I saw him. He was getting no. He was getting. I think. I don't know. It was a pedicure. I don't know. Or a massage. I don't know. But it was. It didn't make sense with the video. Like it was on the tail end of him showing his panels, his solar panels, and then it flipped to him in some like parlor.
Yeah,
I'm like, why did he leave that on the back of this video?
Maybe he was trying to show that
he
the
was trying to show where he was. Even I think for this person, he saw it to saying that it wasn't an accident. It was actually intentional because it did send it to me to post in one of the video, but
Mm.
I did not put it up. He wanted people to know where he is. Usually there is a lot of massage, and Alex saying that it comes with a happy ending too. I think Alex has
What are you?
been to
identity.
Laos.
What?
You see, they
Oh,
talking about massage identity. They talking about massage.
I see it. I don't tell it, Star.
Okay, okay.
Don't tell it.
But
We're
he's getting
gonna
a
hold that.
fever.
Nah, don't put all that out on Chris's
Rough for
channel right
grunt.
now.
We're not doing rough for grunt.
No, don't. This is
You
too
guys have
early.
been you guys have been to Laos too or what?
No, but massages is they're not we're not foreign to massages. We know them well.
We know about
So
massages. Yeah. Some people
so
Getting
there's a history there that if you get into it, it'll be another 2 hours.
it been another
Yeah, don't go down that road, Chris. Let's hold that for another show.
Absolutely, I did it. I got you. I got you, bro.
We gotta keep them wanting more, Star. We gotta
Yeah,
keep
yeah,
them
you're
wanting
right. You're
more.
right.
okay, okay. Uh,
This Star is a big hit tonight, isn't she?
Let's get it. I did it.
Yo, juicy as F.
Juicy
They
and a
called you
hottie.
juicy. Hottie. Who else? Can any more adjectives? Can we throw any more in the chat? What
I
else?
appreciate it. They got me blushing. Identity. They got me blushing.
Alex is being dirty.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. See? This is where it starts.
What is, what is supersonic? What do you mean? You want to live or what?
Oh, that's so hilarious.
Yeah,
What is
if you don't mind, if I ask Chris, are you married or you don't have to answer if you don't want to.
no, not yet, not yet.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
yet, but he's very confident he will be one day.
So
Are you
whatever
gonna
you
have
do,
more than one wife?
Don't give Star your number, Chris. That's all I'm gonna tell you right now. Don't give Star your number.
You want more than one wife, Chris?
Oh
You're saying
Jesus.
you're saying that I don't get.
Hmm?
You are saying that I don't get.
You
I
get
said
what?
whatever you do, do not
He said,
give
"Don't give
Star's number.
Star your." He's saying, "Don't give me your number."
Do
Oh,
not give Star your number.
Do
That's all I'm telling
you, Chris? Do you? Are you gonna have more than one wife?
you. Here we go.
and not really, not really, not as of now. As of now, no. But as of now,
Maybe
there are not so many people are doing so. But it is allowed in our constitution. You
you
can do
can.
so if you
Yeah,
want to.
I know. I heard about you, African brothers.
Uh-oh.
I heard.
She's dusting off her passport right now.
It's allowed. Yeah, it's allowed. It's allowed. You can do as many as you want. There's actually no limit. Usually in villages, you might get some people who have up to up to even more than 10.
10? Oh my
Why?
god, that's
Yeah,
just too greedy. That's too greedy.
they're those who
Wow.
do, and they know how to balance. And usually, for some, and you can find somebody stays with every wife in the same compound. He doesn't sleep. He has his own house where he
He has
sleeps.
his own house even with 10 there's no way. There's
He
no
like
way.
you see, like he has his own house, so he's the one who decides at evening where do I want to go to sleep tonight.
What?
Sometimes if he doesn't want to go anywhere, he just chills in his own house and relaxes.
That's not fair.
Most relationships in the US, yeah, you would get cut for that.
You get cut.
Yeah, a lot of
What you mean
women
you
is
wanna
not
spend
gonna go
time
for
by
that in the
yourself?
US. It's not happening in the US. I mean, I'm sure there's people out there living that lifestyle, but most
Yeah.
yeah, a lot of women are gonna go for that.
I would let you have 2 if
Look, look,
you
look, you already counting. Look at yourself.
Or she's saying that you let me have two.
2, yeah, 2 at the most.
Yeah. Alex is saying
You have
that I'm
to
a
make
player.
sure you can afford a house for everybody.
Now,
And
is
you
that
can't.
customary that you have to have a house for every wife? Is that customary?
Yeah, not really, but usually it's the best thing to do because if you have them
Cause
in the same
friction.
house, they will fight a lot. You will
Well,
have a
yeah, a
lot
lot of
of.
friction, right, Chris?
You, no, I'm trying to answer. You'll have a lot of issues. So the best way is to put them separately.
Yeah,
Mostly those who do, they put them separately. If you've seen the Masais, like the Masais, they still do a lot. A person can have up to usually more than four,
yeah,
averagely, even up to today, the Maasai people.
yeah. I
But
don't think there's not one man on earth who can even do more than 3. So that's why I say, if you're good enough provider, you can have 2 wives. Like, it's okay with me, but no more than 2, and
Yeah, but Star, you don't
including
make that
me will be
call. The
3.
the husband would make that call.
you
No,
know
but
that
no, he can't make that call without my permission.
See, you already crossing yourself out. Now, Chris had you on the list, and now he's scratching your name off.
He crossed me out now.
Yeah, because you're getting too bossy now. You're gonna tell him
I'm
how many
always
he can
that's what it
have.
is. I'm too bossy, right?
Yeah, see, you were good when you said it, two, okay, okay, but now you're like, that's it. No, no, no.
Yeah, that's
Now Chris wants seven.
Chris wants to say, no, that's too much. That's
seven is a lot. For me, I'm not. In my family, no one has gone beyond two,
but now
beyond one.
Chris is on my wave. Chris understand what I'm talking about. Even like I said, I'm even allowing him one more. See, I'm not that bossy. See, you see what I'm
Mm,
saying, identity?
But
Mbaku.
it depends. It depends on one's decision. If you want to do more, you can. But as of now, I mean that culture is a little bit going away because
It's
of
gone away a little bit. Yeah, it's just too much, right, Chris?
yeah, because not really too much. I think it's because of like how we are taking in the culture of the Europeans because of
Gotcha.
colonization. They were against that.
Monogamy?
They say that it's a sin. If you do more than one, it's a sin. So
Oh, like monogamy. You gotta be monogamous to one woman
yeah,
type.
so that has been growing into a lot of people why they are leaving that type of culture behind. But
Especially
still,
if
still we have a lot of people doing it.
so. Like, are you Christian or are you not? Like, what are you? Like, what's your religion?
I don't go to church, but I think I must be a Christian, but I don't go to church. The
So,
last time I
like,
went,
I was raised Christian, but I don't. I did not take that on as my like. I did not continue that. I was born Christian, like I said, but like I said, I don't practice Christianity.
Most of
But I
us
was
were
born
born Christian, I would
right. We was
assume.
born into it, but I'm definitely trying to get back to my African roots and being spiritual, or depending on my
Yeah, but they look at you as a white woman, so I don't know how
I don't know
I
how that
don't
would
know how
work
you're
right
gonna
at that
handle that.
But that has to do with our spirituality now.
Hey, Chris, we play like this all the time, so I hope you don't take any offense to this,
You
but
cool, Chris? You cool? We don't want
I
to,
you good, Chris?
get you all
it's
sweaty
okay,
and
it's okay. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay.
you okay? You okay? That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Hakuna Matata.
Hakuna Matata.
Yeah, that's how usually they say it. You see how they say it like you guys.
Ah, see, I got it right, Star. I got it right.
I'm so
Cool.
proud of you.
Alex said that I'm old school that doesn't go for wives shenanigans. Multiple wives. Alex, this one I think it depends with how you're raised now, and also right now most women decide don't accept that. Although you can talk to them,
So
they say that
what if you
you're
say
supposed you're supposed to talk to her first and let her know that I want to bring number two. But there's others who will bring for you. You
It don't
just
give
sit,
you no choice. Don't even tell you.
yeah, you're just
It'd be
chilling
like,
and
here your second wife, here your
yeah,
third one, here your fourth one.
they come with another one. They say we bring you this one, and usually those
uh,
ones are better.
Chris,
They don't fight.
is that dependent on how big your wallet is?
Usually, yeah, usually that's the case, but not really. Like again, a lot of this is happening in the villages, and in the villages, people are not loaded as such.
Hmm.
In the villages, mostly somebody depends on. What I usually see is mostly hand to mouth. Although you might have a farm and you do farming and all that, but you farm and keep it that you eat later. But mostly people
Mm,
do so in the villages.
Do
okay.
you see Supersonic has the Umar philosophy? He can't have like two of the same flavors. He has to have an African lemonade and a mocha what they what did Umar say? Like mocha peanut butter or something like
Pecan, butter
pecan
pecan.
Now,
pecan butter
now,
butter pecan.
problem with that will depend with the race maybe. I mean, some cultures they don't accept it. So unless if maybe it becomes Muslim, so
A Muslim,
So,
right,
so
right, right.
how traditional are you now? If you brought Star home, would your mother say hell no?
Am I too
oh
light skinned?
that that if I bring her home,
Yeah, like if you brought her home, would your mother say, this isn't the
Uh-uh.
one? 'Cause-
She that's a white woman. She
no,
can't use your comb, don't bring her home.
that's a good question. For me, I grew around mostly my grandma, and
Okay.
Okay.
she although she wasn't very okay with she used to tell us that you should not bring home a brown skinned girl because
Oh.
they tend not to be more clean and all that. She said that they're
Oh,
very lazy. I want you, if you go out there, bring a chocolate person.
oh,
Chocolate.
wait. So brown is not good. A really dark woman would be better.
Yeah, that's what our grandma used to say.
Well,
Grandma
Yes,
it's
said
similar. It's similar to the US because it's. I mean, it's not. Yeah, sorta.
yeah, they saying so light skin or brown or light skin females are what they would say, like maybe we would call them spoiled or something like that. They don't like to work hard or something like. Is that what
Pretty
you
girls. Pretty girls.
pretty girl privilege or something like that? But I work hard though. I do work hard.
Yeah, so
So
that interests me, like the dynamic, like at least in the US, the dynamic within like if you consider the black race like a range, like the darker people sometimes don't like the lighter and the lighter doesn't like the darker. and then there's like this infighting that like you're not black enough or you're too black.
Mm,
That
right,
that happens. That happens, and it's crazy to me.
right.
I'm
I'm
looking at it like, wait, what are we talking about? We're all black here. Why are we making
right.
these distinctions? But
So
yeah, some people don't see that.
who is considered dark enough? I see this comment from Alexi. Alexi, man, I'm straight. I'm straight. Alexi is asking, saying that if I go for the back door, something.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
He
Hold
uses a
on.
front door. Sometimes goes knocking down the back door.
So
Mm.
you're saying you have that you have that infight between yourselves.
Yeah, that happens. That happens quite a bit, and Star
Right.
knows it very
I
well
know
that
very
there are.
very well. Yeah, they say I'm not
Yes.
black enough. Right.
Yes, she's not dark enough to be, like, in
Black.
certain
A
black
black woman.
spaces.
Right.
Yeah, that it happens. Like, some people have that view. It doesn't represent everybody, but it's
Right. But
you do have some people that
it's
considers
enough
you
though
gotta
that
be a
uh,
certain you gotta
it's
be dark
alarming.
enough to be considered black.
Right.
Yeah.
But the fact that I
Just
still have to deal with that even at, you know, this year in 2025 is still it still surprises me.
hey, I'm dealing with the white man voice. What the hell am I
You ain't
supposed to
nobody.
do? I
Or you
can't help
probably in
it.
school
But
or in
also,
school, right? You
but
were
also, but also,
probably peer pressured not to be smart. Like I was peer
Yeah.
pressured not to be smart because that's you're trying to be
I
white
was I was picked on too for reading a book. I
for
was
reading a
picked on
book,
it. It
right?
wasn't it
Trying to be
it
white.
wasn't it wasn't cool growing up. It
It wasn't
wasn't
cool being smart, right?
yes, yes.
Were
That
you told?
and that's
Did they
really
tell
one of
you
the
you were
issues
trying to
I
be
had
white?
growing up. You would be called white, right?
You
Like
were
that's what
like
they
you
would say.
trying to be
Oh,
white
you're
for
trying
being
to be white. You're trying
you
to
trying
be
to be
white.
white,
Like
right? Right.
because I read a book?
Yeah, that
so
did
So I
happen.
never got that. I never understood that, but yeah.
I'm not the only one who was thinking so. You see, even that side.
I know. That's why I don't take it personal. It's funny to me. It's hilarious.
Right.
Somebody said I was Italian because it's funny to
Non-black
me.
Italian. You non-black Italian, you.
Non-black Italian. That's hilarious to me. But so that in the black culture though, growing up, it wasn't cool. It wasn't like part of the in crowd to be smart. So a lot of times I would hide it. I used to hide it. Like, I wouldn't answer questions or I would, like, not raise my hand as much,
Yeah, don't
even
raise
though
your
I
hand.
knew the answer. I
You being a
can't keep
teacher's
showing
pet.
them that I'm
Yeah.
yeah, it just wasn't respected.
Right.
And
So
usually there's this other thing where like people move from here to that side. It might be for education or sometimes the green card or anything. Most likely, like they, for those who I know, they say that they find it easy to be closer to the white people than
Mm.
is to compare to the African Americans.
Mhm.
mm,
Like why is it so? Like more even those who have settled that side, you who are African, like that guy. I wish Anunnaki was still around. He was Anuki or something. We could have tried to ask him. You find that they tend to marry. They will marry like white women and
Mhm.
not actually the fellow like African Americans.
So you have black men in America that and it's not even most black men, but they feel like it's a status, like
Yeah.
they would be accepted in amongst their white male peers if they marry a white girl. But that's not even a representation of most black men though. Cuz I would say even in the black community most I think black men marry black women. I mean, identity. Do you know the race? I just know that black men mostly date black. When they marry, they do marry black females.
yeah, I mean, for the most part, yeah, but, I
Maybe
think
the
it lessened a little, like, as the years went on that it used to be taboo, like, you just didn't
right.
do it. You just didn't do it. Like, you
You
didn't
just
even bring anybody home that didn't
right.
look like you. That was just the thing. It's way more accepting now. It's
Way more
way
acceptable.
more
Right.
accepting now. So, but like some of us grew up. I'm a little older, so I know what it was like to have that feeling that you better not bring anybody home that doesn't look like you. So, you know, I mean, fortunately, my taste is black women, so I don't.
Right.
Well, not
And I
anymore. I'm
prefer black
married,
men.
so
Well, I've never even dated white. So,
that's.
um,
But again, it's just the times are different now. So I guess I gotta adjust to it. But there was a time where in the black community, it was just not cool.
it wasn't cool. Like, just, yeah,
Um,
you just didn't do it.
but that
Yeah.
one I understand because I think this we also have also same thing where like for, I'm sure for us we have a lot of tribes, usually
Hmm.
so many languages. So you have cases where you'll find your parents tell you, make sure for me you never bring me uh, either a woman or a man from a certain tribe. There are even ones who meet and you go for introduction and they try to ask around like this person is from which tribe? From tribe A. We don't want her. You don't want to see her here, and you have to leave immediately and go.
With their
Mm.
parents. Like the women had to move in with the men from. So usually, I'm sorry. I might be getting. I'm. Am I correct when I say this, Chris? Women usually had to join the men tribe. Like the guy she married,
Yeah, yeah,
she would have to join his tribe. There's never, like, not even maybe a small percentage with the other way around.
yeah.
Right. Now, what's interesting is when I actually saw the movie Shaka Zulu, I
Mm.
remember there was this Shaka Zulu became like his warrior spirit actually stemmed from the fact that uh his
Wait,
father
wait. We
from
gotta we gotta ask first. Is Shaka Zulu even something that you would watch, Chris?
I mean, it's a true story, right, Chris? Like
I've
his
never,
father
like,
didn't
bro.
claim his Shaka Zulu's mother because she was from a different tribe. Well,
You're looking at it from the eyes of the U.S. Star. That's why I'm
I
asking.
mean,
It
but
might be a big deal to us, but it may not mean a damn thing outside of the U.S.
would you say Shaka Zulu was fictionalized or was it incorrect, Chris?
Actually, funny thing is I've never watched the movie. I think I'll try to
See,
look for it,
Okay,
see,
okay, okay,
but
all right, all right, all
but
right.
it's more like the thing with it is more like it's more like when I see like for you guys when you watch maybe Shaka Zulu, you're watching it in the eyes of an African thing, yeah. Like
yeah.
you're watching an African thing and maybe you feel connected to it. But now for me here when I watch it, I'm watching it in the eyes of more like just a thing from another tribe, yeah? Because Shaka Zulu is just like a different tribe, although they are from the Southern African part. So the way we are here, like sometimes you don't even know who people from some other sides are. Although Shaka Zulu I've heard about it a lot. I think we also studied in history sometime back when I was in high school. We did some,
but but the premise is that he
yeah.
was upset at his father, right, for not wanting to claim his mother. Is that true though? Because
Mm,
they were from because she was from
actually,
a
I'm not
different.
sure.
Well, you know
I
that. But at the but I did it, but because I did read, like, because I know that movies can, what they say, give artistic license, right? But the
yeah.
basic premise that his father, that it was true though, because I did read this part where his father, Shaka Zulu's father, was I would say pressured not to include Shaka Zulu's mother because of the tribe she came from. So like Chris was saying, that's a real thing. Like you can't um like some tribes weren't allowed to let's say procreate or marry people from certain tribes. Am I right, Chris?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that happens a lot.
Yeah. So I'm not talking about the whole movies because I'm sure some of it had artistic license identity, but the basic premise, what I was like trying to point out that that was true. Like he had daddy issues. Like Shaka Zulu had daddy issues.
I'm starting to really feel like the way we see race in the US is almost equivalent to how like Chris would see a tribe. Like you see how he can break down like certain tribes, certain tribes, certain tribe.
Right.
We do that as the dividing thing is the race thing,
Yeah,
right? We don't say tribe, we say race. Like we that's
Right. We say
but the
race.
funny thing is, I would assume what star is. It's not that star has to tell me. It's
Right.
in my head. If I met her, it's like I could say she's too light, or I could say, hey, she's black enough. But it's based
Right.
on just some physical race. Like, who gives a damn where your family's from? You're dark enough.
Right. And
That's
see,
yeah,
that's how it falls.
we don't have tribes, but we do have maybe like okay, we have rich black people, we have middle class black people, and we have poor class. So we don't
That's
have,
status. That's not even lineage. That's status.
but
that's
that's
And
that.
we
But that's what I'm saying. We don't have tribes, but we
right.
do. But there are black people that differentiate themselves by what they have and what they do not have.
Yes. That's a whole nother level.
That's a
Yep.
whole nother situation in itself, but that's how they classify. We don't classify ourselves as tribes, but what's status? We
Yep.
classify each other. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah.
yeah, and also that issue that you're saying about you think that we see tribes as more of like race. I think it also depends with the country. Like for me, where I come from, it is more tribalistic. Like tribal. Before you meet somebody, like when you meet somebody, you are first to know which tribe and all that, or
Right.
by the name they tell you. But now, when you go to other countries like Tanzania, it's very different. Where they don't care about that. Yeah, for them, don't care a lot about that. So it depends with the country. Mostly, it's more about how when the colonizers came in. Actually, that is when most of those issues began. When the yeah,
Same here, Chris.
when the Europeans came in, like they take like tribe B, and
That's
they
one thing we have in common.
yeah they make you clash, yeah, or fight, or and sometimes they had a few army, a few people to control others, so they will get like the police or the army from a certain group which agreed to collaborate with them, and then
Mm.
use it to do some injustices to other people. So when they went away, like some people remained with that pain, which now, like that hatred continues to be carried on and on and on, which leads to now you find somebody saying that for me, I don't want you to get somebody from a certain place. No, no, no.
Well, all I know is them women in Australia must be thick and juicy because Alex said it maybe about
I think,
10 times in the chat of how
yeah, I think
juicy those women
Juice.
have to be.
Alex likes Stargate a lot, and I hope you go and follow her channel, or you can try
Oh, so
asking.
he's following. He's following. I guarantee that.
And I
He's
hope
following. He's probably
just
watching the video right now.
go and comment on one of her video. Maybe she'll reply you back, and
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
it gets more information. But we are about to. By the 6 hours is about to end again, so we are losing connection with other people on YouTube in about five
Yeah.
seconds.
All right.
Five,
I appreciate the time.
Oh,
Thanks,
this
Chris.
was
I will see
awesome.
you on
Thank
the
you,
next one.
Identity,
it's okay. It's okay.
for inviting me. Chris, thank you for letting me
Kuna
up.
Matata.
Akuna Matata.
It's okay. See you in the next one. Yeah,
All
we
right.
connection on YouTube is off, so
Okay. So, oh yeah, this you said this actually keeps going in the background.
Yeah, this one can go on even for a day or more, but
Uh,
Wow.
on YouTube is where it ends after 6 hours.
oh, he's seeing YouTube. Remember, I told you about the 6 hour limit? Like you only StreamYard only
Actually,
lets you have
YouTube is
six.
still going right now.
Yeah, usually YouTube is still going.
Okay, let's see here. Yeah, it's on
Yeah,
my
it's still
end.
going.
Going.
Oh, I don't know. I thought on my